I'm in India and we're about to buy the wackiest Indian tech that I can get my hands on.
And then we're going to test it. We're going to find out just how cheap we can get tech, but also how great Indian tech can be if you have the money to spend.
With this guy.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं. We are right now in Asia's biggest computer market. It's a hub for all the gadget lovers.
Now, one thing I didn't anticipate is the sheer number of Indian fans who were just as keen to see what we'd find.
Look at this crowd. This is crazy.
And with this army, it was time for shop one.
Let's say how cheap we can get a speaker. Boat was the one you were telling me about, isn't it? The speaker.
Yeah.
We're trying to establish if this is a real or a fake.
So this is $16 basically.
This actually seems like a very high quality speaker for that price.
Party speaker.
Party speaker. We have AirPods Pro 2 here.
Yeah.
That's upside down, so that's not real.
Come on.
To look at this Chromecast over here. That's not a real Chromecast. Yeah, you can absolutely tell.
I have a doubt.
You have a radar for this kind of stuff.
No idea.
That's perfect. This place is absolutely mind-blowing. It's an Apple Watch Ultra. Apple Watch Ultra. Look at the authenticity of the fake. It's even got real Apple-style screws. So the fakes have got better.
Yeah.
Right now, at this moment, there are about 100 people outside the store.
This is the one. Apple won't give you more than a single strap for free, and that too is a very basic one.
Right.
Here, you're getting 7 straps.
Meanwhile, in India,
As of now, it's $25. Let's see how low we can go.
so I think we should try that power bank over there. It looks like a knockoff version of one we have. Another thing you notice they do a lot here is they unbox everything live right in front of you, so you can tell that it actually is what you think it is.
It has a built-in torch as well, if I'm not wrong.
It's pretty interesting. This one store has every single gadget
Also the repairing at the back.
and the repairing at the back within like an 8-meter length. They have some very authentic looking Apple cases in the corner. So a normal Apple case would cost you $50.
So 500 pound worth of stash.
Oh my God. Look at this. Look at that. It's got all the hallmarks of Apple. It's got the Apple font. It's got almost like a fake peel sticker, but it isn't Apple. Be very curious how cheap we can get this.
$1.50. That's how cheap.
They've got a dual wireless microphone system. When I shop back home, a price is a price.
Yeah.
When a company tells you, it's not the case here.
No, so sometimes it is, to be honest, but not everywhere.
$99 for everything we bought in this shop. So Gaurav is saying it's twice the price it should be. He's trying to get it halved.
Yeah.
Whew. It's a good haul. We're just getting started.
Mission accomplished. Part 1. Part 2 is here.
Street market time. So this is where we get the real bargains. Kitna? So he's
match
suggesting
anything.
$3 for this. Gucci,
Interesting thing.
Louis Vuitton, Adidas, North Face.
So now it's on different phones, but sometimes you'd have a single case with all the logos on one case. I've seen that as well.
That's called profit maximization.
Yeah.
That's how you pay.
Yeah, that's how you play. Everyone's using a smartphone. Everyone has good speeds of data. Everyone has a digital bank account, and that's how their life is. So India right now does the most amounts of digital transactions globally.
That's crazy. Back home, you don't see cases for anything but the iPhone and Samsungs. You see a Vivo. I assume that's like a Realme. There's an Oppo.
Realme, everything.
Yeah, everything. You can actually buy in India fake Casetify cases. It's like a rip-off of a rip-off. We want to see like how good a speaker can sound but cost like a couple of dollars. I just realized, look, they've got a Series 9 watch with the gesture. The gestures barely work on the real one.
These two?
2,000. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll do that. So this one QR code allows anyone to pay anytime with their phone.
It has a speaker. It will confirm the payment so that he knows that I have paid.
That is such a good system. India. I want to see what else we can get at this market. A lot of clothing. So how much would something like this be? Kitna? $350.
$250 mein de do.
Daiso.
Nike shoes, $3.
So at this point, we've got a handful of very inexpensive gadgets and one suspiciously affordable pair of trainers. But I also want to make sure that while we're here, we pick up some of the higher ticket items.
Okay, so yeah, Dash 2. And then maybe also the projector. Spy cameras are a big thing here.
Yeah.
Where even is this? Is a apparently handheld gaming console,
But it's $10.
so this seems even better. The M8 Pro,
A smart box that you attach to a dumb TV.
and it's 10K Ultra HD.
10K Ultra.
10K.
Never heard of it.
You guarantee 10K.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
Turns out the 10K is actually referring to the number of games, but they knew what they were doing here.
Arun, surprise for you.
Yeah.
Something that very rare to see now. Come, I'll show you. Straight away.
It's like Gaurav's favorite phone shop ever.
Will become yours favorite as well. Have a look at this.
Oh my goodness me. Engage. No way. What is this? What am I looking at?
a call recorder for the iPhone. This is very interesting.
That is absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
Just like a small MagSafe power bank. No software, any call here.
Oh my goodness me. What? What is that? So what do they do? Are they like indicators?
It can show you like these alien eyes or whatever. And then the app, you have all the combinations here.
I just need a motorbike now. Roti maker, made with pride in India. That's brilliant.
Make the dough, put a small amount in between, press it up, we're gonna spread it, cook it at the right temperatures and give you this as an output.
Now I just need to learn how to make the dough. My mum will be so proud. This is what we came here for.
That was cool, but we can't forget about the Indian high street stores.
So we found the official Samsung store of
So
this
it's a
place.
smart cafe. It's like a mini store for the experience.
What would be really cool to get is India exclusive phones. What's the most impressive?
M34 is the hot selling right now.
So this is an India exclusive phone, Samsung M34. We'll get an M34.
This is a multi-brand outlet from, let's say, Samsung to Xiaomi to Oppo to OnePlus to Realme.
What would be the most iconic like Indian phone?
Lava.
Lava. That's a good idea.
Turns out, not a single shop seems to sell this Indian-made lava phone. It's exclusively online to be able to make it as affordable as it can be.
There must be some string we can pull.
So I'll get you a Lava because it's actually like Super AMOLED curved screen. Let me pull that string.
And a sub to the channel would be...
Mazedar.
Majedar. That was absolutely crazy.
So time to raise the bar. How about we use an app to shop? We can actually shop smartphones, not delivered to you like in a week's time, but in fact under 10 minutes. It's called Blink It. Before you blink it, you have it.
Oh my goodness me.
That basically sounds like a superpower. An app that allows you to order basically anything you want to wherever you are in minutes. I think we have to test it.
Let's get some tech.
Earphones coming to you in 8 minutes, Arun.
Minutes. We don't even have an address right now. They're called the Air Dopes. Of course they are.
You can get a foot massager.
You can get an actual massage delivered to you. For services, we have Urban Company. So like, let's say you want a haircut in the next 2 hours. You can book that.
So as well as the Blinkit app, which is all about getting products to you quickly, this Urban Company app covers your services. You know, this is one of the coolest things about India. Because development has happened later here than many other countries, most of the population's first computer was actually a smartphone, which means that everything here can run based on apps that factor in that the entire population is using a single platform. It's incredibly streamlined.
So they can, repair your house.
They can even repair your car.
Let's just do it then. I'll book myself a shoulder massage for when we're unboxing these products.
You definitely need that.
I cannot believe it. Foot massage. This is the most insane merger of past and future.
Your foot massage.
Honestly, what on earth? All thanks to this beautiful little bit of kit here.
I think the best shopping experience,
Yeah, because you don't even need to do anything.
Yeah.
It's testing time, so let's go roughly from least expensive to most expensive. Oh, and also, Technical Guruji gifted me this. He said it's a folding iPhone, so we'll get to that when we test the rest of the phones. But let's start with the accessories. So our $1.50 official iPhone case and the $3.50 official Nike shoes. So, case and shoe. And I gotta say, pretty impressive case. You can see the seam a little bit more than on an official Apple case, but it feels really soft. It has that same rigidity that the real Apple silicone cases do. It has the felt interior and even the engraving. I mean, yeah, it might get a little roughed up over time, but then again, this is what our official Apple case looks like after a couple of months. So I'm gonna say straight 9 out of 10. The shoes are, well, definitely too small. I think in really wanting to make a sale, they just told me that the shoes will work for me, which I've come to realize does not mean they are your size. But apart from that, the quality and the finish is well beyond what I was expecting. Like, even if you took off the fake Nike logo, you still can't get shoes that look like this in the UK or US for less than $4. Why are they comfortable? These should not be comfortable, but they are. Honestly, I feel like you could just get a decent pair of insoles, slap them in, tell your friends you spent 20 times as much on your shoes as you actually did, and they would believe you. And while we're on the accessorizing train, I did find this call recorder thing absolutely fascinating. So you might know that iPhones have no inbuilt ability to record a phone call. I guess Apple sees it as a privacy risk. India does not seem as concerned. So let's say I'm having a private phone call now, or at least what Drisha thinks is a private phone call. Hello, what is your deepest, darkest secret? You didn't So obviously this thing records my voice because I'm speaking directly into it, but for it to record the other person's voice, even if your phone is not on loudspeaker, it takes in the vibrations that their voice create in your phone and uses a level of processing that reconverts those vibrations back into a voice that you can play out loud. Let's see if it worked. It says the file was recorded on the 1st of January 1970.
What is your deepest, darkest secret?
No question. Because it's just us. I think I prefer Simba.
And you had no idea I was recording. That's pretty impressive. Like, it's not the clearest sound I've ever heard, but given that it's converting audio that you wouldn't otherwise even be able to hear, that's actually alarmingly good. Especially since it was done through this $1.50 iPhone case, which no doubt did not help the connection. That's an 8. Let's just hope Milo doesn't catch wind of that conversation. India's really impressing me so far, but audio is probably where we're going to get the clearest idea of just how the value for money stacks up, because we have a lot of reference points. So this is basically the absolute cheapest Bluetooth speaker I've ever laid my hands on.
Welcome to NC Music World. Bluetooth mode.
Volume's not going to be an issue. Okay, that's a lot better than I was expecting it to be. It's a little bit muffled, but very loud and very functional. You know, like when a friend says to you, can you bring a Bluetooth speaker with you to the park so we can have a big barbecue or a dance? This very much does that. And because it's $7, you can have that without the possessiveness that comes with a product you might have spent $100 on. So I am in van. It's even got rubber feet at the bottom and it's well connected. You've got aux input, you've got USB, you've got SD card, and of course Bluetooth. I would go as far as to say that for what it is,
This is a 9.5.
now on to what should be an even more impressive audio experience at $10, the AirDobes. Yeah, you're definitely losing yourself at least half a point for calling yourself the AirDobes. But more importantly, this doesn't feel good. Like, the colors look really muted, the logo is off-center, the hinge is a little loose, the actual construction too, pretty rough around the edges. And then to finish it off, and I have noticed this on a few products out here, is that it comes out the box with scuffs. Maybe the factories here, they aren't as careful as they should be. Or maybe the packaging wasn't secure enough, so during transit it's constantly getting scraped by the cable that also comes in the box. Whatever the reason, it just feels like I bought a pre-owned product. Now, of course, making, packing, and shipping a pair of true wireless earphones for $10 in total, that is a really tall order, and you feel that stretch here. But if they work well and they sound good, I'll still be impressed. Okay, so opening them up does auto pair to your phone. Good start. What? The sound is in complete contrast to the rest of the construction. It's crisp, it's clear. It's no DVLA, but I've also used plenty of $30, $50 earphones that don't sound as good as this, which is enough, I would say, to give them a 7. At the same time, though, for every person who buys a pair of AirDobes, there's also going to be someone who really wants to feel like they have the real thing. And that is what this is for. I mean, the packaging is not the most convincing. It's very much giving off an we have Apple at home kind of vibe, but the hardware is shockingly realistic for the price. Why does it sound like I just walked into a convenience store? Oh, okay. It pairs up in the exact same way as real AirPods. It actually comes up as AirPods Pro 2. I mean, so far, I am blown away by this. Because remember, it's much harder to make a good pair of fake earphones than it is to just make the best pair of earphones you can for the money, because you're building around an existing set of constraints. Those fit, I want to say, better than my real ones. They don't have any active noise cancellation, so we have been lied to, but, you know, the passive noise cancellation, because of how well they fit, a lot better than you would expect for $15. They even have the official Apple connection sound. I see where the compromise is. So do you remember when Beats by Dre first became really popular and actual audiophiles were very upset because while they claimed to be the real way to listen to music, they were actually just smacking people around the face with bass? Yeah, so this is kind of like that, but times 5 and at the complete cost of the rest of the sound. There is definitely a type of person for whom that would be considered good sound, but universally speaking, that does kind of kill it for me. So instead of giving these something like a 9 out of 10, I'm gonna settle on a 7. What's kind of crazy to me though is that because the baseline products here in India are so cheap, it creates the space for actually good quality mid-range products for still less than $20, like this one from Boat. And I say good quality with almost no catch. This feels really weighty, high-end, not actually dissimilar from those Jawbone speakers that used to be really popular, and, you know, $100 plus. I think this is our massage. Hi, Yarko still there? Thank you. Oh my goodness, this is actually the perfect time to get some relaxing music on.
Power on. You've plugged into Nirvana.
Ooh, that sounds good. Like a definite step up from the soundbar speaker we tested earlier. And also, it's got to a level where it's a very comfortable bass level audio experience where nothing feels particularly missing, but also no one part of the music is overpowering the other. The only two catches, I would say, are that one, while it does look like a 360-degree speaker, the sound does in fact only come out of one way. And also, I can see a tiny bit of paint having been scraped off. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is just because the shopkeepers are so liberal with taking it out of the box and demoing it to every single person they show it to. It's getting places that no massage I've had back home has gotten. But overall, you just don't get value like this in a typical British or American store. 8 out of 10. One trend I have noticed while out shopping in India, more so than anywhere else in the world, is people love their all-in-one products. They want to buy a speaker, for example, but they also want that speaker to be their one-stop shop for all their tech needs. And this karaoke mic is a pretty good example of that. So for starters, it's a wireless karaoke mic that you can sing into. But it's also a voice recorder, a voice changer, and nightlight. And it's all topped off with a 10-watt speaker that's not just how your voice is projected out, but also how you hear the music that you're karaokeing to. Oh, and you can also choose whether you want to use the headphone jack or Bluetooth or even the radio as an input. That's interesting, just jamming along to whatever tunes are on the radio. That's quite a lot of stuff for what we negotiated down to $30. So the only copyright-free song I can actually sing along to is Happy Birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. This right here is one of the weirdest videos we have ever filmed. Happy birthday to you. Oh, but also, this supposedly has the option to, in real time, be able to use artificial intelligence to strip the actual vocals from the song you're listening to so that you can just have the instrumental in the background. Let's try it. Happy birthday to you. So this is the original song. Happy
Voice canceling.
Oh my god. That is an actually insane feature to have on a karaoke mic. I'm going to go as far as to say 10 out of 10. Dipsy thingy as well. Thank you so much. The final audio product then, and the one I would actually say I'm most intrigued by, is this set of Digitech wireless microphones. Now, I do realize that a microphone review doesn't sound like a party to most people, but as a creator, I use something exactly like this all the time. You see this thing? This is the DJI Mic 2. It comes in a charging case, like these Digitechs. It has 2 microphones, like the Digitech, so you can stick one in a friend you're collabing with or interviewing, except this is $350. It is 10 times the price of the Digitech. So, you've been hearing this whole video what the audio sounds like on the DJI mic. This is what it sounds like on the Digitech. There's a difference, there is definitely a difference, but it's probably not as big as you'd expect it to be. Now, of course, yeah, the DJI does also have bigger batteries and some nice quality of life improvements like a vibration motor to let you know that it's recording. But then again, with this kind of price gap, it is really cool to see how this company has still made it work, how they've managed to cram all of those essential features into a package that does still do the same job. And even though I'm sure DJI could make something like this, a simpler version of their existing microphones for like $70 that retain the same audio quality but lose a lot of the additional extra features, of course, they choose not to. Because when something like this exists, it's of course going to cannibalize a lot of sales from something like this. That kind of dilemma does not really exist in India, which is quite freeing. 8 out of 10. This one's fun. I want to make this a tradition, to be honest, where wherever we go to a different country to make one of these buying tech videos, we get one piece of tech that helps us make a local food. In Japan, we did rice cookers. In India, we're doing rotis. Now I just need to get the stuff to make the dough. Ugh. Blink it. I cannot describe to you how awesome this service is. It makes the UK look backwards. So, while that stuff arrives, in 7 minutes, by the way, let's test some watches. It's literally got the hand doing the gesture on the box, which is one of the headline features of the real Series 9. But I'm just thinking, the sophistication required for a watch to be able to pick up your hand gestures, surely this $15 fake isn't going to do that. Impressively realistic presentation, though. Holy cow. I mean, yeah, the box was impressive, but I thought the second I turn this thing on, I'm just going to burst into a laugh, but I'm kind of in shock right now. So bearing in mind that this is a $15 watch, by the way, it comes with not one, but two sets of straps. And these straps are, I'm not even exaggerating when I say indistinguishable. I cannot tell the difference in quality between this and the real Apple strap. It feels exactly the same plush feel, the same stitching quality. It's embarrassing for Apple, to be honest. Do you know what? Just for the lols, let's swap out Apple's real one for this one. This is going to be my new strap. So that one slides out and the new one slips in. It's even locked in place using the exact same mechanism. And tighten. That is actually such a joke. But it's not just that. This body is actually made of metal and glass. And you see this crown? It cycles through all the iconic official Apple Watch faces. Some do look a bit rough, admittedly, but what's shocking me the most is the quality of the screen. I don't know how, but it genuinely looks like an OLED display with this level of contrast. And because of it, it achieves the exact same screen melting over the sides look as the real one. Oh yeah, and it even charges wirelessly and magnetically and comes with the charger to be able to do that. You know, there's a saying when you're out here in India, a saying that means to make existing things work at all costs, or to make new things but with limited resources. It's called jugaad. And I just feel like we're seeing it through and through with so many of these products we're testing. Just a real scrappiness and a desire to make the best thing that you can, and then also to sell it at whatever price you have to. Oh, and then to top the whole thing off, fake Apple rings to track your fake steps? Oh, I got an idea. So here's the plan. Real Apple Watch, fake Apple Watch. I'm going to do 100 steps and we'll see which one step counter is more accurate. Let's go. 100. Okay, so the real watch is calculated that as 112, which is surprisingly not accurate. The fake has calculated it as 35. Bruh. Right. So don't use it as a fitness tracker, but as a surprisingly realistic lookalike to a real Apple Watch that does tell the right time, 9 out of 10. Oh, and then if the $15 Apple Watch Series 9 wasn't already ridiculous, how about the $18 Apple Watch Ultra, which, forget one band or two bands, comes with 7. 7 bands. If you were to shop on the official Apple Store, that would cost you like $350. We have effectively paid less than 5. It looks like the watch is running the same software as the Series 9, but completely new set of watch faces. And I'm still taking in how they've basically recreated every single app that comes with an Apple Watch, down to their own versions of the workout regimens and breathing exercises. Wait, no. It's even got a blood oxygen app. You know, the whole blood oxygen thing that Apple themselves were blocked from using because of that lawsuit from the company who said they copied their tech? This has the blood oxygen app. So if we enter the app, it's actually flashing at the bottom. Surely not. I know how we can know for sure. Let's try running the test while it's on a table. So running. Oh, never mind. It is still a very good value product for someone who just wants a watch. Oh, and a strap for every single outfit they own. In a slightly different vein then, we got that spy watch. It became pretty clear to me when out shopping that spy cameras in general are a big thing in India, and it's super interesting how they work. Because look at this watch. If you didn't know what it was, then unless you were Inspector Clouseau in another life, there's no way you would just assume it was anything but a watch. It tells the time like normal, it's got chunky metal construction. But I've been using it to secretly record this entire conversation. And for me, actually, the most surprising part of it is how decent the quality is. Like the 1080p video, the audio, considering how tiny the video camera and the microphone are, very usable. There's actually one more thing to this. If you look closely, you'll be able to see 3 LEDs in a triangle around this watch face. Those are infrared lights, which means that this watch camera can see in all lighting conditions, even in pitch black. Let me try and show you. Right, let's see how that turned out. Oh, and you know how they've hidden the USB port? So if you keep rotating the crown on one side, it comes out to reveal it. It's such a tight fit, it's almost like a feat of engineering. Slightly weird bringing you guys to the bathroom with me, but this is a particularly dark room right now. I can barely see anything. Lighting and credit. Wow, that is cool. I could see this being a part of a proper surveillance arsenal. Okay, so roti ingredients are all here. So a traditional Indian roti you can actually make with just 2 ingredients, flour and water. So you just form a mound of flour, pour a little bit of water on, get your hands dirty. Bash them together with your hands and you get your dough. And as soon as you have your little dough ball, if you want to, you can put a little bit of oil on there. This is what my mum does, I asked her. Moment of truth. Open it. Oh, can we just close my problems? Yay! It's a dark looking roti. And so one classic thing that happens when you're cooking rotis is they puff up as air starts to enter on the inside. Pretty impressively non-stick surface. Then, what takes this from practical to treat is ghee, which is essentially heated and clarified butter. God, look at this. I may have put a little too much on there. Let's load you up. Good looking bit of roti. It's a little bit crispy on the outside, soft, chewy on the inside, but very buttery all around. I can actually eat a lot of that. Give me like 5 minutes. It's good. Now, just before we get to the phones, which is definitely the thing I'm most curious about, given that India has its own entire mobile subclimate, I think it's time to make an India-style TV setup. Okay, let's do the next few together in one go. So the Chromecast is not super convincing based on how it's packaged. It feels cheap and light and, well, knockoff, because it is. But like a streaming device at $8, I can kind of see how that's possible, but a handheld gaming console at the $10 we bought it for is almost confusing to me. Like $10 for a screen, a chipset, controls, battery, speakers. Who's making money from this? We've got the foot massager, which while my eyes are gaming, is what my feet get to experience. And that poor guy who manually cycled this thing to us. I mean, the thing is enormous. He could have probably done with it the most. Then we got the home console, the M8 Pro, which is significantly more expensive than the handheld, although unlike the foot massager, looks pretty modest in terms of what it's going to be able to run. And then what I'm banking on really being able to take all of this to the next level is the Beam 440 projector, which we paid $78 for. I'm kind of blown away right now. This projector, for example, is not just a projector. It's an Android TV box, so Netflix, Amazon Prime, YouTube, all of that, not a problem. It's got a 3-watt speaker built inside of it, but also, look at this stand. You can rotate to any angle. I thought it was 180 degrees. It's not, it's actually 270, because you can even shoot down. But the most impressive part of it is, look how quickly the image corrects itself. It doesn't matter what angle I'm shooting at the wall from, it's basically 100% distortion free. It kind of reminds me of Samsung's Freestyle projector. And yeah, that thing had a 1080p image, this is 720p, but that was $900. This is less than 80. It's a product that really embodies that whole Jugaad mentality. Like wherever you have space, stick it down, make it work. So to me, it feels like a strong 9. The Chromecast is not as good news, sadly. See, like a real Chromecast, which will be $30 or so, it can turn your non-smart TV into a smart TV by allowing you to at any point in time stream directly from your phone. But unlike a real Chromecast, there is constant flicker. And by flicker, I don't mean something that's mildly annoying, it's dysfunctional. It just keeps turning on and off, and no matter how many hours we pour into trying to fix it, it is wasted. It's starting to become pretty clear that this is a fundamental hardware issue. So I guess this is the lottery you play when you buy things that are a lot cheaper than you expect them to be. 1 out of 10. What about the console though? Well, it's got this absolutely awesome intro, featuring the likes of fake Mario, fake Luigi, and fake Donkey Kong, I think. So when you get in, you've got a fairly janky looking home interface, but go into the game section, and this is kind of game of paradise, to be honest. This tiny little box is effectively promising you the ability to play games from any console up until the PlayStation 2, including really difficult ones to emulate like the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation Portable. Now that is a very exciting prospect to me. It's just, it seems like they forgot to, actually put the games on here. From what I can see online of other people with the same console, theirs just works. And I don't think I'm going crazy. I mean, the packaging even says built-in 10,000 plus games. So unless the very definition of built-in is something different around here, we have been lied to. So I can't really give this one a rating. It does make me think though, we went to the full-on tech district in the middle of Delhi, and I didn't see a single PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X. I don't think gaming consoles here are nearly as much of a thing as they are in the West. I guess in the West, many people just take it for granted that, yeah, me and my entire group of friends can all afford to pay $500 for a console and $70 for a game. You can do a lot with that kind of money here, and a lot of people need to do a lot with that kind of money here. So I assume that's why it's not picked up in the same way. And so it does feel like the vast majority of gamers in India are mobile gamers. jugaad, using the hardware that you've already paid for instead of buying a completely separate set of hardware. Oh, but there is good news too. Like, my feet feel flipping fantastic. I was a little scared when I saw the $45 or so price tag of this thing, but having used it now, I can completely see why. The thing's got proper pressure, it really gets in there. It's not the most plush or comfortable massager money can buy. Like, you can absolutely tell that this isn't the Royal Foot Servicer 10,000, but it absolutely does put the work in. I'll probably leave this one with the people who work here, but we should definitely think about getting one of these back home. And also, look at this, removable covers, which makes a lot of sense because you're probably going to want to wash them every now and again. And then for this handheld console, everything is quite light and cheap, but that's fine. I completely expected that. So at the start menu, you can either click Chinese or English. Interestingly, not Hindi. It's basically 520 old school retro games wherever you go. So if I click Street Fighter 2010, for example, it's actually really good. Like, yeah, the thing's plasticky, but it's comfortable. The controls are really responsive. The speakers are pretty good, and the screen is everything you need to get an authentic retro experience. Wait, Angry Bird. It's like someone's completely reprogrammed what was originally designed to be a smartphone game into something that was made for a console 40 years ago. I mean, it kind of works, but it's really bad. This is definitely Angry Birds at home. Everything's so rigid and basic, but I'm kind of impressed someone's done this. And to top the whole thing off, they are also promising 6 to 7 hours of battery life, which is plausible. I've already run it for 3 the other day and it was smooth sailing. That's got to be an 8.5. Just because of how bonkers it is that you can have 520 video games plus the console designed to play them on for less than the price of 2 cups of coffee back home. Ramping up now to some of the most expensive items we got from here with the $100 smart backpack. Oh wow, this makes an impression. I do always love the look of these hard shell backpacks. They feel so precise and meticulous, but I'm not sold on the practicality. I just feel like the fact that they're so rigid in shape means they're naturally going to be less flexible to whatever you want to carry in the moment. But alas, this is no ordinary backpack. It needs power. So let's get our transparent power bank out. By the way, it does feel like a massive bargain, because this is the main power bank I use, 25,600 milliamp hours, but it's $200. This, 20,000 milliamp hours, which is less, but we paid $27. So there's a micro dot display, which shows you battery percentage, LEDs too. Oh, and there's levels of brightness. That's quite a bit brighter actually than a phone flashlight. The only catch is it's not the fastest charging. This is not going to be able to charge a laptop like this can, but it can charge a phone, or in our case, a backpack. So power bank goes in here. Oh yes, we have power. Why am I so excited about a backpack? This is an unexpectedly slick app. Oh, that is interesting. So if I tap on one of these sets of eyes, and my bag looks like it's trying to kill me. It's actually not a bad way of keeping people away from your property. I'm actually quite impressed with the quality of animation. Like, some of these actually seem to be running at a full 60 frames per second. You've got eyes that animate, you can change the shape of the eye. Oh, you've got eyes that indicate. That's actually useful. I mean, I don't imagine most people that are buying a bag like this are doing it for safety, but just the nature of having LEDs on your back is going to increase your visibility on the road. Ooh, I've just found a new menu that's got hundreds. Oh, and it's even got ones that pass through from one side of the screen to the other, as if it's one continuous uninterrupted display. Ah, you can make your own. Okay, give me a minute. Oh, yes. Perfect backpack does not exist. Josh is just shaking his head disapprovingly behind the camera. I split the image in two, but now both his eyes are like a mile apart from each other. We have fun. Okay, this was a lot better than I was expecting it to be, but fundamentally, any backpack that requires a constant power bank inside to keep it going, it's not really going to get past the novelty stage for me. On to the phones now, starting with this apparent folding iPhone made by the company Snexion, which, hey, to be fair, is actually a bit of a looker. Oh, okay. This is not what I was expecting it to be. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting, but I was not expecting this. It's actually a feature phone with some pretty inconsistent backlighting behind the keypad, a screen that doesn't seem properly aligned. So if I click this button, for example, radio. When notifications come in, it lights up your social media logos, which is quite amusing since there is absolutely no way this thing is running Twitter. It's got a headphone jack, a USB-C port. Oh, that's interesting. Looks like a massive torch. Wow, that is exceptionally bright. I guess with most modern smartphones, it doesn't make any sense to put a torch on top, because it's also going to double as your flash for your camera. But given that this phone doesn't really have to worry about that, it's actually quite practical having a flash up here, and it gives it space to make it extremely powerful. I still can't see properly. I wonder if you have any games on this thing. I feel like a bit of classic Snake right now would really hit the spot. Okay, it's got one game, and that game is F1. Yeah, guys, this is actually the new portable PlayStation 5. Oh, wow. I mean, it's kind of adorable in its own unique way. I'm not about to start shouting Snexy from the rooftops, but this actually isn't terrible value for someone who wants a decent feature phone with a form factor that's going to attract a lot of attention. But thankfully we do have two proper smartphones. The first is an India-only variant from the global company Samsung, the second by an actual India-founded and run company. So let's start with the Samsung. This is the Galaxy M34, and I actually really like the core fundamentals. Like, it's well-rounded, it's comfortable to hold, it's inoffensive for the most part. I wouldn't call it much of a looker from the front with its beefy bezel and notch, but I would go as far as to say that the back is pretty. Here's my beef with it though. The bloatware situation here is like, the moment I first connected to internet, it just started freely downloading banking apps and games that I've no doubt Samsung India is getting a kickback from. There's an entire homepage widget that's literally just a rotating advert. I mean, it's not hard to get rid of, but the concept is pretty scary. There's actually so much advertising here that it makes me angry. Like, every single time you just lock and unlock it, there's a new lock screen, and each lock screen is a link to a different article, with each one having a new advert literally every 8 centimeters of page you scroll. Now, if you look past that, then performance and cameras do seem pretty strong for the price. And one thing that I do really like about Indian geared phones is they seem to go hard on battery. Like, this thing has a 6,000 milliamp hour capacity. I wonder if that's because India is such a spec-focused market, and battery is one of the easiest, cheapest specs to upgrade. Either way, 6 out of 10. Here's what I would call the hero product though. This is the Lava Agni 2, and it's an Indian phone through and through. And this is what I was hoping to see. We paid $200 for this phone. $200 you would expect to get you a pretty noticeably cut back from flagship experience. But look at this. This is a 120Hz HDR10 Plus AMOLED display. It is easily the best screen I've ever seen for this money. The back of the phone very much feels like the high-quality frosted glass that you get on flagships, and the software is very close to stock Android 13. This thing's giving me major Google Pixel energy, and almost no bloatware, which after the last phone is a nice change of pace. As for the camera, let's test it. So, while we've been here in India, obviously videos can't stop. We still got to post on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and importantly in this case, TikTok. TikTok's banned in India. It'll just say you have no internet connection if you try and use it. And so this is yet another one of those cases where by using Surfshark VPN, which redirects your internet traffic to trick sites into thinking you're someone and somewhere else, saves the day. I already use Surfshark all the time, whether it's to watch TV shows that I wouldn't have been able to watch, or reduce the anxiety from joining what appears to be a pretty dodgy Wi-Fi connection. But the craziest part of it is that it's barely cost me anything. See, with the code BOSS, Surfshark is less than $3 a month for an unlimited number of accounts, with 6 months extra for free, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. And given that you can actually use Surfshark to save you money when buying expensive things, like the tickets to get here, that alone has been worth more to me than the subscription cost in totality. Oh yeah, and this phone, overall, feels like a 9 to me.
I'm about to spend $30,000 in the next 5 minutes buying the most futuristic tech on the internet. And then we're gonna test it to find out if it actually is the future or if it's all just marketing nonsense. So what's the first thing I'd want to futurize? My TV? Oh, of course. Xiaomi released a transparent TV. I knew this was a thing already. I didn't realize you could actually just click buy.
Okay, I have like a billion questions about this. We've got to try it. What are the things we expect the future will have? What about this? Invisibility buy. Oh, this is great. Yes, we need to do an invisibility shield. If you haven't seen one of these already, it's gonna feel like magic. Futuristic bike. I remember seeing this a while ago on the internet as like a concept device that could hypothetically exist. £3,496. It's like $4,000. There's no way we can have the opportunity to test something like that and then not do it. What would a person from the future use as their tools? The Neo ruler. Rule the scales. I didn't realize the battle for rulers was that intense. So this thing is claiming to be a speaker that can focus its sound output directly to one person. And the whole speaker's made of glass as well. This is so futuristic. Gym. Ooh, that's interesting. So it's like a smart mirror, but it's also saying that it contains your beautiful new personal trainer, benefit from AI-powered form feedback, live body tracking, and rep counting, all in a hologram wall mirror. I'd be dumb not to give it a go. We can't do a futuristic tech video without a robot. So this is world's first direct drive, self-balancing, wheeled-legged robot. Feels like they really wanted to be first at something. I say that, but this actually looks amazing. I don't think I've ever seen a robot with this level of agility. Okay, well this one has my attention. You can ride it. Hey, 8 miles per hour. I'll never miss a flight again. Oh wait, it seems like the same company also has another suitcase that follows you. Add to bag. The new Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses. I have heard that these glasses are the best implementation of the smart glasses concept to ever exist. How close can you get to a real-life hologram nowadays? You can actually get something called the Looking Glass Portrait. Oh, it's the only commercially available display on the market that's able to showcase 3D content without the need for eye tracking or glasses. I'm still very confused, but this is the kind of thing we need to test. I remember this company, Woodja. They make these like haptic vests, so you wear them and you plug yourself into like a game you're playing, and that suddenly allows you to feel the game you're playing. And it looks like they've managed to condense that experience that previously would have involved you wearing this basically jumpsuit to just a strap. Oh, speaking of straps, one strap, endless possibilities. Flexible to stiff with a with a twist. Yeah, boy. Okay, marketing aside, this actually looks like a really impressive product. This actually looks like a really, really impressive product. Like it allows you to wear your phone around your neck or around your wrist or around your waist and then just twist it to make it stiff. Oh, actually, I do know a tech company whose entire thing is being futuristic. Gravistar. This is cool. This is my jam. There's a whole category of speakers called ferrofluid speakers. They use a magnetic fluid to create a visual response to music. These pencils have a really interesting mechanism that allows them to self-sharpen. Okay, stop me. I don't think I've ever been this excited for the stuff to arrive. It's all finally here. Some of this stuff took over 2 months to arrive. So in a way, we very much are filming this in the future. So let's go roughly from least expensive to the most expensive to find out how much it really costs to experience that next era. So just $10, self-sharpening mechanical pencils. So you know when you're using a normal pencil, the reason it gets blunt is because as you're writing, you're holding the pencil from one consistent angle and kind of sanding away at the tip. So these guys realize how to fix that by creating a system such that every single time you apply and remove pressure from the tip, it rotates the lead so that even if you're writing from one consistent angle, you're actually equally using every side of the pencil. There's really not much to say about it apart from the fact that it really does work and every pencil should use one of these. The entire sharpening industry would disappear. So I'm gonna give this a 6 out of 10. So then all the way up at $60, we have the futuristic charger from Gravistar. And actually, while we're at it, let's just do all the Gravistar products. So that's the earbuds and speaker. Whoa. If nothing else, it all looks cool. let's hope there's more to it than that. Okay, so the charger. It doesn't initially strike me as the most space efficient with this whole transforming, standing, sitting design. Like, they've used a really high-tech material called gallium nitride to be able to get it to a really condensed size, but then bulked it back up again with all the external fluff. Like, it's a 65-watt charger, which is not bad. That's 2 times faster than the iPhone's fast charger. But then, at the same time, if all you wanted was a 65-watt power brick, you can get one in a smaller footprint at a lower price. It's not really futuristic. You're paying for design. You're paying for these rotating ears. You're paying for the fact that the eyes light up. You're paying for the fact that it transforms from a sitting to a standing position. But actually only if you don't have your plug in on top of that, because then it's locked in. 5 out of 10. But then with the earbuds, the design actually has a purpose. These things feel so premium. Like, listen to these sounds. Oh, it's got an RGB lighting strip baked into the charging case of the earphones. You can very much tell this is made for someone who really wants to carry around a gadget. Let's do a sound test. They do fit really well, with a good amount of passive noise cancellation without any tech going on. That's a bit of a shame. The one earphone that is working does sound pretty good, but the fact that straight out of the box one of them isn't connecting properly, it's not a great sign for the software stability to come. But you know what the funniest thing is? You know the main extra function of this earbud case? It's a bottle opener. I couldn't believe it. Let's see if it works. Whose idea was this? I mean, earphones, bottle opener, the kinds of situations that you would use both of those in are so different. But also, more importantly, was it worth this? Was it worth carving out a massive triangle in this valuable real estate that is your charging case at the direct cost of battery? Futuristic in a dumb way. 3 out of 10. That's nice though. But the speaker is the thing that I'm most excited for. I'm already liking a lot of the little touches, like these tiny little rubber pads at the bottom, which means when you plonk it on a table, it massively softens the thud. Okay. Oh.
Ready to pair. Bluetooth connected.
I can respect that. Some nice startup sounds. Oh, there's a ton of different lighting modes as well. You know, for something that's designed to be straight out of a sci-fi movie, this is actually weirdly well suited to camping. Ah, okay, so it's got a small tweeter here, which is what's handling the high notes, and then a larger subwoofer coming out the bottom, which is what's handling the bass. And it's pretty mid-range, to be honest. It sounds like a $50 speaker. The lighting's cool though, so I'll give it a 5. All right, let's see what the lighting of the future has in store for us. This is the bioluminescent orb. And I gotta say, I do love the idea of a future where we're not just pumping out greenhouse gases to fuel our increasingly electric lifestyles, but actually harnessing the Earth's natural resources to live a sustainable life. And this might actually be one step closer to that vision. So apparently in this bag right here is a specific species of live microalgae that can take in carbon dioxide, release oxygen, kind of like a plant. I just dropped some on my table. But also in that process, produce light-emitting chemicals. Okay, so we basically pour what's left into the orb. I'm going to leave that in a place where it's getting plenty of light for now. And then what it says is that it's only going to glow not just in the dark, but specifically at nighttime. So we will just cover the other stuff and loop back to it at the end. Oh, I've just realized there's a massive do not drink on the front, which means someone's tried it. I can totally see how you'd think this would be a superhero origin story. I don't blame you. I'm slightly curious. Okay, and while we wait to see the kind of lighting that nature can generate, let's find out what humans have managed to do. Because this product right here claims to have bottled both fire and the northern lights into something that can sit on your shelf. Okay, so really all this is a bunch of high power LEDs at the bottom shooting up at a deformed glass cylinder, which refracts them. And I mean, there is stuff to like here. Like the glass cylinder is surprisingly high quality. The reflections it makes on the walls and especially the ceiling, really genuinely interesting to the point where I would say it kind of delivers on its promise. Plus, you get a little remote to change the colors. I really like this one. It reminds me so much of the reflections coming off water. But here's the thing. I hate these remotes. These remotes are a sign that what you actually have at the core of this product is very cheap LEDs. For me, tech that is genuinely smart is tech that will use your phone or voice for controlling. But the more fundamental problem is that this was meant to rotate by itself. There's a motor there, and when it arrived, it was already fried, which does not bode well for the overall quality of this thing. So the idea is great, it can be pretty, but this is just a bit sad, isn't it? 4 out of 10. At $80 then, we have what's claiming to be the future of the phone stand. And while initially I could not wrap my head around how a phone stand could possibly be $80, now I can see it. This is the morph strap. You know, the whole flexible to stiff thing. Yeah, it's that. Now, the company's being pretty tight-lipped about how exactly it works, but it seems like this lever here is basically a crank that tightens or loosens the internal structure sitting under this fabric. So the company's idea is, let's say you're walking around on holiday and you carry your phone around your neck. as you do. The second you want to take a photo, bam, selfie stick, albeit a slightly bent one. I mean, that's not really what I'd use it for. What I'm more interested in is, can this be a way to mount your phone onto like any surface to take a weird shot, for example? The answer to which is, yeah, pretty much. I just had an idea. So I'm thinking, hypothetically, if I was in the back seat of a car and I wanted to watch a TV show while I'm on the go, it does work. 7 out of 10. I feel like there's a lot more you can do with this than I've even realized at this point. And then to measure how long your stiff phone strap is, here's the Neo ruler, which is such an awesome name for what seems to be the one ruler to ruler them all. You place the ruler next to it, you raise the slider till you reach the point you want to measure, and then that on screen is the exact measurement. And there's an obvious initial question here, in that my $1 ruler does the exact same thing. Who asked for them to overcomplicate it this much? Well, for starters, this thing is accurate to the nearest 0.01 millimeters, which is a level of precision that you can't get by just eyeing it. The fact that it's digital means that you can change units on the fly. You can flick between millimeters, inches, even meters if you want to. But also, you can do crazy stuff. Like, let's say you're measuring an architect's drawing or a map, for example. I just bought one yesterday and it's just a bit bigger than I was expecting. So, you know, a lot of these drawings have a scale, right? Like 1 to 500,000. Or in the case of this map, 1 to 5. You can let the ruler know that scale, and then as you're measuring, it will not just tell you how many millimeters it is in reality, but also what the actual real-life distances of that space really are. Or for another example, let's say that you wanted to divide something evenly. You can choose on this ruler how many divisions you want, and then you literally just pull the slider across, and it will tell you exactly where to make those divisions. Niche? Yes. Completely next level for the people who actually have use for it? Also yes. 8 out of 10. So now, on the complete other end of the spectrum, are shoes. Yeah, apparently future shoes only come with half the packaging. So we already know that this shoe, it bends in half. But why? Well, this entire range of Fly's products was actually inspired by a letter from Matthew Walzer, a 16-year-old living with cerebral palsy, who said that because of his disability, he couldn't tie Nike's shoelaces. So Nike set themselves an internal challenge to basically try and create a pair of shoes that you could take off with no hands. And this actually requires quite a big rethink of how the shoe works. Like, you need a hinge that allows the shoe to snap into the open and closed positions. You need this tension band that spans both sections. You need to make sure that the sole stays flat when the shoe opens so that it doesn't form a crease. And then on top of that, a kickstand, which is what actually allows you to kick the shoe into this folded position. So, how well does it actually work? It's a real-life product showcase. It's morph strap time. Crank that into position. There you go, look at that. It's the cameraman of the future. Okay, so foot slides into this top half. It feels pretty loose right now, but then, wow. All of a sudden, that's like a perfect fit. That's the easiest shoe putting on experience I've ever had. And then when you want to take it off, a little bit of pressure at the bottom there, and your shoe folds in half. That's crazy. I was skeptical, but now I am completely sold, at least on the vision. It's yet to be determined if all these extra moving parts add any extra fragility to the shoe. But this is a concept that I want to see more companies trying. 9 out of 10. So I've tried haptic vests before, but what's really interesting to me about this Wooja strap is how it's got the potential to still add another dimension to games and music without having to look like you're gearing up to go to actual war. Okay, so the way this works is it basically sits in between your sound source, let's say your PS5, and then your sound output, let's say your headphones. It intercepts that audio and then it turns the low notes, which could be gunfire or you crashing into the wall in a car, into physical impact that you can feel, and then passes on the rest of the audio for your headphones to play as usual. It does have physical ports for when you want to manually wire something in, like I've done for my PS5 controller, but it is also fully Bluetooth, so that's how it's paired to these headphones. Would you look at that? Oh, and then there's also an app where you can control volume, you can control intensity. Obviously, we're on the maximum, but also you can control RGB color, which feels a little silly for me for a device intended to not actually be looked at. I'm feeling so much impact just from the standard loungy, jazzy menu music. You know what, this is the kind of product that is very easy to write off as a gimmick, but I would actually say as far as the experience of feeling like you're in a car, this goes probably further than one of those like steering wheel accessories that I've seen a lot of people buy. Like I feel like I'm feeling the real texture of the road and the grunt of the engine. I guess if you're a massive car enthusiast, you'd also probably notice the way that different cars feel physically.
Okay, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm just gonna steer off into the fence. Oh. Okay. So the actual final impact was not actually as much as I thought it was going to be. I don't think this has the single-handed ability to deliver the authentic car crash experience. This probably isn't the way to make it feel like, if you're playing COD, that you're actually heading into a real war zone. But what it is a really effective way of adding in that general lower-level immersion that you probably don't realize you're missing until you take one of those off. I wasn't wooed. Jid. Okay, also, around this price, the invisibility shield. Let's have a look. So this is literally how the thing comes. And I know it looks like I just went to my dumpster, I pulled out a sheet of corrugated plastic and I stuck it here. But no, this is a specially crafted material where every single one of these vertical strips is a curved lens that bends light away from the center, which has the very surreal implication that you could be looking head on at something and not actually be able to see it, which is useful for, I mean, yes, magic tricks, but also stuff like camouflage in the military. I wouldn't say it's useful for most people, but from the perspective of it being a working science lesson in action, give it an 8. And then, even more futuristic than that, the holographic display. Very few things scream future like hologram, but then I suppose at the same time, we have seen so many poor executions of this concept. It makes it feel like you're physically holding a memory in your hands and you're able to look around within it. It almost feels like a very good trailer for immersive content. So, stage 1 of what this thing can do is turn a 2D image into a 3D image. So this right here is a normal photo that I took on my iPhone. And look at this, the software actually allows you to visualize what it's like to look around inside it using AI. And look what happens when I pick up this depthiness slider and drag it across. You can actually see the image being manipulated in real time. It's kind of a shame that the actual resolution of the output isn't higher, but at the same time, to help you visualize how impressive this is, you know those holographic bookmarks you get, where when you look from different angles, you can see the same image from like 4 different perspectives? This is kind of like that, but instead of there being 4 different perspectives, it feels like an unlimited number of perspectives, like it's literally 100, on top of the fact that it's actually a moving screen. But there is also a level up to this. So this program is also connected to ChatGPT and can apparently allow you to talk to AI connected to a holographic character within this frame. Right, so if I select the robot...
Well now, ain't that just a hot tamale of technology? Spill the beans and let's have a hootenanny.
This is weird. So this thing has the intelligence of the AI models that we know, but it's actually also able to communicate that within its own pre-programmed personality. I'm like shaking a little bit.
You got it, partner.
If x plus 69 is 72, what is x?
Well, hot diggity dog. If x plus 69 is 72, then I reckon x is a sneaky little varmint, trying to hide in plain sight.
What?
But fear not, partner, cause this old cartoon android is quick on the draw. If we subtract 69 from 72, we find that x is a mischievous little critter, equal to 3.
What a weird way of saying 3. What's your favorite Mr. Who's the Boss video?
Well, ain't that a nutty question?
No. It does feel like a bit of a demo piece in its current form, in that it's not a final product with a particular purpose, but equally, I'm shocked right now. My brain is spinning with all the things this could potentially mean for the future. Like imagine if you had like a table with this technology and you were playing holographic board games with the person sitting opposite you, each of you having a different viewpoint of the same situation. Oh my God. This is a 10 out of 10. This is a taste of the future.
A solid 10 out of 10, partner.
Trippy as hell. Right, one of the things that I think about a lot when it comes to the future is how language barriers just won't be a thing. Tech will be able to make it so that you can still have completely seamless conversations with people who otherwise you would never have understood. It's just a question of when. So are these that product that can take us there? Okay, so Drisha, you are a Spanish speaker. Well, you have spoken Spanish at some point in your life.
Yeah, this is going to test my high school Spanish.
High school Spanish. Okay, that's good enough. So you put one earbud in. I'm going to put the other earbud in. And there's a mode here we're going to click called Simul mode. Hello, how are you today?
Hola, ¿cómo estás hoy?
Bien, gracias.
You're hearing what I'm saying. Can I have a loaf of bread, please? What's it saying to you?
¿Puedo darme una de pan, por favor?
That's what it comes up as. Oh my God. Okay, so this is not completely new tech. Like, it's not dissimilar in translation ability to something like Google Translate, but it's the form factor. It's the fact that I can have one earbud, you can have one earbud, and the microphone is really close to your mouth, so it picks up the sound well. And then it's the app. It's the app that doesn't require you to keep pressing buttons. It just listens out
and allows you to have that conversation in real time. We've used the Google app a few times to try and talk to people who don't talk English, and it's kind of like tap, wait, tap, wait. When you're using Google Translate, you very much feel like you're using an app. Here, you just feel like you're looking at the person and talking to the person.
Yeah, and I can see this slowly being added into things like glasses, and Apple Vision, to make it seem more seamless as opposed to like going on holiday and giving it to someone.
That is such a good point. Of course that's going to happen.
Could be really cool.
It's a good enough product that this is going straight in my travel bag. And it can also do 40 languages and 93 accents right now. The two things I don't like are that one, the app tries to charge you for downloading languages offline, which when you're in abroad countries is probably a likely thing you're going to have to do. And then also, the actual hardware construction feels a little bit cheap for the price these are. Like if they were just normal earphones, you would expect them to cost no more than like $50 for a build like this. So overall, it's an 8. Time for the Meta glasses, which obviously, I mean, they're not a cheap product, but at the same time, given how expensive a normal pair of glasses from this company is and how far ahead the Meta glasses supposedly are, I was expecting this to be much more. Okay, so let's be very clear. What this isn't is some completely straight out of a movie pair of augmented reality glasses, where like I can see you and then like your name and your age next to you. We're not there yet, but what it is a pair of real and rather stylish glasses or sunglasses that you can put onto your face, connect to your phone, and make phone tasks more seamless than they already were. Like music. They've got speakers that angle down into your ears, and okay, I mean, there's not exactly an established scale for how good glasses should sound, but I would say the audio quality is not far off something like the 3rd gen AirPods. You control things using this capacitive area on the side here, like scrolling volume, for example, and then there's a capture button up top for the cameras for both photo and video. You can also use voice commands, but I mean, imagine standing in a packed train like, Meta, take a photo. But here's the thing that shocked me. The photos and videos that you take on this are actually good. It's not quite like top-end smartphone, but this thing takes 12 megapixel photos and 1080p videos using some of the same processing techniques that your smartphone uses, like HDR, like the stabilization. So you don't get overexposed skies or everything covered in shadow, like I expected coming into this. The key downside for me though is that the camera is not going to cover your entire vision, and you can't preview what it's capturing like you can on your phone. So it will sometimes result in a situation where you shoot something, you later realize before you post it that actually you want to crop it a little bit to make it central, but then at that point it's actually more effort than if you had just taken your phone out in the moment and done it properly. But I do want to stress, this is exciting. It's the first product in its category that's actually, I would say, delivered on its promise and feels like a polished, finished product that you could see yourself using. So I would give this a 9. And now, moving further up the ladder, the concept of this next one is absolutely bonkers if it works. A speaker that can focus its sound in one area is like the entire perks of the isolation you get with headphones, combined with the freedom of being able to listen to something via speakers. And actually, while we're at it, let's just do this at the same time as the ferrofluid speaker, since, unlike the name suggests, it's not actually a speaker, but is designed to react to a speaker. It's hard for me to describe how excited I actually am for this. This is one of those very big moments where I'm actually experiencing something for the first time that could be groundbreaking tech. And I want to start by saying this ferrofluid thing over here, even without how it reacts to music, just using a magnet over it, is fascinating. It's basically a magnetic fluid, but because you never really see magnets in fluid form, it almost shows you magnetism in action in a way that's much more real than you'll have ever seen with solids. That said, the actual product feels like it needs a bit of quality control, like there's some ferrofluid just stuck to the inside of the glass. It's LED backlit. Oh my God. It's responding to my voice. I have never in my life seen anything like that before. Okay, so we'll put that there, and now the focus sound. This is a very weird piece of technology. It genuinely looks like nothing is going on in here. It's a really light, completely clear speaker with just a little bit of a metal body. So I imagine almost all of the audio processing and the actual tech is happening in this box here. This is just the projector for the sound. Okay, immediate first impression. Right now it's firing directly at me. It's not the most bassy or punchy speaker, but I can hear it very clearly. I'm gonna turn it away now. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. I've never experienced anything like that in my life. So when you're looking directly at the speaker, you're convinced the sound source is here. But as soon as you rotate it, it feels like it's almost throwing the audio source to that wall there or that wall there. So when you turn the speaker away from you, it's not like it completely mutes it, but you're probably hearing it at about 25% of the volume versus when it's facing you. So how? Well, the way that normal sound waves work is they travel out in all directions until they dissipate. Imagine like throwing a rock into a pond and seeing those ripples come out of it. But this directional audio speaker actually instead uses ultrasonic waves, which are super high frequency and therefore much shorter wavelength, which means they spread out much less. They're completely inaudible to the human ear, but the thing is, as soon as they come into contact with the human ear, they distort back into an audible frequency. So the target can hear the audio, but the other people around them can't as much. Is it worth buying? I'd say probably not yet, given that you're having to give up a lot of sound quality to be able to get this effect, but the potential is massive. So for the purposes of being futuristic, that's a 9 out of 10. And this ferrofluid speaker, surprisingly cool. This is an 8. This is the Airwheel SR5, the auto-following suitcase, and then this is the SE3S, which is the rideable suitcase. I actually really fancy a sit right now, so we're going to start with the rideable one. And I gotta say, I don't think I've ever wanted to like a product this much. Like, okay, when in your life have you ever seen this before?
Bombastic side eye.
There's a massive power bank attached to the back of it, which means that you can plug your phone in to charge it. And then you sit down on the thing and, I mean, come on. I mean, when you think about what riding around on a suitcase looks like, I don't think you'd imagine this level of speed and turning torque. This is literally like Rainbow Road in Mario Kart. Woo-hoo-hoo! So you've got one toggle that's accelerate, you've got one toggle that's a brake, but the best bit is what happens when you press both together. This is how you go through airport security. Drisha, you've got the app for this suitcase.
Yeah, I can see how fast you're going.
How fast am I doing?
3 kilometers an hour.
You're joking. It feels a lot faster than that. What? Drish, stop! Drish! This is really weird. Oh,
it just says 50, so
my
I don't know what that means.
God. Drish! Ow. Yeah. So on one hand, right, nothing beats this. But then on the other hand, as a functioning suitcase, there's room for improvement. Ooh. So I mean, for starters, they make you carry around this ridiculous butt pad, which really they could have just baked into it. Like, I don't know what kind of holiday you can pack 4 in there. At a squeeze, that's 2 shoes and maybe a butt pad. Plus, like, the website for this thing is so atrocious that I have no faith that any of the tech in this is actually going to last. And then we have the auto-following suitcase. This is the one that, from a technical perspective, I was actually looking forward to more, but it's actually quite a lot worse. So it has very similar perks to the other one in that because it's got a massive battery bank, it can charge your phone. It's actually also got a biometric fingerprint scanner for unlocking. But the key differentiator is this wrist strap. So this wrist strap essentially communicates with this sensor via ultra-wideband, which is like the same technology that your iPhone uses to find your AirTags, for example. So I am now connected, which means if I walk more than 5 meters away, then, like an overly attached child, it will come sprinting to me. Can it outrun me? That's the question. Ooh, nearly. Obstacle avoidance on point. So this is part of what my problem with the product is. These two down here are infrared obstacle avoidance sensors. They're not very good at avoiding obstacles. Do you trust the technology with your life? Go, go, go. Bruh. It's slowed down. So the problem is not that it's unimpressive. It's actually pretty cool that it works most of the time. It's just that for your most valuable possessions, it has to be 100%. And it doesn't feel like, from what I've used it, that I trust it completely. There are a couple of safeguards in place. Like, for example, as soon as you lose it, your wrist starts beeping and your suitcase just starts wandering around and around like that, looking for the sensor. But still, you only have to lose something once. And I feel like this will do it. 5 out of 10. Right, it's magic mirror time. So I started using this thing a couple of days ago, and it's a really unique product. But I think the best way to show you is to actually start a workout, and you'll see how it works. And I will say, they have got the fundamentals right. Like, the software feels very slick, it runs at a good frame rate. Although, just because of what the product is, you do get this slight ghosting type effect. It's almost like it's an infinity mirror bouncing back and forwards, which reduces the crispness a little bit. So the first thing you do is you pick a class. So you can either pick it based on the duration, you can pick it on who's leading that class, or you can pick it based on what body part you feel like working out. It's got a whole load of different settings you can play around with. And what I like about it is that it's not assuming that you have access to an entire gym suite. It's very much able to tweak itself around what you do have. And now we go. And now it initializes body tracking. It's just making sure there's one person and one person only in the frame. So when I saw this for the first time, I will say, as a fan of technology, this felt pretty cool. You've got all these fitness instructors who've clearly filmed themselves on a green screen background, so they've been able to cut it all out and almost appear like they're holographically there in your room. But it actually gets cooler, because you click right here and you have access to music. And every bit of music outputted by this mirror is generated by AI. So every time you do a workout, you are hearing different tracks. And then part of why that helps is that you can separate the music volume from the speech and sound effects volumes. Because yes, it talks to you. Like, let's say I am actually following along to this workout, it will tell me off when I'm doing it wrong.
Bring the weight up to your shoulders.
Right, so is it good? Well, there's a lot of things I like about it. I like the fact that it gamifies workouts. I like the fact that it feels like there's almost a watchful eye over you so that you have some company. And it does smart things. Like when you first input the weights that you're lifting, it will slowly use artificial intelligence to amp up the workouts to make sure that you're progressing. The bone that I have to pick, though, is with the way it's marketed. This thing calls itself a personal trainer replacement. But really what this is an oversized smartphone with a front camera, with a screen, with a set of speakers that does use intelligent software to watch you, but it can't see every angle, and you can obviously trick this if you want to. Like, it currently says I've done 7 bicep curls. I haven't done 7 bicep curls.
2 + 2 is 4.
This isn't a complete replacement for a personal trainer, but it is really good for people who don't have access to one. So 8 out of 10. You know, cycling used to be such a massive part of my life growing up. And so this idea of me revisiting it now, but using something that looks like it's straight out of Tron Legacy is kind of crazy. Okay, we have to talk about this product. Is it futuristic? Yes, hell yes. This thing is straight out of my bike driving fantasies from when I was a kid. Like, for example, it has a kickstand that, no joke, once activated can only be deactivated with fingerprint access. It's got a microchip inside of it that will alert your phone if it ever gets stolen, and it will give you the exact GPS coordinates to go find it. It's got integrated signal and brake lights, so you don't have to wave your arms around like this when you're gesturing that you want to turn right. And then also headlamps that are sensitive to the light in the environment, so they only turn on when they're needed. And all of this stuff is great. Like, using tech to make the biking experience safer, that's exactly what it needs. And then you have the elephant in the room, hubless wheels. How is it that every single bike you've seen up until this point has a hub in the middle, but this one doesn't? Well, they've actually not really done away with the hub. You still need one. They've just redesigned it and relocated it so that everything that was previously happening here is now happening in a combination of here and then here. Does it have any practical benefit at all? No, it doesn't. And that brings me on to the problems. The whole thing is very surface level. Like, it's very heavy. It's got this really cheap feeling plastic coating that we actually ended up accidentally scratching earlier just trying to clean it. As far as the actual electric bike performance, it's really nothing special. Like, it's nothing better than what you could get on a $1,000 or maybe even $700 electric bike. The thing has basically no suspension, so every single bump you go over, you feel it. But by far the worst part of this is the tech is basically dysfunctional. We couldn't get the app to connect. We couldn't get any of the smart features to work. Customer service, non-existent. The company doesn't even seem to be properly operational anymore. Making this essentially the most expensive prop I've ever bought in my life, and I'm really upset, to be honest. $4,600. That's where we're at right now. And for that, well, this Diablo robot really has to be something special. Right, let's just get one thing out of the way. This is a very impressive product. Like, it's one thing to be able to balance as a human, but to achieve that in a 2-legged machine, that requires very high intelligence. It requires the robot to be able to constantly know exactly where its limbs are, and also be able to correct itself in an instant the second something moves out of sync. You know, when you move it, it feels so powerful. Like, it could take me out if I accidentally... I'm actually a bit scared now. I'm not sure in my life I've ever used a piece of robotics that feels this powerful. So this is making me think of a couple of months ago where I tested this for the first time. It's a DJI RoboMaster, and I genuinely thought at the time, this is as extreme as toys get. But that makes this very much look like child's play. But also, it can jump. You ready? Ooh. Ooh. Oh my goodness me. Let's do a backwards jump. Which all begs the question, why? Like, what is this for? And the way I see it, the best use of a robot that can't seem to fall over is to carry stuff. Right, so the mission. Coke on the robot, and I'm going to try and deliver that Coke to Drisha on the chair. Everyone's telling me not to do this. She's watching with bated breath. This is absolutely phenomenal. Okay, you ready? Just swipe it. You got it, you got it, you got it, you got it, you got it. Yes! Other thing we need to test here is carrying capacity. So you can maximize it by going into the creeping mode as opposed to the standing mode. I probably shouldn't get on it. Drisha? It works. Do you want to have a race? It's going to give you a morph strap for when I blaze ahead of you.
It should be on you so that you can catch me winning.
No. No! No, 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 no! Yes! Oh, how do you stop? Oh. Oh, and the final added benefit is we now have a new robot to control our camera shots. Wow. This is absolutely insane. This robot's got to be a 9. At nearly $10,000 then, welcome to world's first ever mass-produced transparent TV. And actually, now we're here, I do just want to show you one more thing. You might have heard me talking about when we overtake Apple in subscribers, we're going to build this massive iPhone unlike the world has ever seen. Well, essentially, we've started building it. We're working with another YouTuber called DIY Perks, the guy who made that crazy phone shelf. What? Oh my! And long story short, it's gonna be mind-blowing. Like, just to give you an idea, the camera on the phone is an actual proper DSLR camera, and that's just the icing on the cake. We're closing in on Apple, but we just need a little bit of help getting there. So if you enjoy our videos at all, and you want to see this masterpiece of a phone come together, then a sub to the channel would be transformative. All right, so the TV itself, I mean, this is every bit as cool and futuristic as I was hoping it would be. It's basically like a normal TV. You've got a layer of glass, a translucent layer of OLED pixels, then another layer of glass, except that the way the blacks are represented is by transparency. And insanely cool as that is, it does create a bit of a paradox when you're watching content. Like, for example, if it does what a TV does best and produces really bright, vibrant, striking visuals, then it's not doing a very good job of being a transparent TV. And if it does a very good job of being a transparent TV, then it's doing a less good job than a non-transparent TV. The limitations are very obvious, like how pared back the resolution had to be. This is only a 1080p screen, which stretched out on a 55-inch panel is not the sharpest. But that doesn't mean I'm not glad this exists. Like, combine this tech with electrochromic glass, which is what tinted windows use to tint themselves, and you maybe do actually have something big on your hands. This isn't a practical TV, but I mean, the way I'm looking at it, it's kind of a piece of art. So I'm gonna give it a 7. All right, just before nighttime where we test the orb, I want to show you our final futuristic gadget. This is the Insta360 X3 camera. See, here's the thing. In most major cities, trying to use a drone to get cinematic shots of the city is strictly prohibited. But drones are not the only way to get drone-like footage. Get one of these X3 cameras, stick it onto one of the company's 3-meter invisible selfie sticks, and the camera basically uses some very clever software trickery to remove that selfie stick from the image, giving the impression of a floating camera that follows you around at all times. It's quite funny, actually. It's become this whole trend. Like, you can literally go onto Instagram now and search "no drone, no problem," and you will see thousands of people who've taken stuff like this. And you would actually be hard-pressed to tell that it's not taken on a high-end drone. And here is my attempt at the same thing. That is pretty cool. And if you want to try it for yourself, I've got us basically the best deal that you can get in the description right now, with a 10% discount off the product, a 128GB SD card, and the invisible selfie stick you need to actually take shots like this. Okay, it's bio-orb time. And we can't see anything so far of note. It just looks a little yellow, but if we turn the light off, you can't see anything now, but now I'm going to shake it. Oh my God, that's amazing. It seems like they react to motion. To a human eye, it's very impressive. But then I suppose, how often are you going to sit there rotating your bulb? I'll give it a 6.
I have made some clean setups in my time. In fact, I'd say some of the cleanest. So when a company has the gall to send me their attempt at a super clean setup capable desk, and they pre-build the thing, I gotta say, I'm a little hurt. What is this? You guys don't think I'm capable of putting a computer inside a desk? Well, I'm gonna show you that I've got the skills to pay the bills. You think it's just my employees who know how to do this stuff? I am not only going to build a computer as good as this one, I'm going to do it in just an hour. And time starts right after I tell you about our sponsor. Dan, you've got the thing, right? Yeah. Are you going to play it? Sure. No, it's not L-Roll.
Is the sponsor not in it?
It's brought to you by Moment. Where the devil are the talking points?
They were in the script, I swear. The Trello. A stall for time.
It's going great.
Give me the thing, quick. I need the thing. There's nothing in here.
Just stay in the moment. It's okay.
Useless teleprompter. No, forget it. You're done, bud. I need a laptop.
We're going.
He's working on it. Just gotta stall for time.
Yeah. Where are the talking points?
Oh boy.
Let's get started. We'll do it after.
Yeah.
I could do the read. Let me do the
read. Meet the Uneven Base, an esports-oriented gaming desk product that seeks to integrate absolutely everything you need for a full-on esports experience. Conveniently, we don't have to just imagine what it's going to look like. We've got a completed one that they sent over to us. You guys are taking it away. One moment, please.
Put it back.
Whoa! All right. So, front of the desk, we've got what appears to be a 4-foot desktop surface with integrated RGB. Got a couple panels here. I guess we'll figure all that out as we go. The point is, you've got an MITX, so an ITX gaming PC enclosure over here on the left with what appears to be a tempered glass window. You've got an integrated monitor stand, VESA compatible, obviously, that appears to fold down or something like that. Yeah, okay, that's going to be a bit of an adventure when we figure that out. And then at the back, you've got all the room that you could possibly want for cable management and ventilation. Oh, you can't see that? Come on, Andy, I gotcha. There you go, how's that? All right. Oh, and an RGB logo. Sick. All right, you guys can take this away now. I'm gonna build my own. There, boom, and 1, 2, 3, unplugged. Bye-bye. There you go. Let's go ahead and get started. Theoretically, I have a bunch of notes on all of this, but I guess I'm just winging it because there was absolutely nothing in there. Let's go ahead and unbox the desk, shall we? Uneven. I've never actually even heard of these guys. Is this their first product? Is this their only product?
This is their only product that they have on their site right now.
Okay, apparently it's their only product for now. These are super cool. This is a USB header to additional USB header kind of hub, I guess would be the best way to describe it. A lot of peripherals, like internal peripherals, things like extra screens that go on your CPU cooler, for example, will use a USB 2 header in order to update the microcontrollers that they have on board or to write data to their storage. Like say, for example, now's not a good time. See you later. Like say, for example, if you wanted to throw a new picture on one of those things, or if you wanted to change the pattern of your addressable RGB strips or something like that. So this allows you to take one USB 2 header off of your motherboard and split it out into a whopping 4 additional USB headers. And because this is not a performance-sensitive application, that's not a problem. Because realistically, you're never really even using any of those things at once. Uneven appears to have their own addressable RGB hub doodad-a-majig. I'm assuming that this goes out to the motherboard. Hey, look at that, it's labeled. This one goes to the motherboard, and then you can do up to 10 additional RGB strips off this thing. Love to see it. You know what I'd actually really love to see is someone build a one of these that has almost like a clamp that goes on top of it that grabs onto these RGB things once they're in there, because otherwise they're such a pain in the butt. You basically gotta hot glue them into place. They also include some cable extensions, sleeved cable extensions, so if you don't have a pretty power supply with pretty cables, you can still gussy up your build. And this is really nice. they've got extensions for the front I/O connectors. So this is your power switch, power button, those are the same thing. Reset switch, power LED, and drive indicator LED. Now, I haven't actually started yet, so you don't have to start this timer. But you do have to start this segue to our sponsor, Moment. From vloggers to photographers, Moment offers a vast catalog of products and courses to help you capture your vision. Get the right gear, learn new skills, and get creative by checking out Moment at the link in the video description. We got this, right, Adam?
We got this.
Yeah,
Here
we got
go.
this. All right. I'm not counting unboxing the desk as part of my hour, by the way.
Okay, that's fine. We'll let it slide.
All right. Wow, okay. That's kind of cool. You can see the caboose of the desk, right? So that's how they managed to make it thick enough to actually put a flippin' computer in here. I am looking at what appears to be 80mm fans over here on the side. Ooh, noise blocker, very nice. High grade included fans, but still have a low enough profile. So you've got this angled shape, right? Still have a low enough profile at the front that you're not whacking your knees against that flippin' computer that's inside your desk. That's been a major design consideration for us every time we've made some of our various attempts, some better than others, at building desk PCs. What else am I looking at here? It's got an integrated handle. So I guess the idea is if you had like a lot of these, you could kind of, roll them out pretty easily. Man, with a computer in there, it'd be pretty flippin' heavy though, wouldn't it? Okay, neat. So let's go ahead and get these legs unstrapped here. Okay. Oh, got a QR code here with a quick guide and user manual. Okay, they don't lock into, oh, they do lock into place. There you go. Got a little brace like that. It goes on a little something like, one moment, please. Here, come on in here, Andy. Let's see if we can figure this out. Oh no, that is it. Wait, is that it? Oh, there we go. There's your problem. It's just got to settle all the way in there. Okay, cool. This is a really neat idea for a product. I've seen desk cases before from the likes of Lee & Lee, for example, but very expensive, very premium. Basically so expensive that if you're not building a top-of-the-line machine and water cooling it, your money would be better spent almost literally on anything else. Tell me something. No, I'm going to make it a little bit further. Then I want to know how much this thing costs. Because if they're targeting esports, it could go one of two ways. It's either going to be like $3,000, because realistically, you're a sponsored esports athlete anyway, so, whatever. You just get your sponsor to buy it for you. Or it goes the other way, and it's like, look, we understand that you're only playing Dota 2 anyway, so, you probably don't want to spend a lot of money on your computer. You do need a desk, so here you go. And it'll be like, I'm going to say $499. Okay, let's go ahead and pop this up. I will say, though, the molding costs of this are probably pretty substantial. Ooh, okay. I take back what I said. This is not $499. Okay. This is pretty nice, actually, what we're looking at here. Here, let me just put this on my mark here. Oh, wow, there's a lot of tooling, a lot of molding. $899. I'm saying $899 US. Okay, Adam, come over here. Okay, you know the price already, right?
I do.
There's a lot of cool stuff going on here. We've got what appears to be an ITX compatible motherboard. No, that looks like MATX motherboard tray, so you don't even have to go ITX. Dual included 80mm noise blocker fans. What appears to be a radiator compatible dual 120mm rad mount at the back. Andy, you might want to just get in for the close-up of this rather than trying to get me talking about it. So let's show that motherboard tray. We've got the 80mm noise blocker fans. They appear to be on some kind of acoustic dampening mount already. Oh, this is getting very premium. PCIe riser. That just added $30, $40 to the BOM. Here's that radiator compatible rear 120mm dual fan mount back here. We've got what seems to be an integrated kind of cable channel right here. So that's going to take everything off of, I guess, the I/O shield of our motherboard and carry it, hello, over here to this side where it can go, interesting. Oh, what? Power supply goes way over here? No wonder they include extensions. Now that's an odd choice. You guys have got so much Z height here, and yet you opt for an SFXL power supply mount. Why not full ATX? I guess maybe that's something we can figure out as we go. While there is a lot of molding, there's definitely some areas where the molding is pretty basic. You can actually see that this mold here was modified like mid-production. Probably they had to make some change to this right here, and they just kind of hacked the additional material out of the mold, not really caring too much about the finish. I'm not saying that that's a terrible thing. You know, you don't necessarily want to just add a bunch of cost to your product because you've got scuff marks in your mold that is on the underside of a desk or something like that, but Apple wouldn't include it. And it does affect kind of, if you're going to do it that way, I expect the price to be reflective of that, is all I'm kind of going to say about that for now. Got a couple power cables, and then, I know what I'm looking at here. This is the monitor arm. Ooh, bad news. Because the monitor arm is visible. And there definitely are some tooling marks and stuff on that. Okay, but this is cool. Oh, that's kind of neat. The way that you can slide it. The DisplayPort cable is pre-cable managed in here. All right, we're gonna figure that out later. And if you have a 24-inch monitor, is that what we have? We don't. But it looks like if you have a 24-inch monitor, you may very well be able to, no, 27.
Yep.
Does it fit?
Supports to 27.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Your monitor goes in here, you close it up, and the whole thing is self-contained. That's sick. Your keyboard goes here, and presumably there's a recess somewhere or something for, okay, okay. This is funky. What appears to be a 2.5-inch SSD, like, kind of hot swap mount here. That's pretty wild. So they've just got a cable pass through. Here's power, and then presumably there's data here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. And then you can just plug a drive in like that if you really want to. Given where it is, I would rather see this also be 3.5-inch compatible, but that's not a huge deal. Okay, I am ready to make a final price prediction.
Okay.
Made in Finland. Do we have the bleep button, Dan? No. Shoot. Oh, that made in Finland. You know what? I'm ignoring the made in Finland. No, I shouldn't ignore the made in Finland. What do they mean by made in Finland? Where's the box? Is it designed in Finland? Does Finland actually have a lot of legal protections for the made in Finland word mark? Or is this the kind of thing where they could actually do a lot of the injection molding and tooling in China and just kind of assemble it in Finland? Which, to be clear, is not a bad thing. Okay, I'm ready.
You want to know the price?
I'm saying $9.99 US. Hit me.
You get one more guess. It's higher.
It's higher. Oh crap. $12.99 US.
Triple it.
Okay, hold on. You can't talk from off camera, so you gotta come participate.
The unfortunate news is that this does cost $36.90.
$3,600 US?
Yes. And that's just the.
That's just the.
That's just that. If you want the rest of the computer, it's a lot more.
Huh. This is a very fine blank t-shirt you're wearing.
Yeah.
LTTstore.com?
Totally reasonably priced too.
I know, right? Not $3,600 for a shirt. Wow. Cool. Let's build a computer.
Okay, that means
I'm ready to start the timer.
Okay.
I mean, it's cool. I guess it really is made in Finland then. So that's good. That would help justify things a little bit.
All right. Your time starts.
How's chat doing over here, you guys? Actually, wait, I lied. Not quite, not quite. I'm ready to start the timer in a second after I chat with the chat a little bit. Guys, if you're new to LTT streams, hi. We don't really do super chats. We don't really do Twitch bits or anything like that. If you want to interact with the stream, the best way to do it is to send a merch message. Go to lttstore.com, pick up a reasonably priced blank t-shirt like this one, or a water bottle like this one, or any of the other great products we've got on there. And in the checkout, you're going to see a little box that says merch messages. Leave a merch message, whether it's a shout out for your SO or your mom or whatever else. It'll just pop up either in the bottom. I think in the bottom, right, Dan?
It'll be at the top, actually,
It'll
today.
pop up in the top, and or you can send in a question, or you can just kind of send in something inappropriate, and our producer, Dan, will block it from ever being seen by anybody.
Blocked.
Those are the main options. Is there anything that we're announcing right now in particular, or nothing like that? No promos or anything?
Not that I know of. No, not at the moment.
All right. Let's start my timer.
Starts.
Wait.
No, when the clock hits 1.
When the clock wait, what? That's in an hour.
Do you want less time?
What do you mean it ends when the clock hits 1?
Yes.
Okay, what are we waiting for then?
I don't know.
Okay, come on over here, Andy. Let's build a computer. First up, we're going to be going with the Ryzen 7 7800 X3D. Why would we do such a thing, you might ask? Because we just spent $3,600 chuffing dollars on a desk. And gosh darn it, if we're going to look the esports professional part, then we better have the esports professional CPU. It's the fastest gaming CPU on the planet, and as long as it doesn't blow up. $3,600 for a desk. That's okay. We're gonna have some fun. Am I supposed to have any talking points for any of these parts, or am I just?
We got lots of
this up as
talking
I
points. You want to talk about? So the whole idea is it's an esports build.
Yeah, it's an esports build. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I can ad-lib it. You can just say, Linus, you've got nothing, and I can work with that.
You've got mostly nothing.
I've got mostly nothing. That's
Yeah.
fine. I can work with that. Okay, so come on over here. Let's install a CPU.
Do you mind raising the desk a little bit more?
Yes, we can do
It
that.
seems very Linus height right now. I mean, I can raise the desk, but I was thinking for you, Andy, it would be really nice to be able to kind of shoot down at this and have a look at what we're doing here. So we've got our AM5 socket motherboard. AMD has just done such a bang-up job over the last, well, really quite a few generations on their desktop products of building upgradability into their platforms. So AM5 arrived with Ryzen 7000 series, and it's already been upgraded to Ryzen 7000 X3D, which dramatically boosts gaming performance in particular. And the standout of all of the X3D products is the 7800 X3D. It's only 8 cores, but they are so ripping fast that pretty much everything else on the market gets left in the dust. Of course, you've got to make sure that you build a balanced build around it, which is why we chose this memory that I'm looking at for the first time. So pressure's on, Adam. I hope it's a perfect memory choice for an esports build. We went with, very nice, DDR5, 6,000 megatransfers per second, 32 gigs by 2, a 64 gig kit. Okay, that's unnecessary for any esports title that I'm aware of, but it sure is. Is my RAM rattling? Is that supposed to happen?
I hope so, because...
that's probably good. Anyway, this is a CL30 kit, extremely low latency kit, given the speed that it is operating at. These are from G.Skill, they're their Trident Z5 RGBs, and while they're Intel XMP, I'm not expecting that to be a huge problem for us, because we should be able to just load that profile using AMD's Expo memory profile tool in this motherboard's BIOS. All right, that's done. Although we're working on an MITX motherboard, which means installing that RAM may have been a mistake, and it may end up getting in my way when I try to install a cooler and try to put in my SSD, which is what we're going to do next. I guess now is a perfectly good time to talk about this motherboard. This isn't my first time working with the Asus ROG Strix X670E gaming Wi-Fi. It's a really weird product. I don't really know what else to tell you guys about it. Like, check this out. They packed so much VRM on here. They packed so much SSD storage expansion. Look, you've got like the parking garage, the SSD equivalent of a parking garage. Okay, your first M.2 is down here. Your second M.2 is up here. And then in here, there, on this little daughter board here, is the second part of the X670E chipset. So you've got one of AMD's chipsets here, and then the second one that gives it the additional PCIe Gen 5 lanes that makes it X670E is on this weird little daughter board here that seems to exist only to power this top M.2 slot. It doesn't seem to be connected to anything else. It's a super, super weird product. But hey, I don't make the rules. To my knowledge, this is the only X670E ITX product. Is that correct? I think that's correct. Don't quote me on that, though. I could be wrong. There's honestly no real reason to use X670E on a build like this, though. The major benefit of it is additional PCIe lanes, and the only benefit of additional PCIe lanes is that you can install more PCIe devices. But this is an ITX motherboard. How many PCIe devices are you planning to plug into your one PCIe by 16 slot? Anyone? Bueller?
One.
So really, you'd want to go B series motherboard for a system like this. Oh, you know what else you'd want to do? I guess is not bother reinstalling this top heatsink. Neat. Wow, this is a really bulky SSD. It's got a back plate thing on it here that interferes with using the toolless mechanism. That's very frustrating.
We have another one if you want.
Hey, no, this is PCIe Gen 5, baby. Let's go. Oh, and in order to get it apart, I apparently need a Torx driver. Do you have an iFixit kit handy?
There's one just behind you.
I love this. Dan, why don't you hit me with a merch message while I get my Torx driver out and I get my SSD disassembled, because that's the kind of thing that I can do when I'm supposed to build a system in an hour.
Yeah, you're running out of time. You better hurry up.
I'm hurrying.
Okay, so first up here is from Sterling. Have you ever considered making a stubby version of the cable straps? I know I can cut the existing ones shorter, but that feels janky and I don't want to.
All right, that's fair enough. Okay. So my initial response is, you can just cut the regular length ones shorter, you know, but you thought of that and you don't want to do that. So I guess my follow-up response is, yes, we actually are planning to do additional lengths of the cable ties. What I suspect is that we would do longer first, just because you can't cut them long, right? You can cut them short, you can't cut them long, but it would be our intention to eventually flesh out our offering with more lengths. I don't know if we're going to add any more colors. If we did add more colors, we'd probably remove some of the existing ones, but we are planning to add more lengths. Want to hit me with one more?
Sure, I got another one here. Hello, Linus and team. Greetings from Germany. I just wanted to quickly ask whether or not you're planning to test microphones for streaming or music production, I guess at the labs. Keep up the great work.
We are absolutely planning to test microphones in the lab. I'm extremely excited. Sam is our sound guy. We're going to be focused on headphones at first and more consumer-oriented products out of the gate. But over time, you can absolutely expect to see streaming products tested to the same degree of rigor as you would headphones or motherboards or GPUs or whatever else it is that we're after. All right, here's my Gen 5 drive, but the bad news is that my understanding is that this top slot is only Gen 4. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have to use the lower one.
I do have to use the lower sandwich one. Well, that's fine. I can work with that.
Before we get any further, do we want to move this desk up? Dan's yelling at me in Teams chat.
Oh, Dan's yelling at you about the desk.
Yeah, we have a top-down camera that's all supposed to be lined up, brother.
Oh, I mean, you can get to that when you start,
we'll get to that when we get to that.
building in the computer.
Okay,
He's just using it as a table.
Check this out,
I'm
guys.
just a little scared of Dan.
Giant
You should be.
heatsink, Gen 5 and chipset heatsink. It's freaking heavy. All right, let's get this drive installed. And now that we've got all that crap removed from the back and the front of it, we should be able to slide this toolless mechanism into place, saving ourselves a lot of time. And then we'll put this chipset back in, and we should be, hello? Uh-oh. Is that in? I think it's in. That switch.
Also, please use this one.
Please use that.
As well.
As well?
It has the games.
Oh, it has games. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm down. Wait, is that another Gen 5 drive? Wait, why do I need both of them?
Because why not?
Okay, but I mean,
you paid for a $3,000 desk.
Yeah, all right. I have a $3,000 desk. I might as well have 2 Gen 5 SSDs, sure. So I've got a 2 terabyte T700 from Crucial on the bottom, and then I have the Aorus Gen 5 1000, 10,000, whatever. I have Aorus's Gen 5 SSD on the top. I got a Gen 5 SSD sandwich here. Dan, hit me with another merch message.
Sure thing. Hi, Linus and team again. I was wondering if you're planning to make laptop or tablet cases or sleeves, at least for common sizes. Congrats on the quality improvements due to LTT Lab.
Cases and sleeves, no, but we are working on a laptop bag that I'm really excited about, like a shoulder bag. It's got a super comfy strap, and I think you guys are going to be extremely pleased. If you're the kind of person who has to carry a laptop around, but you don't necessarily want to have a Chungus backpack, it's going to be the way to go. Adam, do you mind undadding that? Hey, this is great progress. CPU, motherboard, RAM, SSD, and we are only 10 minutes in. No problem. Let's go ahead and get our motherboard installed in the case.
You need these?
Nope, I don't need any of that.
These are so long for an SSD.
They are long SSD screws.
Yeah.
All right, let's pop this open, see if I can figure out how to do it.
Ooh, there we go. Let's move it up.
All right, let's move it up.
We're moving it up.
I'm ready.
Okay, so just put your foot on the bar in the middle, and I'll put my foot on, and then we just pull up.
Really?
Yep.
Whoa. Whoa.
It's supposed to make that.
That feels like it's breaking. Okay. How do we know that they're all at the same height?
We pulled it all the way up to the top.
I see.
So that's how we know it's at the same height right now. And
Okay.
Make sure that the top.
It's in the thing. It's in the thing. All right. Cool. Let's put the motherboard in, shall we? Our PCIe riser goes here. Man, there is all kinds of stuff here that I wasn't really expecting to see. It's pre-wired for Ethernet too. Super cool. USB 3 goes somewhere, I guess. Where the devil does this go? Oh, interesting. Our front I/O is here. And that seems to be handled, no. Our front I/O is here. Our rear I/O is in the front. So this is not accessible when the case is closed. Got it. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this, and I'm gonna pin it down here. Then I'm gonna take this, and I'm gonna pin that in there. I'm gonna take my RGB lead, and I'm gonna deal with that later. Oh my goodness, look at all these RGB leads. Good gravy. I'm gonna take all my RGB leads. I'm gonna run them over there because those are not my concern right now. Ethernet can stick there for now. And then we've got power. This seems to be for this built-in hub, so that my front USB, or not front, but other more different front, USB 3. And then this is my DisplayPort cable for my GPU. How on earth am I supposed to install this GPU? I will figure that out. That is gonna slow me down for sure. Okay, very European. Got the hex screws. Cool. That's gonna save some time. Oh, this is cool though. Look at that. That's something I haven't seen in a long time. This appears to be a removable motherboard tray. Got a little Phillips head thumb screw here. Go ahead and pop that up. Whoop. Okay. And we've got a thumb nut on a standoff over here. And we can just pop our motherboard tray off like that. So we'll go ahead and, I guess I'll need some standoffs. What did I do with all the screws? They must be here somewhere. There they are. Don't worry guys, I can definitely do this in an hour. Hit me with another merch message.
Sure thing. Hey Linus, do you think we'll be seeing more consoles with the new APUs popping up? Or is the future handheld consoles with docks, considering how amazing the ROG Ally seems to be?
That's a good question. Honestly, I think what we're bound to see is Asus is going to get a big first mover advantage with the Ally. I would imagine they've worked out some kind of a deal with AMD where they're taking substantial volume of the new Ryzen Z1 Extreme, and that's going to lock them, not necessarily lock them up with an exclusivity window, but it will make it so that I don't think ASUS will reasonably be able to supply anyone else for quite an extended period of time. So whether they have an exclusive or not, they're going to end up with a kind of de facto exclusive on it for quite a while. With that said, for some of the lower volume players, like the GPDs and Ioneos and 1X players of the world, I don't think they need such a huge allocation of chips that they wouldn't be able to at least start their product development and release a small quantity on Kickstarter or Indiegogo. So with that in mind then, I don't think anything would prevent them from releasing competing products. The big challenge is that this is going to come down to software. And whether we're talking first-party software support from Microsoft, where they actually alter Windows, whether it's adding a handheld gaming mode or, more unlikely, releasing a handheld gaming edition of Windows, or whether it comes in the form of third-party. And I guess I kind of have my first and third parties sort of mixed around depending on how you view it. But whether it comes from the OEMs themselves. And I've seen some good efforts there. Ioneo's IaSpace was quite promising in the early days, but from my experience with it, it has either A, not progressed as much as I'd like to see in some ways, or B, actually regressed in other ways, particularly with respect to the sort of overall stability and usability of it. I haven't really been that happy with IaSpace lately. 1X Player doesn't have much in the way of software that they integrate with their product. And then ASUS seems to be putting a lot of effort into it, but ASUS, God bless them, I don't think they've ever written a piece of software that I've found usable. Armory Crate's a lot better now than it used to be. AI Suite was the old branding for it, and it was awful. Like, ruin your computer, time to reformat, awful in some cases. And I remember having just like the funniest call with an ASUS technical rep at one point. This was back in probably the X79 days, and I basically go, you know what, whatever. I'll just name the individual. I go, JJ, I love you, man, but AI Suite is awful. And he goes, what's awful about it? And I'm sitting here going, yeah, look, I know it's your job to drink the Kool-Aid, but my dude, no, it's so bad. It's a lot better than that now, but I have a lot of misgivings about how good the software is going to be on the Ally, and that's speaking as someone who has had hands-on experience with it leading up to the launch. I think they've got a big uphill road ahead of them, and if Microsoft doesn't step in and help with this, it's going to be a real challenge for handheld makers, be they ASUS or otherwise. It looked like someone had kind of pre-configured this cooler for me, but that is not actually the case. All the Intel hardware was left at the top, and I need to go fishing for the AMD hardware. Fortunately, we didn't have to fish for too long, but it does look like there's going to be a bit of work converting the block to the AMD mounting hardware. Let's go ahead and grab this here. Dan, want to hit me with a merch message while I try to fumble my way through? What even is this? Oh, this is from Deep Cool. Okay, cool. Wow. Okay. Well, that's a lot of RGB. Well, we don't need that for now. We'll deal with that later.
All right, here we go. Hi, first merch message. With the labs being built, will you redo the short circuit videos to update the information on them that may influence a purchase?
Wow, that's a really good question. No. Video production is so time-consuming and so expensive, even at the scale that we're working at. I mean, obviously, this isn't, a Hollywood big-budget production or anything like that. But video, because of the difficulty of editing it, just all the moving pieces, is so expensive compared to text that I just don't think it's realistic for us to go back and re-prep, reshoot, and re-edit and re-upload videos that we have already done, or products that we have already covered. I think what's far more likely is on those videos, we might include a link in the video description or a pinned comment to say that we've done additional testing, or even more likely is we will simply wait for a next-gen product to come out and replace it, and then we'll go back and use that as an opportunity to test not only the brand new product, but also the original one, and then we can include that data when we review the updated product. I'm actually really, really excited about the future of short circuit because I have this way of turning everything into, making everything better whether I want to or not. Short circuit was intended to be low production value, just first impressions, unboxing videos. They were supposed to take very little time. And whether it's me or whether it's the team around here or some combination of the two, we just can't settle for that. It's easy money. Don't get me wrong. Unboxings are like the easiest money ever. You just unbox it and people want to see it, and so they watch the video. Like, boom, all you have to do is get your hands on the thing. Okay, no problem, especially at the scale that we're operating at now, where LTT is, so prominent in the tech industry, right? Like, all we have to do is call someone up and say, hey, we want to unbox your product on short circuit, and they're like, yeah, okay, here you go. And there's no pressure to say a positive thing about it or anything like that. I'm not saying like easy money in like a scummy way. I'm just saying that it's easy views, I guess is the point. And so with that in mind, we could just keep doing short circuit exactly the way we're doing it now. We just have like this compulsion to do it better. So short circuit is going to see a lot more data integrated from the lab as time goes on, with the goal being to turn LTT from reviews into more like projects, more personality driven. It'll have behind the scenes. It'll have roundups, okay? Like, that's something you're far less likely to see on short circuit, is a detailed video on who makes the best sub $40 power supply, right? You might see a short circuit video on one of those products, but you're not going to see the whole lineup and the pros and cons and the explanations of how we tested it. That's going to be reserved for LTT. But short circuit is going to become less of an unboxing channel and more of like a quick overview with a sprinkling of review data. And then it'll also hopefully act as a gateway drug to get people over to the lab's website, where we want to get into way, way more detail about this stuff. Really, really excited about the plan. It's gonna take time. I mean, I've had it observed lots of times, both internally and from viewers in the YouTube comments, that, hey, the lab's going to cost a lot of money and take a lot of time to have any hope of paying off. I know. It's going to take a minute. But that's okay. That's okay. I think that once we're done, and we'll never be done, but once we're set up, it's going to be a lot more, it's going to be a lot more clear what we were trying to do, and it's going to be a lot more clear why it's so important. I mean, people don't even know what a review is anymore. It's so frustrating for me. And you see it everywhere. You'll see something like, we'll post a sponsored video, and you'll just see a comment, and someone's like, great review. And I'm sitting here going, that is not a review. And the fact that you think that that's a review shows just how broken the ecosystem is. Anything that is sponsored cannot be a review. It can still be honest. It can still be fairly comprehensive. It can still be fun. It can still be entertaining. But what it isn't and what it cannot be is a review. Never. Because any sponsored piece of content, whether they had any influence or not, the sponsor has the right to influence that content. And if they didn't have the right to influence that content, you wouldn't have to call it sponsored. So they're mutually exclusive. And the idea here is to take this sort of low-hanging fruit unboxing content and kind of like sneak in substance, you know? Kind of like, it's like, man, I don't know. It's like sneaking raisins into an oatmeal cookie or chocolate chips. You know, like you're still getting the oatmeal cookie, but we want you to Or rather, it's like, okay, hold on. No, it's more like sneaking Brussels sprout paste into your chocolate bar. So we suck you in with the chocolate bar. You know, it's tasty, it's very snackable, right? But then, oh, you accidentally learned a whole bunch while you were watching that. Got 'em. That's the goal with Short Circuit. That's where we're going to be heading over the long term. And you've already seen some hints of it if you've been paying close attention on the channel. Like, one of the things that we find with LTT is that we can only review like a class of GPU. We won't get the kind, we're at the point now. I mean, look at the channel. When we upload something, if it doesn't get 2 million, 2.5, 3 million views, it's dragging down our averages. It's hurting us algorithmically. And we can't do that because that hurts our overall reach. That hurts our ability to pay our staff. Look at this. Look at all these people who stand around and watch me make videos now. That hurts our ability to pay our staff, right? That hurts our ability to build the lab. That's unacceptable. So with that in mind, we don't have the luxury then of kind of going, oh, okay, hey, I know we already reviewed the 7900 XTX, but wow, this one that was released by XFX is really cool and does some different stuff and performs about 2% better. How are we supposed to make you know, 8 to 14 minute video, that's kind of the average for an LTT, on, it's basically a 7900 XTX, but it's got a really great cooler on it and it performs 2 or 3% better. That's it. That's a short, right? You can't justify it. So that's where Short Circuit comes in, because we can kind of take that more casual, loose unboxing format, we can include that extra information, and now we have ways of covering these cards and these products that we otherwise just wouldn't be able to justify. We wouldn't be able to spend the filming time and editing time on because they just wouldn't get the viewership that we need to make them sustainable. And I know this is all very like, inside baseball-y, and maybe you guys would prefer to imagine that everything's far more organic and not like a business calculation or whatever else, but I'm not gonna lie to you, right? Like, that's how it works. There are realities that we're working around, and we're not doing ourselves any favors by becoming uncompetitive. So I don't think you guys, I mean, I hope, I hope you guys don't want us to harm the LTT channel, and you guys can wait for Short Circuit. This is pretty sucky. This screw is not long enough to go through the fan. Whoa!
Wow.
Wow, that was bound to happen. Oh,
Do you want to replace it with an RGB fan?
Hey, good robust fan, Deep Cool. Well, my bigger concern is I just don't think these radiator screws are very long. Yeah, look at this. How am I supposed to get that through both a fan and the rear panel of my case, or my radiator mounting bracket, if that's what I'm using? That can barely go through there. I mean, do we have any RGB fans that just use the standard RGB connector? I don't want to see any Corsair. Love you, Corsair, but your damn proprietary RGB connector, while much more robust than the industry standard RGB connector, drives me crazy. It drives me crazy, you guys. I don't know what to do with you. Oh. There are alternative solutions. Oh.
Yeah, we got the Lian Lees.
Oh, we got these Lian Lees.
The little magnet ones.
So we do. Those are sick.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let's just use those. Did you specifically have those so that we could use them? Am I just not following instructions here?
I just wanted nice RGB because we got this beautiful window.
Right. That makes sense.
And then these have the little headers. So you can daisy chain, and they have a normal.
Sick. Yeah. This is awesome. Check this out. Pogo pins to handle power and RGB, so you only have to plug in one of the fans. That is so cool. Just awesome for wiring. Okay, let's go ahead and peel these peels, although I am still concerned that these are, oh really? My peel starter here didn't grab the thing. Okay, perfect. That's good. I am concerned that these screws are still not going to be long enough. Yeah. That's borderline. Do you mind grabbing me the radiator screws bin from the screws bin?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, well in the meantime, what I can do is I can put the motherboard tray in and Dan can hit me with another merch message.
Yeah, I sure can. I have multiple X3D and none X3D 7950X CPUs.
Wow, right, rolling.
7950X CPUs. At first, I didn't mess with SoC voltage with overclocking. I ran the CPU for about a month and then changed my SoC voltage to 1.25. Is my CPU degrading?
Okay, yeah, that's a really good question, actually. The answer is yes. From the moment it is birthed in the fab to the moment it ultimately dies, your CPU is degrading. The way that manufacturers set their stock voltage, their safe voltage, is by running like not just a couple of these CPUs, but hundreds upon hundreds of these CPUs under various loads, under various conditions, over an extended period of time, and observing the failure rate. They then take that observed failure rate and they extrapolate it to kind of an even longer period of time than they can test based on parameters that they've created.
I am abroad in Japan with Abroad in Japan.
Clever. I see what you did there, Aaron.
And we're about to spend $10,000 buying the coolest tech that this country has to offer. And then we're going to test it to see how Japanese tech compares to the Western tech that I spend most of my time with.
Sounds good, man. All right, let's get going.
Oh my God.
Yodobashi Camera, the best electronics store in Japan.
And funnily enough, the biggest tech store in the world. This is 9 enormous floors of basically pure tech. So we're going to ascend each floor one by one, picking out the weirdest, most unique things you've never seen before.
It's the only place you can buy practically any camera on Earth. I love it. This is my favorite shop in Japan. Well, right off the bat, something I've never seen before, solar panel bag.
This is absolutely mental. Every single one of these rows is just cases.
People absolutely love phone cases in Japan.
So this right here is privacy glass. So if you look straight on, you can see through it, but if you rotate it, you can't.
Very good on a packed train, when I say. Not that I look at anything shady.
This is really, really cool.
What the heck is that?
Absolutely miniature.
So you take your photos on that throughout the day, connect it to this wirelessly, and then print out the photos.
I've never seen this back home, and I wonder if there's a societal reason for that.
People love tiny things. Yeah, it's that idea of being sort of cute, isn't it?
So when you want to buy things, you just take the tickets instead of the things.
Exactly.
All you need to put in
your basket is looks depressingly empty. But
that's brilliant.
Quite handy if you don't want to carry things around the store.
Wow. I'm kind of struggling to process the depth of this store.
On the 9th floor, there's golf.
Of course there is. My first phone. So these are actually smartphones. I've never seen a watch like it. It's got a baked-in camera, and it looks like it gets its own signal as well. So the idea seems to be this is not just an accessory to a phone, but it is a phone. I think the R1S is the way to go. We're only on the first floor. We've already seen so much interesting stuff. This brand, Aquos, is a spin-off of Sharp, and Sharp is one of the big Japanese suppliers.
Aquos were really popular, but they've sort of died off now. They're still one of the big players in Japan.
And they actually have a top-of-the-line $1,000 plus flagship phone. You have to try it. Oh, we're sitting down.
This is why I don't like buying phones in Japan.
I think it's been 20 minutes, maybe half an hour. We're still waiting for our phone. He did a little unboxing ceremony. It's like when the hairdresser shows you the back of your hair. What do you do? Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
A miracle. An absolute miracle.
So this is really interesting. The Samsung phones don't say Samsung on them.
Yeah.
They just say Docomo, which is the provider, and then Galaxy.
And that's because Samsung is not overly popular as a Korean company.
Essentially, what I'm trying to work out is what phones have flourished here. So Asus, you never see that in stores in the UK. Compact phones seem to do well here.
Yeah.
This must be one of the only places where Sony phones have a massive presence.
It's a shame because I think Sony phones are really good.
I agree.
But they just don't do anything special enough to stand out against Apple and Samsung.
Yeah, this is it. This is like the full Sony lineup. Oh, no way. Nothing Phone 2 in the store. Again, never before seen. No, this is actually such an Apple thing to do, is to create a separate part of the store that they call the Apple area.
And this is really nice.
They've got their own table decor.
It almost is like an Apple store, isn't it? Like transported into Yodobashi.
They definitely picked the tables. Like if you look at the Microsoft Surface table compared to the Apple table.
Oak from the mountains of central Japan.
Okay, floor 2. Finally.
At last.
Just printer ink. Look at this, printer ink everywhere. If I was a printer ink enthusiast,
yeah, boy.
Power supplies, motherboard. Man, if you wanted to build your own PC, you could do it entirely from this store.
Absolutely.
And you can pick your chip all the way up to like the very best Core i9.
You call that a Wi-Fi router?
No! What is this?
Do you feel powerful just holding that?
This is how you launch cyber attacks around the globe. Oh, wow.
You use this little mug for cooking and preparing soup.
It's kind of like a kettle, but it's a kettle for your food. Let's try a cook mug. Ooh. Okay, mug in.
Nice.
I want to say this is all desk equipment.
Very cute, cuddly mouse pad. Mouse pad.
It's like an extreme version of a wrist rest. Let's get one of those. This basket was not big enough. We got a, wait, what the hell is this? It's actually got a little socket to squish the butt with.
The backside of a dog. Yeah, it does feel quite good.
Ooh la la. This is like when Mum says we have mouse at home. Look at it. It's so ugly, but I'm intrigued.
Caught it on the first bounce.
How was I meant to assume that was going to come out? So you can tell what's happening here is it's got the optical sensor on the inside, and so instead of tracking the position of the mouse on the table, it's tracking the position of the ball. Very, very interesting.
Snooker ball.
Sounded like one when I dropped it.
That was such a horrible noise.
Oh, the mice keep going. These are all mice. This is keyboards. Let's just go for this.
The noise is kind of nice at first, but I think it would drive me mad.
But yeah, how loud it is. Keep someone up at night. What's this? Whoa. It almost looks like it's like sucking the teeth, and then that one's piling into the gap.
Yeah, so this spins around extremely fast. As it spins, you can like dig it in between your teeth.
It's like proper dentist equipment at home.
You can buy one right now.
And I can buy one right now.
£80.
Which I will. This is very interesting. Let's get it. Does this tone your feet?
It's supposed to mimic walking, I think.
I've always thought of the idea of exercise equipment that you can have done to you as opposed to you having to do.
That sounds very lazy.
Well, this might be it. This might
be it. So you can
it.
stand on that and it'll move your feet, and that's the same as walking.
Just generally, the beauty section here is vast, as is shaving. And it makes me realise very, very few men here have a beard.
That's
right?
true, actually, yeah. You should buy like a laser-guided shaver.
I think it's a great idea.
Oh, you got to get that.
What is that?
Ion Boost Moisture. It moisturizes your face and warms it.
It's probably the single most cursed piece of tech I've ever seen.
At least you've got your thumbnail sorted.
Oh, true. Go on then.
Halloween face mask.
I'm doing this for you, Chris. We were making good progress in this store, but then we saw the camera section, and it genuinely stopped us in our tracks.
My favorite bit. Every camera, every lens, every accessory. If you're into filmmaking, photography, this is heaven on earth. This is a $20,000 camera here. It's very difficult to find this.
What have you got there? Oh my god! Didn't even see the end of the lens.
I can see into another dimension with this. It feels like criminal sort of technology.
That says 125 times optical zoom, 4K. So if I zoom in, wow. Oh my goodness, it just keeps going. Oh my god. Wow. Look at the size of the lens. To get this kind of magnification, you have to create massive difference between the glass and the sensor.
My god, don't drop that.
It looks like an RPG.
Look at the size of the camera and then the size of the lens.
It looks like the kind of thing you'd use to contact extraterrestrial life.
Look at that. Looks like the devil.
Oh, they've got shocks here. Definitely get a pair of those. Oh my god, those are the Bang & Olufsen configurable panels. So each one of these panels is a speaker. The more you connect in, the bigger your speaker system becomes. Yeah. Oh my goodness me. You actually get so much sound separation because your audio source is spread across such a wide distance. Bass is not bad either. That's so cool. Like, it's a piece of integrated furniture that's also like a really good audio source. But it's so expensive. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, in a suitcase.
A record player in a suitcase with baked-in speakers. Balmuda. This is the company that makes the best toaster I've ever experienced.
They've diversified.
I'm curious what they're going to do with the speaker, but we have to find out.
Following on your theme of see-through, transparent things, it almost looks like the speaker's missing. It's really weird.
I think we have to get that. Man, Balmuda. All over the place here. What is this? The Gohan.
The rice cooker.
Should we get a rice cooker?
Have you seen these robots? This is called Lovot.
Look how insanely animated it is. The way it moves. Do you want a hug? Oh, okay.
They recognize and remember your face and sort of remember like who you are.
Oh my god, it reacts to touch and it moves in actually a really similar way to my cat. Oh no, you want some? Okay. Oh, okay, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to go. I feel like I've just inherited 2 children. Oh goodness.
What is it supposed to do?
It says the most popular toy in Japan.
But why?
Great question.
I'm scared.
It's a little bit scary, yeah. This is all like Nintendo Switch. They've got an actual Mario branded racing wheel.
I didn't know that even existed.
I didn't know that existed.
Jesus.
Yeah, that is insane. Oh my god.
We don't have this in the UK?
What a purchase. They've got completely separate Joy-Con styles that are much thicker than the normal ones. I think that's a must. I love upgrading my Switch. It's like an upgraded version of the Nintendo Switch dock.
We're gonna need a bigger basket.
Oh, this is interesting. It's called Grip Chip. It looks like an additional layer you can put onto your controller that makes it grippier. Studless trigger. So you can upgrade the feel of your Switch triggers. Yeah, it's amazing. This is a first-person shooter assist ring. It's apparently going to improve the controls when playing on the Switch, which, to be fair, it desperately needs.
What's this?
Oh, it's headphones that you don't need to wear on your head.
Feels like an awkward hug. It's like plastic and cold on your neck.
Oh, wow. Keyboard cleaner? Assuming it's, a way to clean your electronics because it can get into spaces that most cleaners can't. All right, we have bought far too much stuff. Now it's time to turn our tickets into products. And this took hours. As for every single ticket, the employees had to head into a warehouse and individually find them. None of this makes any sense. In some ways, Japanese culture is so automatic and smart. In other ways, it's so manual. They've just got shelves and shelves of the same phone, and there's people handling all of the moving parts. We're going down through every single floor, handing in our tickets and picking up the items. And the shopping bags are accruing. I really don't know what people are looking at. All right. Now we test. And on our way back, Chris decided there was one more tech highlight we needed to see while we were in Japan.
Hello.
Phenomenal. It's got like individual finger dexterity. If I moved away, would it just look at you now? Wow.
I'm scared.
We are being escorted to a table by a robotic waiter. We've got 4 options here. It says talk, dance, game, special.
I'm feeling very sad. My girlfriend left me.
Is there anything else you enjoy doing that you can focus on to help take your mind off things?
I play Breath of the Wild.
That's great. Playing video games can be a fun and effective way to take your mind off things.
It's definitely using ChatGPT. The way it responds that fast.
And then presumably that can take our order as well.
No, so it can't do that. We do that on Q Arcade. Not quite as impressive.
We try dance. Just a casual robot flying in the background.
Terrifying. This is part of the restaurant. If you order ramen at this restaurant, the staff won't make it in the kitchen. They'll come over to this vending machine.
There's so many parts to this. It's got like spring onion, it's got pork, it's got eggs, that mushroom. Do you think the bowl is pre-made with all the ingredients in the right place and it's just putting hot water on?
Most likely.
Wow.
Smells interesting.
Everything's there. Okay, yeah. It's just kind of jumbled together.
If I didn't know that came out of the microwave, I might be like, oh, okay. Restaurant ramen.
Aesthetically, that looks a tier above any pot noodle I've had before.
It's a solid 5 out of 10.
Solid 5. Okay. Well, that is the single biggest in-person shop I've ever done in my life. So let's go roughly from least expensive to the most expensive to see what Japan really has to offer in an actual Japanese dojo. So, starting with all these cheap and cheerful Nintendo Switch accessories, the thing that I'm trying to figure out is, can these simple little additions actually take this fairly expensive console to the next level? So for these joystick enhancers, you get 3 different levels. You get easy, you get soft, and then you get hard, which seems to correlate with how dense that foam is, and therefore how much resistance it will add to your joysticks. And it's a really cool idea. Because the foam is squishy, it doesn't stop your joystick from reaching the end, but it just means that with the same amount of force, you're now performing subtler motions. I'd give them a 7 out of 10. These trigger covers, they're also an easy win in that they protect your actual buttons while also adding an insane amount of grip thanks to this tire-like texture. And then these grip pads are interesting, but they're not for me.
They're like these very soft, squishy, almost rubbery stickers, which you can place onto your Switch like that, and they further reduce the chance of you dropping it. They do feel nice. It's just, I think the Switch already looks good as it is. It doesn't need clutter. But now is where we can take these upgrades to the next level. So, this right here is a Joy-Con. And while there is a lot to like about it, how you can very easily slip them on, slip them off, how they help to keep the console compact, they have problems. Mostly in the fact that they're just small and fiddly with very cramped, not very precise controls. So, has this company Hori managed to do one better? Well, I mean, the second you click this in for the first time, the answer feels like a very resounding yes. Assuming you've got a little bit of extra width and depth to be able to store them, they really feel like moving up from a kid's toy to an adult's toy. Like, notice how much grippier and meatier they are compared to the normal Joy-Cons, so your hands can really curve around them. The joysticks have way more height, which allows them to be less stubby, so you have more precise control. They've got a whole extra configurable button on the back, and they're lighter than Joy-Cons, which means that assuming you're using your console in this handheld position, the moment you clip them in, this is a straight-up, all-around upgrade. The catch, though, really just comes from the fact that it's not Nintendo making these accessories, so they don't have all of the luxuries that would come with that. So they have no built-in battery, they can't work while detached from the console, you don't get motion controls, you don't get HD rumble, you can't use tabletop mode, and you can't just snap one off, hand it to your friend, and play some co-op. Lacking friends in this movie. So I'll give them a 6 out of 10, but while we're talking about the Switch, this is the supposedly upgraded Switch dock. So I initially thought this was going to be a replacement for the Switch dock. It's not. It actually clips onto the back of it and blows air at it. I was really excited about it in the shop, but seeing it and using it now, I can't help but feel like it's a little bit pointless. Because yes, it means you can take your Switch out and put it back in the horizontal position, but is that distinctly easier than just doing it in the vertical? Well, I don't think so. But also, the Switch console itself already has its own fan on the inside, which is designed to kick into gear when you put it into the docking station. So I've just never encountered a situation where I need more cooling. So 4 out of 10. But to properly finish this Switch setup off, 2 things. First, the neck speaker, and second, the shockingly premium-looking official Mario steering wheel. Now, what I've been really trying to figure out with this speaker is, why does it exist? Obviously, somebody has thought it's a good idea, a board of directors has approved it, engineers have designed it. What is the purpose of wearing your speakers around your neck? Because on the face of it, it does seem like a kind of dumb idea. Well, it doesn't take very long of using it to realize that it isn't. This is like having a set of 4 speakers directly firing into your ears, perfectly positioned for gaming. Like, let's say you're playing a first-person shooter game and a character behind you is moving. Because the speakers are positioned all the way around your head, you will hear those footsteps behind you. Oh, and it does also have a microphone embedded inside of it, so you can talk to your friends while playing. Now, obviously this is stuff that a good pair of headphones can also achieve, but it's just that because it's on your neck as opposed to kind of suffocating your ears, nothing beats the comfort of this. My only complaint is that it doesn't have the thumping bass that I would quite like to feel as, let's say I'm getting shot in a game of COD. Happens a lot. So the Sound Slayer is a solid 7. As for the wheel though, I gotta say, this feels like the luxury Mario Kart experience. I have owned a few of these wheels in the past on like the PS2 and the PS3 for Gran Turismo, but the thing that's really surprising here is that this Mario Kart wheel is actually the most realistic. Like, just after a massive turning, look how the wheel swings back into the central position. You've got so many more button options than you do on a normal Joy-Con. Like, even these paddles at the back, they feel fantastic. And the steering wheel grips too. They are probably plastic, but they definitely have a leather-like quality to them. All that said, I don't know how much I can recommend this. I mean, for starters, it's cable city over here. The wheel has one cable, the pedals have a whole separate cable. Nothing is wireless. But then also, this is Mario Kart. I'm not saying Mario Kart doesn't have skill, it absolutely does, but it's just, it feels weird to be using such a pro-level piece of equipment for a game where a randomly generated turbo mushroom at just the right time is going to be the difference between winning and losing. The game's almost too accessible. Like, it actually has an inbuilt option for your character to steer on your behalf, at which point you feel a bit silly investing almost $200 on a proper steering wheel to try and be as good as that. Ooh, all this activity is working up a bit of an appetite. So it's a good thing that we now have 2 pieces of Japanese technology that are going to help us cook. First is the cook mug, which is what I'm going to use to prep a soup. So the cook mug is a fairly simple, but still pretty interesting idea. So let's say you live on your own and you mostly cook just for yourself, then the concept of this product is that you can cook and you can eat from the same receptacle. So here we have some hot and sour vermicelli soup, which I bought this morning from the supermarket. One thing you will learn very quickly about Japan is plastic wrapping. They put it on everything. Okay, so open it up. Noodles. Looks nice and unprocessed. Oh, look at that. Fresh vegetables. Oh, wow. That smells really good. Smell it.
Oh, whoa.
Right, you went back for seconds. So we've got boiling water. We're going to pour that into the fill line. You plug it in, and then you basically just select which setting you want to run it on. Now, I will say a few of the practicalities aren't quite there. Like for a product that's designed to be picked up and put down and picked up and put down, there's got to be a docking system or something, as opposed to this massive cable sticking out the back. And then also this handle actually will not fit my hand in. Maybe that's just a me problem. But we'll save the verdict until I've eaten from it. And then the second part of this equation is the balmuda rice cooker. Because honestly, Japanese people have rice with everything. Now, me personally, I am one of those simpletons who just cooks his rice in a pan. But here in Japan, it is a very normal thing to carry around a rice cooker. And this should be the best of the best. So my first impression with this was A, damn, that's premium. But also B, there's a lot of wasted space here. Then I realized something. You know the balmuda toaster that I constantly talk about? The one that basically cooks bread by using a stream of water vapor around it that cooks the outside but keeps the inside soft and fluffy? This does a very similar thing to rice. So it's basically got a lower chamber, which you fill with 180 milliliters of water. Man, don't you love this little container? So this is the water that's going to become steam. And then on top of that is where you put your normal rice cooking stuff. So that's basically rice and water in a 1-to-1 ratio. So we'll just use one of these cups. We'll fill one with water. Something really zen about the ritual of rice making. And we seal it up and let it do its thing. So the idea here is that the rice is going to cook to a normal level using the water that we're already putting it inside with, but then the steam comes in, taking the cooked rice and then almost recasing it back up so that it's got this grainy, individualistic texture as opposed to just this kind of gloopy substance that all sticks together. That's the idea, but we'll only know for sure if it works when we come back and taste it at the end. And while that's going, I think it's time we build a proper work setup right here on our very authentic looking Japanese table. I know this looks really uncomfortable, by the way, but once you're in, they figured something out. It feels great. Plus, look at this. Sliding armrest. So the mouse mat, or should I say cat mat, is, as we expected, nothing technologically groundbreaking, but I do like it. I mean, aside from bringing joyous cat imagery to the workplace, it's very sticky, so it's not going anywhere. It's literally easier to move the table than it is the mouse mat. And all these little tufts, very squishy, very comfortable. And I don't know if they did this on purpose or not, but it actually creates 3 distinct, very comfortable angles that you can come at your desk from. The only compromise is that it doesn't actually leave much room for your mouse to move around on. But that will not actually be a problem for us, because this right here is our ball mouse. And there's something that feels both really futuristic and also really dated about it. Like the idea that you can now completely move around your screen without physically having to move your wrist at all is very freeing, and it's definitely less total effort expended. I keep naturally trying to move it around like this, only to be like, oh my God, yeah, I don't have to do that anymore. It's just that, for me at least, if I actually want fine control over this ball, I can't just rest my thumb on it. I actually have to raise my thumb and use the tip to guide it. And at that point, it just feels like quite an unnatural stretch to have to hold. So for me, this is a 5. The keyboard, though, I am really starting to rate. So this is made by Logitech, who in Japan actually calls themselves Logi Cool, because I guess that's how you appeal to the younger generation. But the product itself is really well thought out. I paid $80 for this, and for that, I've got 85 keys, each with their own individual Cherry MX Brown switch mechanism, which gives a nice satisfying bump every time you hit the trigger point, without being too loud. You can connect it to up to 3 different devices at the same time, and then flick between them using the 1, 2, 3 buttons. There's a dictation button for whenever you want to speak something instead of typing it, and that works pretty well too. But what makes this the Pop Keys keyboard is these. These are basically instant emojis. So that will do the heart face, that will do the crying face. This will bring up the menu for audio emojis. And they've even given you alternative options. So let's say I want to swap the heart smiley for the fire. I just take that keycap out, put the fire one in, and then pull up Logitech software to reconfigure what that key means. It doesn't feel like a super high-end product, but it also doesn't feel cheap. So for $80, I'd give this an 8 out of 10. Oh, I just noticed it started steaming. Theatrics. That's actually kind of nice. And now time for the piece de resistance. I've always been curious about the idea of an air duster, and this one right here is everything I was hoping it would be. It's just a smart product. Essentially, this body funnels air from this side to this side. It's got 2 different power levels, so that's just number 1. And that's 2. So what does that mean? Well, for starters, it means it can blow. So let's say I'm very messily eating a cookie over my brand new keyboard. God, this is painful. You just pick it up, flick the nozzle that way, and then because the air is traveling from this side to that side, in theory, I should just be able to blow this right off. My goodness, that is phenomenal. Just one little one left in there. You disapprove? So my keyboard is crumb-free. Nothing else is. But then I guess this is where the other side comes in. So because air is coming in there and going out there, this side can be a vacuum. So if we stick the filter on and then whichever nozzle we think suits the situation best, it really looks like an interplanetary space gun. That is not bad at all. Look at this. I feel like I'll be making ASMR TikToks right now. The fact that it's also got bristles at the end, it allows you to kind of nudge out the bits that are stuck into the nooks and crannies of your products. This is an easy 9. Okay, that's enough of me sitting down. It's time for a workout. Japanese style. This is the 6-pad foot fit and the 6-pad clothing. And from what I could gather from the floor salespeople, this is an extremely fast-growing thing here for people who are starting to feel unhealthy and I guess want shortcuts to getting fit. 3, 2, 1. Okay, this is pretty tight. And it's actually about to get tighter because essentially you've got to make sure that every single one of the contact points is in complete contact with your skin. Right, so this is the top controller. That's going to go into our jacket. And then this is the bottom controller. It's going to go onto our shorts. And the idea of these controllers is that they're going to send electrical impulses through my body very, very quickly to force my muscles to contract, but like 100 times a minute, maybe more. Oh my goodness. I've done something like this before with the Slender Tone belt, but that was literally just abs. This is, it's everything. It's going like, My whole body's like pulsing at the same time. It comes and goes in bursts. So I fully believe experts in this field when they say that stuff like this is not quite the real deal. But at the same time, my heart rate is up, my muscles are contracting, and I am starting to sweat a little. So I'd be very shocked if this is actually doing nothing. Could you just be like reading a book and going about your Tao day? I actually really like the fact that it's a full body experience instead of just a belt, because like, I mean, if you're gonna be uncomfortable, you might as well be fully uncomfortable and actually get all the benefits from it. It's kind of both quite scary, but also really cool tech. It's not like getting punched around. It's like, you know, you're at the end of your workout and your friend is shouting in your ear, just one more rep. Except you have no say in it. But there is more. So this is the Foot Fit Plus, and it's kind of like the same thing, but for your feet and your lower legs. There is also an upper leg connection, but I felt like my legs were already covered. And this is actually the product out of all of the 6-pad things that I could see myself using on a regular basis because you don't have to strap yourself up into a skin-tight water suit. So there's a bunch of different modes. There's training, there's conditioning, and there's walking, which is meant to simulate the gains that you would get from doing lots of steps. When it's on a low power, it's kind of like a crawling, creeping feeling. And then as you start to turn it up, goodness me, I turned that up way too high. Can you see my muscles tensing up as that happens? Okay, I got a bit brave with the level. This is on 20 out of 23, and it does feel a little bit like a torture device. That's so freaky. When it sends the signal, my toes naturally curl up and I cannot straighten them. Oh my God. So this is cool tech. All of this is really cool tech, and I'm so with the vision. I just need to see some more conclusive proof of the benefits before I recommend it. Now this little camera, I'm really excited for, because it almost feels like it is purpose-built for the Japanese market. They seem to really like cute tech. But in this case, it's not just an aesthetic thing. This has a very functional benefit too, to the point where I would genuinely consider using this on a day-to-day basis. Why? Well, you know this whole idea that I've really started to love of leaving the house without your phone and just taking a Polaroid to capture photos, to be able to be more present in the moment? Well, the problem with that is that Polaroids are massive. And so what Instax have done here is basically separated the camera component with the printing component. So you leave this at home, this is what you take with you. So you can take up to 50 photos on it, and you do it like so.
Save haze.
Oh, here we go. And I know the instinct for people is to kind of take it and wiggle it around in the air, but what you're actually meant to do is to just lay it on the flat ground. I'll just stick it in this dark room for a minute. So the quality is, well, like all cameras in this category, not the best, but there are some smart features, like being able to pick what aspect ratio that your photos print at, or choose the sound your camera makes as it's capturing. But by far the coolest thing is, let's say you take a selection of photos and you don't want to print every single one, you can do this. So it looks like I'm printing a normal photo right now, but let me develop that. This is one of the photos we took, but also in the corner, that's a QR code. So you have this one as like a physical memory, which I could so imagine being like the cover photo of your holiday. And then you want to see more, you scan with your phone and it leads you to the rest of them. I think that's such a good idea. I'm gonna give this product a 9. Right, then we have the Ion Boost Face Mask, which I have to say sounds like a load of marketing nonsense. But here's the idea. So the average person nowadays spends a lot more both time and money on their skincare products. We've got moisturizers, we've got toners, we've got night creams and day creams, and this is not in addition to that, but it's designed to enhance the effectiveness of that entire routine, apparently using the power of both positive and negative ions. Good Lord. Well, if this isn't the mask in the next Scream movie, I will be thoroughly disappointed. I was really hoping you'd feel something. Ooh, it's getting really hot. I would be alarmed, but if there's one thing I do trust the Japanese with, it's skincare. They know how to do it. You get used to it, it's actually kind of nice. Now, it's obviously a very tough one to rate, since, I'll have to wait 20 years to let you know if it has actually improved my skincare routine, but they could have made it look a bit better, couldn't they? And while we're on the subject of beauty, it turns out the toothbrush looking thing that I picked up is not a toothbrush. It's in fact a tooth polishing kit. And don't get me wrong, I think this is an awesome concept. Anything that means I can spend less time visiting the dentist, I'm interested. It's just the execution of this product is a bit of a miss. Even just disregarding the fact that the front of the box says, the sooner with the prevention of your mouth. I hope my mouth doesn't get prevented. The thing runs off AAA batteries, which smart toothbrushes ditched like 10 years ago. And also, the whole experience just feels like a really unsatisfying, squeaky toothbrush. What I'm saying is that there will be a way of doing the polishing in a way that feels better than this. 3 out of 10. Right, let's just quickly see how our food is doing. Wow, that one's gonna take a while. This one, oh, you can actually hear it boiling. Oh, just stay here for 2 minutes. All right, moving further up the pricing ladder, it's speaker time. I honestly can't get enough of audio products. They're the best thing. So first up is the record player, which is something that I would say I've not fully appreciated until about 2 months ago, when I got one for my fiance and we spent the entire evening just curled up on a couch listening to the same record again and again and again. Now, most turntables, they need a separate preamp and they need a separate set of external speakers. And so what's really interesting about this, apart from the fact that it's a suitcase, is just the fact that it's everything. It's the turntable, it's the amp, it's the speakers, and it's a battery, because the entire thing can be used on the go. So the question is, how does it sound? I recently realized actually that Mozart is royalty free, so that is what we're going to be listening to. Oh, well. Love that warmth. Oh my goodness. That's the charm of listening to a record. Whether or not it actually improves the quality, questionable. Okay, I've had a good listen to this, and my take is I don't think this product makes sense. I want to love it as the all-in-one vinyl solution, but I think either you decide. You either decide you want portability and you go for a proper mini Bluetooth speaker, or you decide you want the vinyl experience and you sit down, you get the setup, you get the preamp, you get the external speakers, because you can tell the sound of this is very much compromised and not getting the most out of this. Okay, I'm sorry. I just really like the aesthetic of this Balmuda company. So this is their speaker. And while for the price you're not actually getting a lot of speaker, what you are getting is major style and character. Like, just look at this. This is the pairing animation. It's so sick. If you look closely, you'll see a whole load of small little lights on the inside. It's got 6 within those tubes in the middle, and then 6 in this ring on the outside. And genuinely, watching those dance around to the music you're playing, especially at night, it is mesmerizing. And I know I'm acting like this lighting is God's gift to mankind, but I want to emphasize that it's more than what it seems. See, it's one thing to build a speaker with a set of lights that pulse when the bass hits. That's what this outer ring does. But see, the inner ring is completely different. It reacts to the middle and the high notes. And so what you get feels very much like a complete 3-dimensional lighting experience that captures not just the drops, but actually the entire vibe and shape of the music. But let me just show you. Okay, song playing, building up to a drop, but see how it's still lit up. And now, floodlights when the bass drops. So you still get that impact, but even in the meantime, it's very much like keeping up with the rhythm of the song. So yeah, in case it wasn't already clear, I really, really love this speaker. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's the most practical. Like, if they spent a little bit less energy focusing on lighting, they could get a bigger battery in there. And the sound, I mean, it's really well tuned for what it is, but there's only so much that it can whack you in the face with bass when it's this small. So I'm gonna give it an 8. But that shouldn't be as much of an issue for our next product, the transparent speaker. Wow, it actually comes with a set of gloves for the unboxing. It makes sense and actually highlights one of the downsides of a transparent speaker in that any fingerprint will be visible from all angles. But that does not take away from how pretty this thing looks when set up. I mean, of all the transparent tech that I've tested in recent memory, the TV, the controllers, this is by far the most effective. Because A, it's not affecting the functionality. All a speaker needs to be is a large air chamber and then a way to propel that air. And then B, it's also one of the most unexpected products to see in this transparent form. I like that the controls are tucked away from the glass, so there's less chance of you dirtying it. And also, it feels so good. Oh yeah, and audio quality, definitely a step up from the Bermuda. You're still paying extra for style with a product like this, but at the same time, I would class this audio quality as on the upper end of consumer-grade speakers. Like so. If I were to review their overall price to performance ratio, I'd give them a 7. Right, let's talk about phones. So there's 2 phones here. There's the R1S watch phone, which is for kids, and then there's the actual proper Japanese flagship phone. Now, I've got to say, this watch phone is the least convincing packaging I think I've ever seen a phone come in. It really does feel like a toy. This is designed to be your kid's first phone in Japan, so what makes it good at that? Well, for starters, it's actually really easy to use. You know, sometimes when you pick up a new smartwatch, you're kind of feeling like you're having to skirt around a virtual maze to figure out how to do the things you want to do. This is literally watch face and then flick down for a few of the extra bits. You can customize your watch face by holding down on it, and there's 2 rows of different options here, the bottom one being entirely animated. I mean, I as a grown adult could see myself having a lot of fun with this. And then there's just a whole load of little thoughtful touches. Like, for example, brightness. When you click brightness, it doesn't open up a new slider or menu, you just tap it to cycle between the different levels of brightness. The SIM card tray, completely toolless. It's got a wicked music interface. It's got a camera. How often do you see a smartwatch with a camera? But the quality is bad enough that you will only use it if you absolutely have to. But here's the crux of it. This is what I think would be the reason most parents consider buying one of these. This button right here is an SOS button. You press and hold that for 5 seconds and all of your family members will get a notification. They'll get your exact GPS coordinates and a 30-second voice recording of your situation. That's cool tech. And also on the back, heart rate monitor. So a parent can set what they want to be the upper limit for their kid's heart rate, and then anytime the kid exceeds that, the watch will actually tell them to take a break from what they're currently doing. So don't let this toy-like exterior fool you. This is a high-tech, genuinely useful bit of gear. I'd give it a 9. And now, just before our next level race from another dimension, we got the Aquos R8 Pro that we worked so hard to get our hands on. And I have to say, initial impressions, slightly tainted. It feels like the carriers have a lot of control over the Japanese market. And this phone is a good example of what happens when that happens. Like right from the moment you set up, the phone is riddled with extra menus and extra data collection, and it's pre-installed with so much bloatware. And also, these companies like Docomo, they're controlling the entire way that you buy a smartphone. There's so much friction, and it honestly sucks. But that's actually such a pity because the phone itself has so many cool ideas. Like the fingerprint scanner, for example. Massive. You put your finger anywhere in this area, it'll work. Or like swipe up on something with 2 fingers, it'll initiate auto-scrolling. Why is this the first time I've ever seen that feature? You can take screenshots just by tapping and holding one of the top corners. I love how every single time I lock and unlock my phone, both my lock screen and my home screen wallpaper will change. It's got the ability to not just set your refresh rate to auto, but actually force some apps to run at higher refresh rates, which makes the camera, for example, feel really fluid. What about the cameras then? Well, the first time I tested this, I was completely floored. The room we're staying in is right next to Tokyo Tower, so the first thing I did on this phone when I booted it up was went outside and took a side-by-side photo of that really brightly lit tower with this in the iPhone 15 Pro Max. And honestly, this was a better photo. Sadly though, bit of a one-off. As I continued to test it with the iPhone, it became very clear that actually overall, it gets absolutely pasted. It feels 5 generations behind. So the way I'm seeing this is really great ideas that I wish were present on all international phones, but just very mediocre execution. Like, I cannot believe the company actually let menus like this pass. It often just looks bad. 5 out of 10. All right, food is nearly ready. Let's quickly talk about Shocks. What's really different about Shocks is that their entire brand philosophy revolves around open ear technology. So being immersed in your sound, yes, but while still being aware of what's happening in the world around you. I remember buying a pair of Shocks years ago for that exact reason. And let me tell you, they've come a long way since then. And actually here in Japan, you see a lot of people wearing these. So these are Shocks' new open fit earphones. And the key technology behind them is air conduction. So instead of a normal pair of earphones that block up your ear canal and thus your ability to hear anything else, these Shocks sit outside your ear canal. And they use a really cool bit of self-developed tech called direct pitch, which means you can hear your music, you can hear the world around you, but the world around you can't hear your music. And this has 2 major perks. First is the comfort. The fact that nothing's actually going inside of your ear means it's very easy to forget these things are even on. And I had doubts about the bass because of that, but let me tell you, the bass hits you like a truck. And the second part of it is the awareness. Whenever I'm in public and I see someone else wearing traditional noise-cancelling earphones, whether they're crossing the road or driving a car, I won't lie to you, it makes me a bit nervous. It's really important to just be aware of other people. And so the open fits fill that void. Not to mention the build quality is A+. The speaker unit on the inside is made from carbon fiber, 20 times stronger than steel, and the actual ear cushions, ultra soft silicone. Link in the description to learn more. Yes, okay. See what it's cooked up. So the rice grains are, as promised, still very separate. It doesn't feel like it's glooped together into one substance. So the idea of this cook mug is as soon as you're done cooking, you unplug it and it just has a keep warm function. So put some rice in there. Now let's see. Oh my goodness me. It's subtle. It's not going to change the very definition of rice, but you know normally when you have curry with rice, then you're kind of there for the curry and the rice is just kind of padding up the meal? Didn't feel like that here. The rice is actually its own distinct character that's adding. So I'm going to give this a 7 and I'm going to give this a 9. I hope you enjoyed our little Japanese culture trip. I will catch you in the next one.
Before getting started, this is the biggest film I have ever made. I mean, it's longer than a feature film. It's packed with so much insight. It took more than 400 hours of editing time. It took more than 3 months to make. So I hope you enjoy.
20 years ago, I picked up my first camera.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mace.
Since then, I've traveled to over 100 countries, made more than 500 films, won a few awards along the way,
Generated more than 1 billion long-form views.
and worked with some of the biggest creators on the planet. Over the past year, being Mr. Beast.
Behind me is what a timeline looks like from a recent video I made with him in Nepal. In this video, I'm gonna offload everything from inside my brain.
Every single ounce of knowledge I've learned over the past 20 years of making videos.
And in doing so, make the most comprehensive filmmaking tutorial of all time, ever, on YouTube, right now, for free, right now. I'm gonna be using this film as an example, going back 2 months and taking you in real time through the entire process from how to come up with an idea for a video, turning this idea into a compelling story, preparing to shoot the video, shooting it,
editing it, which will be the most extensive part of this video,
making the music or selecting the right track,
doing the sound design, grading, animation, and lastly, how to best upload your video to maximize views.
all as a one-man band. My neck. Okay, look. The last thing I want to be doing right now is sitting here wearing all of this stuff. But I have to. 1, because I love making videos. And 2, well, I need to make the money. I need to make videos to make money. And this, my friends, is the biggest challenge as a creator, is to be able to make money doing what you love. However, I have found the solution for you and for me. So I can take off all the stuff. Whew.
Oh right, Kajabi, the solution. Kajabi is the ultimate all-in-one platform for creators and entrepreneurs. No matter what your niche, Kajabi makes it easy to turn your skills, your passions, your experience into a successful online course. Or exclusive membership sites, subscription podcasts, thriving communities, personalized coaching, and more. And the best part is that Kajabi doesn't take a cut of your revenue. Like 0%, you make 100%. I have absolutely no idea how they make money, but it's an upside for you, for me. They've literally helped creators make more than $7 billion. Kajabi gives you all the tools you need to build a profitable business. But right now, Kajabi is offering a 30-day free trial for you to start your business. If you go to kajabi.com/mace and join the creators and entrepreneurs that have made billions by doing so. Back to the video. Okay, if you're only here for the comprehensive editing part of this video, don't worry, I got you. Head to this timestamp below. Step 1, the idea. In the world of creativity, ideas are currency. The better the idea, the easier the video is to make. Well, in most cases. But what are ideas and where do they come from? When I asked Casey Neistat, one of the greatest critical thinkers and idea generators in the world, what to do if you don't have an idea, he said,
What's up, Dan? What you doing in here, buddy?
dude, I'm just frustrated. I've got to shoot this movie and I have absolutely no idea what to do.
Writer's block.
Writer's block. Does that shit ever happen to you?
Let's have a talk, Dan. You don't have the idea, right?
Zero idea.
Okay. Writer's block. Okay. So then the key to pushing through writer's block is, for me, you look at what you do have, and out of what you do have, we'll birth the idea. That makes sense?
Yeah.
What do you have?
It was in this moment I realized it's all dependent on what you know and furthermore what you can attain. For instance, I would love to make a film tomorrow about how to use fringe science to create a time travel machine so that I can go back to the moment when I saw my wife walk down the aisle for the first time and really re-experience that emotion. Impossible. Maybe one day, but tomorrow, never. When I ideate, I like to get a group of friends together and play a game of sorts where we have 10 seconds to say anything that comes to mind, and if that idea turns into a video, that person gets compensated by whoever ends up making it.
Committing crime on international waters with a gangster. Not being able to use your tongue for that.
I know, I have weird friends, but we're all filmmakers and have a shit ton of fun ideating. Make sure that you surround yourself with smart people, people that challenge you and your thinking, people that you can run your ideas past, and friends that will roast you when your ideas suck. And then there's working for a client where the idea is given to you in some shape or form, but the majority of the execution falls on your lap. It falls on your lap to make it great through utilizing the medium of film to present it to the audience.
No, sorry, this isn't working.
Right in the beginning, clients' expectations can somewhat be a little bit unreasonable at times, but make sure that you don't ever work for experience and not for money. Now, once you have this idea locked in, it's time to truly consider it. Consider if it's worth pursuing by asking yourself the following questions. 1. Can I financially afford to pull this off? 2. If I can't afford it, is the guerrilla option dangerous or against the law? And if so, just don't do it. 3. How long will it realistically take? You have to consider time as your biggest expense. Is the juice worth the squeeze? 4. Am I advancing at the expense of someone else? This is possibly the worst mistake you can ever make. Don't spend an entire day doing this. It'll eventually just become a set of rules that you abide by. It'll take around 10 minutes. It'll take even shorter if you eat a brew bar. Oh, so good. I'll put the link in the bio to buy these. So good! Oh my god! It's good! Oh shit, I think I broke my screen. I think I've had a few too many of these for today. They're caffeinated, watch out. Sorry about that. Now, whether it's making a video for your YouTube channel, a short artsy film for Vimeo, a Super Bowl ad, a corporate video for a startup, or any video for that matter, pull references.
This is a massive oversight by so many filmmakers. You probably pull ideas from films or ads that you've seen in the past without even knowing, but imagine spending the time scouring the internet for 2 hours and building a bank of content that deals with the same subject matter within your idea. So many new ideas will spring from this. Camera techniques, editing techniques, ways in which you utilize sound and music. Yeah, trust me, just reference. And after time, you'll have such a rich folder of references like mine. We'll get into this later, but please make sure that you folder everything correctly, because you have to be able to navigate your way through your files as quickly as possible. I used to find myself staring blankly at the screen like my brain was rebooting when looking for something, as there were so many different file paths that I actually forgot what I was doing in the first place. Step 2, the whiteboard. A whiteboard and an idea go hand in hand. If you have a white wall or some way that you can paint that's white, I suggest buying Moxie Wall whiteboard paint. It essentially turns your wall into a whiteboard, or you can just buy a second-hand whiteboard, like this. Much like a detective trying to unravel a case, I'm trying to unravel an idea to find the best way in which to tell the story. There's something about the artisanal feeling of actually writing something down. I find it far less complicated than online tools that try to make it easier. I actually learned this working at Beast.
We even travel with these, which are portable stick-on whiteboards, which stick onto the wall wherever you are in the world so that you can write down your thoughts while on the go. I've put the link to both the whiteboard paint and portable whiteboard below. Both of these, game changers.
But there's a formula to the whiteboard, and I'm speaking specifically to YouTube videos here and how I ensure that every video we upload to YouTube gets at least 25 million views. A logline. This is a simple one-liner you can constantly return to if you ever feel lost. It's a direct roadmap from idea to execution. Remember, I'm speaking to non-fiction videos here, so for the most part they are unscripted, where spontaneous events may occur out of your control. And this is the point of a logline. This is where the logline will help guide you most. No matter what the circumstances you occur along the way, this will ensure that you stick to the idea. A logline in the fictional filmmaking world, the traditional world, would be used to sell your film, to pique curiosity from a financial backer or a streamer. And in our case, for this video, it's the full picture summed up into as few words as possible. And here's a formula you can use to write your own logline. Problem, intention to overcome the problem, obstacle to overcoming the problem, and solution. This is me writing the logline for the video. Before I write this logline, I'm gonna eat this brew bar. So give me that strength. 10-second rule. I haven't yet gone to Nepal or embarked on this mission to tell the story. In essence, this is what I feel the film would encapsulate. Problem, which is no power in this remote village, which means medical care for 16,000 people is near impossible. Okay, that encapsulates immediately this severe problem. Then the intention to overcome the problem, this is obvious, which would be to bring power to the village and to provide care and build a hospital. The way we would tell the story is to bring power to the tip of this mountain that's 10,000 feet above sea level, and then on top of that build the hospital to power that hospital. It's just the more compelling way to go about telling the story, and that will come through in this logline. Then we've got obstacle. It's going to be difficult and harsh terrain. It's going to be tough to get there. It's very, very cold temperatures. What we've looked at is going to be like -4 degrees Celsius. That is in Fahrenheit, this amount. There's a time constraint, and this is really important for telling a compelling narrative. Always adding a time constraint to this obstacle. This helps make the film more engaging, to understand the urgency, then eventually get to the solution. But the main problem being financial backing. All of this needs to be funded in order to happen. And that's what in the solution is all comes back to Beast Philanthropy. With the solution, you want it to be inevitable yet surprising. So the inevitable ending here is that we indeed power the hospital. That's why people have come, they've clicked on the video, they want to see that. But we have to unravel other stuff along the way. And usually what I try and do when editing these films and when filming these projects is to try and find these unsung heroes in the communities that have really gone out of their way to make a difference and provide medical care in this scenario to 16,000 people in the village. And what we found through doing research is that there is a makeshift kind of clinic in this area where there are qualified doctors that have come there, but they don't have the tools and the necessary medical equipment in order to help in severe cases. Like there's been a lot of miscarriages, there's been a lot of people that have had serious infections that haven't been able to get the medical care that they need. So now I'm going to try and sum all of this up into a simple log line. We've got all of this. This will obviously be difficult for me to carry around written. I like to have it written on a small piece of paper so I can just quickly open it up wherever I go, if my phone battery dies or whatever the case may be. So I'm going to restrict this into as few words as possible. I've written a really long sentence now, and it's more like a paragraph, but this will now help me to use the art of reduction to get it into a more simple form. I've managed to reduce it to 26 characters. Usually I would like to do 25 characters, but 26 is okay. In a remote Nepalese village, 16,000 people lack electricity, hindering medical access. We'll battle the harsh terrain, power the village, construct the hospital, and empower incredible locals. And now that I've got this, I have a compass, a metaphorical compass to follow when making this film. The title and thumbnail. So once you have the logline waxed, you have to start thinking about the title and the thumbnail immediately. Yes, this early in the game. Because the way that the thumbnail correlates with the title, which correlates with the first line in the film, all affects your CTR, which is your click-through rate. This is literally so important. It'll make the difference between getting 10,000 views, 100,000 views, 1 million views, 10 million views, and so on. You can use subtle clickbait, that's the world we kind of live in on YouTube right now, but just make sure that this is solely emphasizing what your video is about. Obviously, if you make something ridiculous that the video is just not about, the audience is going to get pissed off and they're probably going to unsubscribe. Here's a quick 5-step phase of how we developed the thumbnail for the video I decided to title, We Powered a Mountain. Now, once you have this down, it's time to move on to the hook. When dealing with non-fiction films, unscripted films like these, it is impossible to write a script in its entirety before shooting because I don't yet know the nuance or the environment that we're going to be shooting in. However, I always try to have a strong opening line written up front. Here's me coming up with the opening line for this video. The key to a good hook is to immediately assure the audience that what they've clicked on is the video that they're about to see. The thumbnail that you've shown them is now the journey, the video that they're about to watch. But at the same time, you have to pique curiosity. So if the title is We Powered a Mountain, the audience already knows what we're gonna do. We need to hook them. We need to give them a reason to care right up front, but also assure them that we are indeed going to be powering a mountain. However, we used hyperbole with this title because we only powered just the top of the mountain. We powered a hospital at the top of the mountain. And that's what we're going to try and unravel in this opening line, in this one-liner. Using a one-liner like this wouldn't really work for this video. 1 week ago, this mountain looked like this. Because as I said, the whole mountain obviously didn't change. But if we did light up an entire mountain, if we did power the entirety of the mountain, this would be a great opening line. To have a juxtaposition to what it did look like and what it looks like now, and then the audience kind of wants to understand what happened in the middle. This is one of a whole bunch of different formulas. Okay, I'm gonna try and do this in 1 hour. Focused. So we're gonna go from problem to an interesting fact or a new insight, and then what the mission is. This takes a long time. Okay, we're onto something, we're onto something, we're onto something. This... After 2 hours, I finally came up with a hook that I think would work. 10 days ago, this hospital on top of a literal mountain in Nepal looked like this. What'll be really interesting is to go forward around 5 weeks and see if this line has changed at all. Spoiler, it does. This happens quite a lot when Jimmy and I are shooting. We go back and forth and we try different lines, but they all are around the same idea. Make sure you take a picture of this whiteboard and keep it on your phone. You don't know who's gonna come along and wipe it off. Now that you have the idea, the logline, the title and thumbnail, it's time to develop the story. Step 3, the story.
Entertainment doesn't just mean to make someone laugh or feel joy, it could also mean to make them cry. The point is to evoke an emotion. So then what is storytelling? There'll be 40 different Google definitions as what storytelling is, but I define it as the process of guiding an audience through a sequence of events that lead to an outcome that can either be inevitable or surprising, or even better, both. The purpose here is to transform human behavior through utilizing impact, communication, and then persuasion. You have the ability with a really powerful story to impact the way people think and furthermore behave. Think of any video right now, not one you watched yesterday or today. Think of any film, a theatrical film, a video on YouTube.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 3 seconds to think here.
3, 2, 1.
And the reason you're remembering this film is because it actually had an impact on the way that you think. It could have had an impact on the way that you behave. It changed you somehow. This isn't just me talking bullshit. This was actually tested, properly, by a neurologist, where he measured audiences' oxytocin levels in the blood. Oxytocin acts as a chemical messenger and has an important role in many human behaviors, including recognition, trust, romantic attachment, and bonding. As a result, oxytocin has been called the love hormone or cuddle chemical. Paul Zak is a neurologist, and his team designed an experiment in which subjects watched either a video of an emotional story about cancer or a basic descriptive one. The results showed that those who watched the emotional story had a 47% increase in oxytocin and gave more to cancer charity. Storytelling made people more trusting and generous. In more tests, Zak found that people who watched public service announcements gave 261% more money to charity when their oxytocin levels went up. Zak provided the scientific basis for what storytellers have known for a long time. Stories help people pay attention and build trust. A key part of effective bridge building is the long-lasting effects of stories. It's the transformation that occurs from the changes in the brain. Stories can create lasting effects because we remember stories better than individual facts. Stories can be recalled and used to influence people even after a long time has passed. I learned all of this by reading a book by Kendra Hall called Stories That Stick. Look, if you're not reading nonfiction or listening to podcasts, you just are not expanding your brain. Books are the cheapest form of knowledge, and before any excuses start, anyone that says that they don't have the time to read is just lying to themselves. It takes the average person just over 8 hours to read a 300-page book.
Surf Excel Matic ఇప్పుడు కొత్త ప్యాక్ లో ఈ రోజు బాగా ఆడుకున్నావా చాంప్?
Any doubt? ఎలా ఆడాలో నేను చూడు. ఎండిపోయిన మరక చూడు.
నో డౌట్. ఈ ఎండిపోయిన మరకల కోసం ఉంది కొత్త సర్ఫ్ ఎక్సెల్ మ్యాటిక్ ఎస్పీపీ టెక్నాలజీతో. ఈ మొండి ఎండిన మరకలు మెషిన్ లోనే తొలగిపోతాయి.
శుభ్రమైందా?
ఎనీ డౌట్ కొత్త సర్ఫ్ ఎక్సెల్ మ్యాటిక్.
And if you want to read a book a week like I do, it's more or less 1.5 hours of reading time per day. And that's excluding the weekends. This is the same amount of time, or actually far less time, that I would spend, or I used to spend, watching Netflix when I got home from work. And yeah, being dyslexic, I'm still able to finish a book from beginning to end every week. And if you're interested in reading my top 10 favorite books to storytelling, I've put them in the link below. Videos are so powerful that they have the ability to start fan cults, fashion trends, jargons, memes. They connect you to something far bigger than yourself, and that's why you sometimes feel the urge to click like, to comment, or to share. Like you're gonna do with this video. Please share it and like it and comment. Please. They can make you more sympathetic towards a tragic event that's happened somewhere else in the world that has nothing to do with you or a rare illness or mental health condition. Stories can and will transform people to become volunteers. Or like we see on the Beast Philanthropy channel, when the video evokes more emotion, the more the audience tends to donate to that cause. Or stories can just purely help you escape for that moment in time.
But the more powerful that entertainment, that captivation that you feel, the longer lasting these effects of transformation will be. But how do you tell a story? Not just any story, a great story. A story so great that it will be told for years to come. You need 4 parts. 1. Identifiable characters. 2. A significant moment or an event. 3. Authentic emotion. And 4. Specifics. Then you need to use the art of reduction to break this down into 3 simple acts. Hemingway said that writing is architecture, not interior design. He also called this the iceberg, which was later coined the theory of omission. This is to omit not the unnecessary from the audience, but to intentionally do so through reductionism, which simplifies the story, but also layers it to leave parts for the audience's interpretation. To break this down into a more new age, sort of YouTube way of writing, I've broken it down into 3 simple acts. We could call this a hybrid of sorts. 1 is impact or attention. 2 is influence, which is conversation. 3 is persuasion or transformation. Do not use ChatGPT ever to write a story. I mean, you can use it for other stuff, like if you want to write something nice on Mother's Day. But don't use ChatGPT to write your film for you. It should be flawed. It should be almost intentionally flawed. It makes it human. Make your films human. Don't use AI in order to do so. You can use AI to help amplify the visuals. I don't know, I'm just so anti-utilizing AI tools to write something. It's just write what you know. But what's really important to mention here is never assume that you know it all or that you're ever going to master the art of storytelling. Knowing all prevents thinking. You need to constantly be thinking. You need to constantly be innovating. Bringing this back to how I write a story for my films is that all I do is write a simple 2-pager, just 2 pages that focuses on these different acts. I don't go heavily into specifics. As to my point earlier, knowing or assuming all prevents thinking. And in this case, you need to be malleable. You need to be able to adapt to certain scenarios. What if your scene was supposed to be done in broad daylight and now it's pissing with rain? You need to be able to adapt to this. And sometimes it's serendipitous. It actually makes the scene better because you've got to seek out the nuance. And that's why the script, for the most part, is written in post-production, which I'm going to take you through later. Okay, time for another brew bar and then to the next... Jeez. Can't get enough of these. Link to buy in the description. Okay, time for the next phase. Step 4, planning your shoot. The first part about the preparation phase is to understand the budget. Now, when looking at budget, don't think that the bigger the budget, the better the film. Bigger budgets actually make it harder to make films. I know it sounds ridiculous, but when you have a smaller budget, there's less pressure. There's usually less people involved. You have the ability to think outside the box a lot more. I think back to a lot of the ads and the films that I've made that have been super big budget, and there's been a lot of people talking, a lot of people saying things, so much gear, so many options, and it removes this internal artist. It removes the ability to be able to think outside the box and think with just the tools that you have. I once made a film during COVID out of a brick. Because that's all that was there, and I needed to make films. Oh, another example is the very first film, the very first serious film that I made called Gift. I had a budget of $350 that I made because I used to sell jams out of the trunk of my car. Yeah, I saved up enough money and I had $350. I made this film, and then that film went on to winning a Young Directors Award at Cannes and a few other awards. And I don't know, if I think back to it, and I had that idea and then somebody had to give me a lot of budget for that film back then, it would have ruined the idea. Yeah, just don't get stuck in this mindset that big budget equals easier films. That's not how it works. But it's really, really important to understand what the budget is, because those are where your parameters are. That's kind of where you can work within that space. For every philanthropy film I make for Beast, there's a fixed budget. And because it's philanthropy, the budget isn't very high, but at least I know every single time what the budget is. And these films do become easier to make because I know the parameters. I understand what I can and what I can't do. As well as Mr. Beast is super generous. And, you know, if we do need something extra here or there, and it does make sense within the film, we do increase the budget. Next is research. Researching the country, culture, and people and the laws of the place you will be shooting is extremely important. When traveling around the world, I want to be respectful of other people's cultures, traditions, and ideologies. This allows me to film as much of the culture as I can and in the most respectful way possible. Another really good tip of advice is to always couple up with a local. Make sure you take some of your budget and you're able to pay this person to be able to take you around, teach you these things about their culture, as well as they'll help you navigate your way through wherever you are and get the shots that you desire and take you to these places you didn't even know existed. And what I've found is, Google only gives you so much, and locals truly understand. Think about your own town or what you know from micro travel around your city, how you understand it. This will also keep you out of danger and make sure that you don't go into dangerous areas. This I find highly valuable when creating music from the cultures and kind of veering off from the team and going and shooting B-roll. But I'll speak to that later in the shooting phase of this tutorial. You also need to understand the legalities around filming people in public and using their face in your YouTube videos. Every person that features in a Beast Philanthropy video, they have to sign a cast release form, meaning that they've given you full permission to be in your video. Abiding to the local laws wherever you are in the world, as well as abiding to the laws of YouTube, is a must. Next, shooting schedule. This sometimes differs, but I like to cap the shooting days to 3 days, with the 4th day being a contingency day. Contingency meaning if we just couldn't get what we needed to get on that 3rd day or 2nd day, we do have 1 more day to be able to capture this footage. If we don't use this contingency day, it's great because I can use it to travel around and get extra footage, capture music, raw sounds, and capture raw parts of the culture, and just understand the area that I'm in so much better because I'll be boots on the ground in that area, and I'm not just focusing on the story, but I'm also focusing on the culture. This will help so much in post-production. Having 3 shooting days and an extra day also helps with the shot list, because technically we could shoot these films within 2 days, but now the shot list can be more interchangeable. Remember, we're making non-fiction films here. We're not stuck to doing 10 shots a day and with hundreds of people on set. We have to be able to adapt to unforeseen circumstances. Step 5, music. I believe that music makes up around 40% of the film. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it really does. The emotion, everything you can control. Let me explain. This is my studio. This is where I like to make music. If you're not a musician and you're not into making music or scoring for films, then just skip past the section. You can utilize multiple online sites to download great music. If a stock library wanted to sponsor me, I would have shouted you out here, but I'm not going to. I'm joking. I'm remaining non-biased, okay? Trust me when I tell you the right track will make your film. There's so many moments where in a Beast Philanthropy film, it's the exact same scene with the different track. It just doesn't feel right. And then we come back to the drawing board and it's like, okay, and we feel something, and then when that plays out, the whole film changes. The whole emotion, it's fucking incredible.
This forced Dora to turn to TikTok for help.
The very first day I posted, I did not get any views at all. It took 1 song, and that small video helped me to have my first follower, which I moved from 1 to close to 4.5 million.
This on its own is an incredible feat, especially without any access to electricity or reliable cell reception. This forced Dora to turn to TikTok for help.
The very first day I posted, I did not get any views at all. It took 1 song, and that small video helped me to have my first follower, which I moved from 1 to close to 4.5 million.
This on its own is an incredible feat, especially without any access to electricity or reliable cell reception.
Now that I've got an understanding of the story and the emotion and what I want the emotion to be, I start to write music. In a perfect world, I can go and shoot with a few finished soundtracks. That way I can obsess a little bit more. We do a lot of traveling, and we're on buses and trains and planes and whatever. And I can put on my headphones and I can listen to the music, and I can obsess a little bit more about the idea, and it brings me back to the log line, and it sort of starts to connect everything. It also helps with shooting toward the edit. Don't do this with stock music. We'll speak about stock music later. What I find about stock music is that it's something that should happen in post. Stock music will alter your thinking around the way in which you want to shoot your film. Somebody else has made it, you've come across it, and then your brain starts to go, oh, maybe I should shoot it like this because there's a nuance that I found in this track. And that's dangerous. If you have the ability to be able to score music and come up with the melody yourself, you're creating that melody around the original idea. I do this for two reasons. One is to be able to help me connect to the original idea, and another is because what I do, and I'll show you more in depth when shooting the film, is utilizing diegetics. Diegetic sounds are sounds that happen in front of frame. Technically, okay, with this pencil, if I bite the pencil, it's a pen. I'm losing it. Oh, I need another brew bar. Oh. They're like magic, they just fly out of nowhere. This is a diegetic. And then a non-diegetic is a sound that will happen outside of frame. So I could add a ambient sound outside here to position us next to a train station. You know, it would alter the way in which the audience perceives where the studio is. That's non-diegetic. Diegetic happens in front of frame. So what I try and do is write some form of melody, keep it very, very loose, and then go and shoot sounds that instruments make in those locations, and then recreate the track from those objects or instruments within whatever culture it is that we're in, because it helps the audience feel more connected to the film, helps the audience feel as if they were there. And that's really important. I'll show you an example here now.
An anthem made from all of us.
For me and you,
As you can see, the percussive stuff's a lot easier. Like anything you want to do with percussion, like that's a percussive sound, you know. But finding melody is difficult. That's why also try create a melody beforehand and then back shoot that. You could go to a musician there and you can play them your melody and you could say, could you transpose this in a sense culturally to what would make sense in your environment? Oh, it just makes it easier. Music also is a language that's spoken universally. So I can just play a piece of music and someone who can't speak English and obviously can't reciprocate in their language, I can play music to them through my phone and they understand. And then, you know, there's nothing more pure than being able to play music with somebody else when you can't speak the same language. It's a really beautiful feeling. So yeah, I'm just going to try and build the motif and then the center track of the film. So the film will move around one track that has a similar motif throughout that we can keep returning to. And what you kind of want to do is tease the audience with this. And then you want to go into the resolve. And that's where the kind of 4 chords come in. The 4 chords are something that you return to. They're nostalgic. They kind of remind you of something that you've heard before, even though it may sound different. And you may be playing an octave up, or you may have added an inversion, or you've transposed it somehow. For Beast Philanthropy, I like to return to these 4 chords. For example, this is a piece from a previous film. When we were speaking about oxytocin earlier, that's what it does. It pre-releases that feeling. It reminds you of that one time you were in love, or you watched something that was beautiful, that made you feel special. It's nostalgic, it's melancholic, it's, you know, the 4 chords can go anywhere. In saying that, we're gonna try something here. Then what I do is we'll come up with something, record it, possibly write it if it is too complicated. Then we'll take this recording, we'll go to Jason, and Jason is who puts it all together. He knows how to use all the cool tools and stuff. Yeah, he just makes it beautiful. I sit around here and just like plinky plonk. F me. Cool. I'll just do a voice recording. Yeah, this is a progression that I think works. Same 4 chords, you're gonna hate me for it, but... And in the predictables. You get it though. Super rough. Let me know when I can come around and let's turn that into a f***ing track. Let's go. Before we head to Jason, I just want to touch on a few more things about music. What I'll get into in the edit is showcase how to use music correctly. Okay, let me just phone Jason because we're like running out of time and this video is taking forever to make. Okay, well, he didn't answer. Jason just got back to me. It's a little bit late, it's 7:30 p.m. But we gotta go to his studio now and make the music. What's up, bro? See you, bro. In a minute. This is where Jason takes over completely. I'm just gonna sit here and observe. It's 1 a.m. Jason has, as always, carried the entire workload of the music. Okay, here it goes. It's gonna hit now. It's gonna work so well in the film. That's how it's done. Back to the office. Step 6, the shoot. This is what I pack for a Beast Philanthropy shoot. Small camera, lens, bigger lens, even bigger lens, lens adapter, indie filter, a drive, another drive, and another drive, sound gear, more sound gear, microphone, batteries, more batteries, and some more batteries, charging cube, DV cam, headphones, flashlight, tube light, pink, blue, and black gaffer tape, power bank, another power bank, keyboard, obviously brew bars, lots of brew bars, action cam, empty card holder, full card holder, hyperdrive, lapel mic, notebook, gorilla pod, drone, controller, pelican case, and backpack. And then obviously clothes. Then there's a few items that have literally saved the day, that have saved the shot, that you should definitely pack in your bag. They're non-expensive items, but make sure that you have these at all times. One is gaffer tape. Don't pack this in your carry-on luggage. They will take it away. It's happened to me a few times. Far too many times. The other is a multi-tool. Do not pack this in your overhead luggage either. They will remove it. Universal plugs. I mean, self-explanatory. You need power. And if you don't have power, a power bank. This one's got lots of little things that you can plug into. It's a cool one. This you should pack in your overhead luggage. If it's in the other bag, they will remove it because it's like a big battery thing and they don't like it. A small light is also great. Jesus. In the dark, this can help. In Nepal, there's going to be no electricity for most of the time, and a light like this that can be powered by battery is so valuable. Cable ties. Definitely do not pack this in your overhead luggage. This will create a lot of concern. Cable ties can do anything, much like gaffer tape. And a multi-plug with a long extension cord. This is for setting up what you call a gear bay. As soon as I arrive, I make sure that everything is neatly packed. I'm very finicky when it comes to that sort of thing, to make sure that I've got all my items lined out. As well as this can help you at the end of the day to kind of look at an inventory list and make sure that you haven't lost anything and make sure that your batteries are always charged. Now let me show you how I set up a gear bay. I need to make it abundantly clear that I'm not in Nepal right now, the night before a shoot, because let me show you what the Nepal setup looked like. That is not the normal way to set up a gear bay at all. We had zero electricity, zero power. I'm gonna use this as an example where I've got electricity in a hotel room. Right now it's the night before I'm shooting in Mexico. Even though I've been traveling for 32 hours straight, I have to shoot tomorrow. So no matter how tired I am, even though I can go, okay, I'm gonna do this tomorrow, I make sure I set up my gear bay the night before. Right now, I'm not too concerned about the lenses and the camera bodies. Mainly batteries. Always batteries first. Now, what you want to do is make sure that you have enough distance between this shit, so not everything's on top of one another. Now that my gear station's all organized, it's time to take a look at my camera and how I set it up for every shoot day. First, I make sure that all my cameras are set to the correct date, time, and format. These are the countries that use PAL and these use NTSC. This will alter your shooting settings as well as your frame rates. PAL being 25 frames per second and NTSC being 24 or 23,976. But also if your camera allows for it, you can get 120 frames per second over 100 FPS that you'd get on PAL, giving you that extra bit of slow motion. I shoot everything at 60 FPS standard and then move over to 120 when needed, as you never know when you might need to slow something down. A moment of joy, a moment of sadness, etc. I make sure that my camera is set to shoot in Sony S-Log 3. This is the log picture profile on my camera and will allow me to retain as much detail as possible in the shot. No matter what camera you shoot on, if it does have the option to shoot log, I would suggest shooting in the setting, as this will give you more latitude to grade in post. Essentially, it retains more detail and gives you more maneuverability with color. I also make sure to set the file naming convention in every camera I'm shooting on to include the date as well as the sequence number so that no files are duplicated, as this would cause them to link incorrectly while editing. And this is a very common mistake. You probably know most of this, but these are my shooting preferences in order to make things look more cinematic. Firstly, I shoot on the most shallow depth of field as possible. That obviously goes with how fast your lens is. These lenses go to 2.8. The trick is obviously in broad daylight, there's too much light, and that's where an ND filter comes into play. Generally, NDs work in 3, 6, and 9. That's 1 stop, 2 stops, or 3 stops. I like to use a variable ND filter, but these, if you overcompensate and go beyond 9, beyond 3 stops, you're going to start getting crosshairs. Also remember that if you're fully zoomed out, you are going to get vignetting, so you are going to have to crop in slightly in post. The shutter speed then is an interesting one. Many different ways you can go about this. If you want to kind of sit in the middle and make sure that your image is sharp, but it's not too sharp, but it's also not too slow, always make sure that your shutter speed is double the speed of your frame rate. So if you're shooting 60 frames per second, make sure that you're shooting 1/120, and if you're shooting 120 frames per second, make sure you're shooting 240. To make color grading much less of a nightmare, make sure that you set your white balance. Your white balance should be consistent throughout all your cameras. So this camera that's shooting me right now is compensating for this light, or else I'll just be orange. I'll be an orange person. Here, for example, I'm going to change the white balance to make it warmer. And here I'm going to change the white balance to make it colder. At standard, 5600 is known as daylight and 3200 is known as night. These numbers work in what's called Kelvin. 3200 Kelvin, 5600 Kelvin. Every camera has a native ISO. The reason I don't like red cameras is because they just can't shoot in low light. If you like red cameras, good for you. I like Sonys. The reason I love Sonys, they're so good in low light. I'm speaking to ISO here, the native ISO. So with the Sony cameras I shoot on, the native ISO is 640 and 12,800. Make sure that you know what the native ISO on your camera is so that you don't get gain all over the place in your footage. It's just terrible. I always make sure I have 3 formatted SSDs. The reason I use 3 SSDs is for just extra precaution. I had a situation recently with a really shitty company. The shittest hard drive you can ever come across because it deleted and formatted everything. And that company's name is SanDisk. Yes, you SanDisk. You. I knew I was gonna have to shoot this here, so I brought this with as a prop just to show how much I hate it. Look. Okay. Okay, one thing I'll give you SanDisk is they're pretty rugged, but they format all the time. Now that because of the fear that's been so deeply embedded within me from losing footage, I make sure that I daisy chain my drives. It just means plug them all in at the same time so the footage trickles between one to the next to the next. I use a program called Hedge to do this. I'll link it below. Obviously, then all my files are the same across all my drives, but then I've got 3 different drives and I can put them in 3 different places when I fly back home in case the plane crashes. Oh no, well then all the footage will be gone. But if one of my bags break and goes missing with one drive, that's okay. If I get stolen or go missing, that's also okay. Yeah, then if the other bag goes missing, well then the project just wasn't supposed to happen. Yeah, that's enough about hard drives. Now back to my office a day before I fly to Nepal. Okay, now with everything prepped, let me tell you how I actually go about shooting a Peace Philanthropy video. Okay, first, to track everything throughout the day, I create edit logs. This is a document where I write everything down, every key moment from the shoot, and then tag certain files such as interviews or voxies. This is extremely handy whenever I need to refer back to what I shot. This is from the film in Colombia, and it's amazing to go through. I keep all these edit logs. Yeah, these are really special to me. I've got a whole bunch of different books that I keep, and I log everything. It's just so important for post-production. The narrative for all the Peace Philanthropy videos come from the interviews. They are what drive the story forward and allow me to extract the subject matter needed to make the film emotive, as well as find out more about the project at hand through the subject's point of view. A way to make sure that the audience understands that this is a conversation happening between one person and another and not that character to the camera. They never stare into the lens. I've created an X out of gaffer tape and the character looks at that, not in here. Eyeline is so important. If this seems close to the camera and you may think that it looks like they're looking there, trust me, this actually looks pretty far off of camera. The only people that look directly into the lens are Jimmy and Darren, because they are the main narrators of the story. They are speaking to the audience. I also shoot 2 angles, one from the front and one from the side. This helps with cutting, just in case there is a stumble with words or a lot of ums and ahs. And then after the interview, I like to shoot hands, eyes, those kinds of moments that I can push into, so in case there are fumbles with what the person is saying. I then also record the sound externally with lav mics and internally on the camera. So this goes without saying, you definitely know this, but you don't need a clapper board, but always just clap in before the interview to make sure that the 2 cameras sync, as well as the mouth to the lav mic sync. Now that I've spoken about shooting the 2 camera kind of more set up interviews, this is how I go about shooting the film, the actual substance, the subject matter. These are my favorite things to do. Through the interview process, you'll definitely find out about other characters within the community. So it's about going and finding out more about these characters and hopefully being able to interview them and really feel their environment. And then once you have this, you'll have the ability to go back and kind of shot list or quickly on your phone or right then and there know what B-roll shots to get that will best amplify the moments. Diegetic sounds, going out and hunting for music and hunting for sound and hunting for culture and dance and rhythm and music. I've probably said music twice there because it's so important for me. Then there's match cuts, which have to be on a tripod. There's nothing worse than match cuts and the ones this way and that, and then you're sitting in post and you're trying to fix them all. Match cuts are used for multiple reasons. I use them to showcase scale, so I use with people's faces, match cutting through a whole bunch of faces, or to showcase a building before it was built and when it was built, or before it was restored and when it was restored. Also, multiple angles of things just add more context. It's what's known as the mise-en-scène. It gives you the environment that you are in. Time lapses can sometimes become a little bit redundant, but they're great. They're great to showcase and kind of merge time and space and kind of progress you into the next day really quickly. Another use of time lapses are also to showcase scale. If we're doing a project where an environment is getting filled by thousands of people, we can either do match cuts, like I spoke about before, empty to now full, or quickly people filling a space. Then with every character, I like to do front follows and back follows. This I shoot at around 24, 28 millimeter. And I also try and shoot this either in morning light or evening light. It's so great to get a little peak of sun. So you can look at where the shadow line is and then know where to get the peak of light to come out, and you kind of move back in.
You can do this from a lower angle and then also do it eye to eye level. Shoot this at a higher frame rate, as well as get that character within the environment that makes sense to what they are saying, to look around, look down. If it's a concerning moment, make sure that they look concerned. If it's a moment of joy, make sure that they look happy. Get them to look up in each direction. Remember, again, it's an unscripted film. We don't know what we're gonna have to use in post, so overshoot here. Make sure that you overcompensate. With Beast Philanthropy films, we deal with pretty harsh subject matter, and this is a difficult thing, you know. There's a line that you can cross, and we don't want to cross the line, but you also need to showcase these harsh realities. For example, if there's an area that doesn't have access to running water, you can use iconography like a tap that just has one droplet of water coming out. And then there is certain subject matter that's just, it's tough to watch, and you have to consider the audience here. And this is where animation is a great tool, a great way of being able to describe this in a non kind of gruesome sense. Then if I have the budget, I use a licensed drone pilot to just get some drone shots of the area. Again, I'm not a massive fan of too many drone shots, but this does help again with the mise-en-scène, the environment, showcasing where it is, as well as, you know, there can be some quick and clever cuts with this, as well as match cuts from above, from the side, being able to access areas that you wouldn't be able to access. I'm fine with using a drone. I hate a gimbal. You do you, shoot with a gimbal, that's just not for me. The reason for this is because the gimbal gets misused. The gimbal now, for some of the reason, people want to just shoot stable shots of everything. They're moving shots, moving through doors, moving out of doors. For instance, when someone's running, you don't want to see a smooth shot of someone running. You want to feel the running. You want to run beside them. Remember, we are sitting in non-fiction films here. We're sitting in YouTube. This is the reality of what it is. Be shaky. It's totally cool. It's unexpected. It sits outside of what's become now the norm. These stable, shitty shots. Then there are comedic bits, which I'll show you an example from our recent film in Mexico.
We were walking through the park and we just found a mariachi band. And it's always been a dream of Darren's to join a mariachi band. So hopefully I can make this dream come true. Sorry. And my friend over there, he wants to join the band. Okay. Look at your head. I think we have to shut this down. This is terrible.
That was one of the greatest experiences of my life.
That shows you how boring Darren's life is.
These help make these videos less fatiguing. So when watching it, because it's such emotive subject matter, you get the audience to a point, and we want tears and we want people to feel that feeling, and then you want to kind of break that feeling for a little bit and give them some humor, give them something to enjoy.
I believe that all the dogs are scared of Darren, because every time he tries to feed a dog, they run away.
Not every dog.
Look at that one.
Dogs like me.
As well as this also helps with what I spoke about earlier, having returning characters in the video that help the audience build a relationship with. Either it's Jimmy, Darren, or myself within these moments that have this friendship and this bond, and you kind of start to understand the dynamic between the 2 or 3 people. Then also you have to consider your other social platforms, so well in that environment also be vigilant for things that could work for a YouTube short or a TikTok video. For instance, when we were in Thailand and we built a dog shelter, there was a small section of that of a dog named Goya that had the ability to run for the first time because we provided Goya with a wheelchair for her back legs, and this made an exceptional short form piece of content. And lastly, what I've spoken about, the obvious, is the unknown. There's probably 4 other things here that I just don't know what I'm going to end up shooting. And that's, if I think again, getting stuck in this notion of I should only be shooting this, I miss out all of this. And that's through speaking to locals and constantly being on the hunt for something, a more rich story, something that's going to drive you deeper. So make sure you always have your camera. I have this little side small camera that I like to use. that I can whip out at any point and kind of get those shots. Sometimes an iPhone works as well. It doesn't matter cinematically if it doesn't match. If it advances the story, that's all that matters. Lastly, never, ever, 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 ever film somebody without their knowledge that you're filming them. We've had cases of this. I've had cases of this of people filming me. It's terrible. People do this, weirdly. I have no idea. Maybe they want to catch you out saying something wrong or misuse a piece of information or dox you somehow. There's nothing more disrespectful. And me having people film me like that and people from my team like that, just don't do it, please. Just always make sure that you're telling someone, hey, do you mind if I shoot this? And you roll it. Even if it's you shooting this way, make sure the people that are speaking here understand that you're rolling and you're possibly rolling sound. This may be people speaking about important things that are private to them. Could be stuff about business. Just make sure that people understand that you are shooting.
Now, time to pack.
Ah, shit, I need shoes. Alrighty, off to Nepal. Let's do it.
After 3 flights and 28 hours of travel, we finally arrived in Kathmandu. But we still had to jump onto
that thing. That's our form of transport.
Which is a really uncomfortable 9.5, very rickety and bumpy ride, all the way to the top of a 9,000-foot mountain. We even drove past the Milcut mirror wall, which is like filled with thousands and thousands of mirrors. Because of this really long drive, Darren, who is the executive director of Beast Philanthropy,
got to sit down and talk about what goes into the shooting part of the process after all the planning has been done.
The truth of the matter is that this is probably the most difficult and most demanding part of the whole process. And by the time we're ready to go to bed, it's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and we'll do this days in a row. I don't want to make it sound like it's terrible. It's an incredible adventure. Every single shoot is different, but they're incredibly tiring and grueling. Things don't always go the way that we plan.
Darren and I fight about the concept all the time.
Dan and I fight about everything all the time.
I just said that.
Not the concept, I'm talking... Oh, you're doing it again. In all honesty, none of this would have happened without Jimmy. He has been the rock behind everything that we are doing over here. The fact that he has given us this platform to do this and the significant amount of money that he invests in everything that we are doing is something I'll never, ever be able to express to him what it means.
And then as we drove on, Darren rambled and rambled for hours, as he usually does, until he finally said something worth noting.
When we finish the project planning and everything, that's when we head on location and start planning our shoot with Jimmy.
Here's a quick example of how I shot Jimmy for the video we made in Mexico for Operation Smile. While I waited for Jimmy to arrive, I went through the printed version of the script to make sure that everything was perfect. I always start off by getting B-roll shots of Jimmy walking through the field. Even though Jimmy is highly camera trained, I like to do B-roll shots first and share these kind of off-camera conversations and some laughs, which really helps when he's talking to the camera. Next, I shot all of Jimmy's lines to camera.
Mexico, Operation Smile.
I put so much emphasis on making sure that Jimmy's cadence is correct. We go back and forth a lot just to make sure that this comes across the right way.
One of these patients is Emmanuel. Am I happy or sad? Or just neutral?
Yeah, you neutral.
The reason I have to help guide Jimmy's lines to camera and VO is because he has not yet seen the edit and somewhat is going into this completely blind. I really do appreciate the trust he gives me to direct him with this. It's during the reviews of the edit that he does sometimes request VO changes, but very rarely does he request changes to the lines he delivers directly to the camera.
Even though I script these lines, Jimmy uses it very much as a guide, which helps him understand the story, and then he shapes the lines to make them more his own.
Here, let me do one like that that's a little shorter. You don't have to use it, but you see how
Yeah.
All right. For hundreds of thousands of kids in South Africa, the only thing standing between them and an education is a simple pair of shoes. Let me explain.
What seems like a small nuance is actually massive. This makes a huge difference in the edit.
It was time for patient number 99. He did it! Just look at the relief on his face. Like that, or?
Perfect, and let's tone one, like just one down.
He did it! Just look at the relief on his face.
Perfect, that's amazing.
He did it! Just look at the relief on his face. He did it! Just look at the relief on his face.
Okay, with all that being said, back to Nepal.
We're getting close to the location.
As the bus finally pulled up to its last stop, the extreme altitude made it really cold. But we soon found out we weren't even there yet.
Darren says it's a beautiful walk. I say it's a treacherous walk.
We still had to walk 5 kilometers, which is 3 miles to get to the village. Until we finally arrived in Kalagwan, one of the most beautiful villages in rural Nepal. For the next 4 days, we were graciously hosted by an incredible Nepalese family.
Welcome my house.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
But there was a slight problem. There were 2 beds and 3 of us. And from past experiences,
Darren!
I knew that I needed a good night's rest.
So how are we going to do this, boy?
Do what?
You know.
Well...
Luckily, our neighbor was kind enough to offer Darren his own room. And just before the sun was starting to set, I got to profess my love for Darren.
It's supposed to be a heart.
I love it, man.
Got you good. Got you. This is peaceful and to be hair and makeup.
And now
we have to walk with the whole way to the top of that thing up there.
To meet the community. The walk there was tougher than expected. Thankfully, we made it in one piece. Even though it was the first night, I felt extremely welcomed by the community.
Token of love.
Dhanyabad.
And instead of immediately filming, I got the opportunity to immerse myself in the culture. Make sure you create these strong bonds with people, with the locals.
It's cold as fuck.
We then headed home to get a good night's rest before the first day of shooting.
That's it from my side. I got really hectic hay fever.
The next morning, with no time to waste, I grabbed my camera and headed out to the village to start shooting. This is my movement order or shot list for the first day of shooting. I started out by going to the neighboring family and then filming all of these details around me. Notice how I'm non-invasively directing the people that I'm filming. This helps me ensure that I always capture the moment that I'm looking for. And when filming a conversation like this, it's important to understand when to point the camera at the person speaking and then when to pan over and point the camera at the person listening. This obviously comes with skill and practice and just doing it a lot. It will eventually become instinctual to predict what's going to happen next. I then stumbled across this man playing the guitar because it's raw sounds like these that I can more easily turn into a track at a later stage. Darren and I then got a lift in this pickup truck to the hospital. Once we arrived, I started off by getting the opening shots. I like to call these plinky-plonk match cuts. These are great for showcasing before and afters. It's just so impactful to see where a building started and where it's ended. Then I like to dive into the interviews. Just like when shooting Jimmy, always ensure that the subject feels comfortable. This isn't them speaking to a camera, this is rather them speaking to you and you having this conversation. Watch this answer from Alyssa as she reflects on her personal journey with her organization, the Green Program.
And when I think about myself at 11 or 19 starting this, I don't think I could have ever dreamed that we would be bringing people around the world who care so deeply and are doing such amazing work and just bring so much love and empathy and kindness to the work that they do. I'm very lucky, very, very grateful to be here with all of these amazing people. This is why you guys are so good at what you do.
And this is how I ask the question.
Tell me how you feel literally when you wake up in the morning here and you look over the valley, you see this hospital and you realize that that's because of your work. You know, you made this thing happen. Lots of times you don't think like that. So you're speaking about us a lot, but if you had to mention you, which feels like a brag, but it doesn't come across at all like a brag.
I then went on to shooting as many interviews as I could because this really helps me shape the story early on. I then try and cram in as much B-roll as I can before the end of the day, like drone footage
and time lapses.
This is like one of the most incredible views I think I've ever seen.
As you can probably hear, my supposed hay fever was getting a lot worse.
I'm actually quite worried, to be honest, because I feel very f***ed.
In hindsight, that was a bit of an understatement.
I'm not doing well. I'm feeling really sick, so I have to head over to the local medical post. So I'm going to experience kind of what it would be like without the hospital being put in. But we're lucky enough that we get to drive there. Usually the locals would have to walk over these like really intense roads. Okay, let's go. As you can see, there's no electricity and it's all closed right now. That's the harsh reality is if you're severely ill in a village nearby, you'd have to make a 7-hour trek to get to the closest big facility that can help.
We had to wait for the local nurse to come open up. I'll be honest, at this moment, I felt like absolute shit.
So the local nurse has just arrived.
The doctor and nurse checked me out, and luckily it was nothing life-threatening, just a
infection of the pharynx. It's called Gati. Yeah, Gati infection.
I've got a gnarly Gati.
I then got some medicine for my Gati infection and hoped it would get me through the night and through the next days.
Okay, just to check in, it's day number 2. It's definitely tougher than it normally is.
That night I got to rest, but at the same time I had to ensure I'd planned out the shot list for the final shoot day.
3, 2, 1.
The next day, the team was hard at work finishing up the construction of the new hospital. While still not feeling great, I pushed through the day and shot the last solar panel setup. I also had the honor to be able to sign the final solar panel along with the rest of the team. That same night, we were finally ready for the most exciting part, the lighting ceremony. Just to give this context, this is the first time these people will be able to experience light at night.
Are you ready? 3, 2, 1.
That night we went to bed as early as possible because the next day was going to be really, really special.
Oh my god, it's broken. This is hectic. It is 6:20. Finally feeling better. Just packed up all our stuff. We are headed to Mount Everest this morning, which is really exciting.
That was so f***ing rad.
We're off to Everest.
Darren and I are at the highest point we've ever been together.
It's been one hell of a year. You know, we've been working together just 1 year. And look where we are, on top of the world, literally and figuratively. And I wouldn't share this experience with anybody else, man. I love you.
We're on the top of the world and I'm starting to feel drunk.
Feeling exceptionally lightheaded and somewhat kind of drunk, I couldn't help but faint in the helicopter. Once we landed, I was told I was in a state of hypoxia, which is the lack of enough oxygen to sustain bodily functions.
Darren and I just went up 18,500 feet, but the chopper went to 19,500 feet, which is f***ing outrageous.
Do you know what else is f***ing outrageous? The next chapter of this video. Step 7, the edit. Okay, back from Nepal, and it's time to get into the most beefy part of this video. This is the most requested tutorial that I do, which is the editing process, the entire post-production process. So I'm going to take you through in real time how I edit this video with every single technique. This is going to be insane. I've never done anything that's remotely as comprehensive as what I'm about to do. So let's jump into it. Remember, if you're using Resolve or Avid or any other program, Final Cut Pro, totally cool. I'm going to be using Premiere, but the process is still the same. This is a step-by-step guide on how to edit a video. The way that I would do it, at least. Firstly, we're going to go through setting up the project correctly. This is so overlooked. Sometimes I look at other editors' projects and the files are everywhere. They don't know where to find clips. We're gonna focus on how to folder everything correctly. It's a major step in the process. So valuable if you do this correctly. Before we import everything into the project, let's look at the folder structure within the drive. This is what the Nepal drive looks like now. We're gonna go through this. This is exactly how I folder every single drive. Inside footage, we've labeled it archival footage now, as we were able to source archive footage from the actual organization that has just been sent to us. Then there's a folder called Darren Images Cut To, which is just like, it's a random folder. If it makes sense, there's images that we can do like a quick cut. Then we've got day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5 as the main footage folders. Obviously, what really helps this entire footage bin is our edit logs. Once going through all of them, if I'm confused as to what's on which day, which we'll get into, this will be able to drag into Premiere Pro in a really organized way. We've then got freelancer footage, an amazing guy that we got to work with in Nepal, someone else who came and helped out. His name's Dusty, he's awesome. Then we got the pickups. He then went back and was able to shoot a bunch of stuff that we just couldn't get, which is amazing. And then all iPhone content. This is just for reels, verticals, that kind of stuff. And if we got any little cutaway moments that we may need, little voxies on iPhone, goes there. Next is music. As you can see now, everything is, the full mix sits here, but everything else is what you call stems. Stems really help with editing in case you want to remove an instrument, or if something sounds a little bit too intense, you just have more maneuverability this way. So I tend to edit with the stems from a full track, a full mix. I break those down into about 5 stems. Nepal tracks rough is kind of where we started off. Those are ideas, and sometimes may return to that and be like, okay, cool, let's flesh that one out, let's try that. Once we've sort of started to get to the end, we put them in the Nepal tracks as stems. V1, as going through the post process, we might have V2, V3, V4, as we may make changes to the music. Then sound, which is broken up into 2 parts, sound effects and raw sound recordings. Those are the sound recordings per day that were shot on the lav mics external to what was shot internal on the camera. Then underneath the sound effects folder is all the sound effects. This generally happens by going through stock sites and sourcing sound, but I've got such a rich library of sound effects already, I just drag that in and pop that into that sound folder. Then what we do is we add a music diegetic folder in here, which is everything instrumentation wise or diegetic sounds that we can then create a diegetic soundtrack out of, or we may just want to use certain moments. There's a track here.
My hands are freezing, you know.
That's awesome. So we could take that and turn that into a soundtrack as well, which will be amazing. In the footage itself, we may find moments of hits and kind of percussive sounds that we could use along the way. The next is the additionals folder. Now this additionals folder is super important if you're working with a team, even another person, you're opening up a team's project so that the projects can sync. For the additionals folder, to make sure that all the media links and stays online, it is important to categorize this by date from when you start the edit the whole way until you end the edit. And then what you do is you take those individual sourced files and then put them into the correct folder that they should be. Next is exports. This is where I would export the brand review, a review for Darren, a review for Mr. Beast. But usually what I find on drives and seeing on other people's messy drives, which is scary, is things are just all over the place. So just export it into what's either here on this root folder or within this root folder here, which is just terrible. This here looks like just like I want to start editing. It makes me really excited because everything is so perfectly organized and I'll easily be able to navigate my way through here. Next is animation. As you can see, the file's just empty now. GFX, the same thing. That's just the graphic effects that are then added. We will source these externally and then we'll pull them back in. The rest of the drive is pretty self-explanatory and I shouldn't have to go too into depth for this except for final exports. If you need to open up the project in 2 years' time, everything will online. There is nothing worse than having an offline file. The red thing that says media offline. That's like panic attack. You don't want that. This will prevent that. So great, that's everything. I'm gonna open up Premiere and then we're gonna pull this in and we're gonna start going through everything. All my sequences will be at 23976 frames per second, 4K and Rec 709 color space. Regardless shooting PAL or NTSC, it'll work for both. Before importing anything, I'm first going to set up the sequences bin and I'm going to lay out all the sequences as per the edit log and as per my knowledge from what we did shoot and what sequences we're going to need. I make my first folder called master. In that is where the master story would go. Right now there's obviously no master story. It's just a sequence that is sitting in there called master story 1. Then 2 is the selects. Selects form arguably the largest part of the project. This is where all of my footage will be categorized by shot type, scene, behind the scenes, theme, or event. This makes it extremely easy for me to find footage when placing in B-roll or when I'm looking for a shot. I'm like, oh, I wish I had something like that. Instead of searching through the footage bins, I navigate directly to the selected sequences I need to search for the shot that worked the best. 3. Scenes. This is where I first build out the string outs and then I just narrow it down and down and down until it becomes an individual scene. Something congruent. A whole bunch of scenes will be placed in here and named by those scenes dependent on the project. But then I can go to those scenes and it's kind of like a puzzle piece. I go like, okay, cool, that scene works here, that scene, that scene, that scene, that scene. And then I can flip them around. And these scenes don't need to be perfectly cut because I will then move it into the master folder and the master folder as well, add music, etc. So again, these scenes are for longer string outs and then it's just reduce, 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 reduce until I've got a kind of scene that makes sense, multiple different camera angles. 4 is for interviews. This is, like I said before, the narration of the film. This is what drives the film forward. Interviews are split into 3 separate sequences: synced, cut, and selected. The synced sequence will have 2 camera angles and the audio synced together. Then in the cut sequence, it's the entire interview still, but with all the ums, the ahs, it's my questions removed if I've conducted the interview. It's kind of just also a long string out, but there can be multiple different answers within this. It's not a perfect put together story. What I do is go through and listen to the entire interview again, and as I'm going through, I like to then just chop, 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 chop. That sort of makes the synced cut redundant, but if I do need to go and get a moment, an or an ah, whatever, for who knows why, the synced cut is there. Then finally, the selects interview sequence. This is where I cut down the interview into just the best parts. And I start to move things around and make sure that the sentence structure is correct. And once you've done this, your story's starting to come together. There may be 20 different characters and you can start to place these on the master timeline, and then you'll also know what that person says there doesn't really make sense, or that character doesn't really need to be in the video. Even though on set while shooting you'll be like, wow, what that person said, it really hits me hard. By going through all the interviews, you can see how to intercut these interviews together for it to make sense, and for each sentence that everybody says to complement one another. I've also got a bin called 99 old. This is where all my old duplicated sequences get stored. It's almost like my trash can, but it will never be deleted. It allows me to keep my project neat and tidy. This is super important. Okay, now it's time to import the footage. It's an exact duplicate of what was in the drive. When this import to error pops up about your XML files, it's totally cool. Just click OK and move on. And then what's really important is our nested folder. Any sequences that are nested, we throw in here. Now the project's ready to go and it's super late. What I'm going to do is tomorrow have the longest day of my life ever, I think, and start cutting the selects and then the scenes. I'll see you shortly. Okay, it's day number 2, and no better way to start off the day than with a brew bar. Good. Okay, let the fun begin. This is the hardest part. I'm gonna go through all of the footage now and put it into these individual sequences that we've created. Okay, so there's multiple ways of doing this. I don't want to say it's boring, but it is. I want to understand the story and get through it and remind myself of a bunch of things. So I have to sit down and actually cut through all the interviews. That's the very first thing that I'm going to sit here and do. And then from there, go through the different bins and slowly start with the footage. So over here, we're going to look for, in our days, I'll return to the edit logs and be able to know, okay, fine, on this day I conducted that interview, on this day I conducted that interview, etc., etc., and then I'm going to layer it all out. So let's go. So I've opened up my edit logs. This is really important. This will help me figure out where the interviews are and which day I did what. Day 1, we got travel shots. Day 3, we've got an interview up front over here. Then we've got Darren interview. So on the 3rd day, it seems that I did most of the interviews. So what we can do is go straight to footage, day 3, and in here, we'll go through where we were. We're going to go to sequences, we're going to open up interviews, we're going to go to Melissa, and we're going to go to just the synced version now, where we're going to pull in a duplicated sequence. And while we're here, we might as well just create the others. So first thing we're going to do is put everything into the synced. So we're going to open that, go into our footage. We always look for the clap mark.
Shuffle in a little bit.
There we go. All interviews conducted are like sometimes even longer than an hour, but you know, minimum 30 minutes, maximum kind of hour and a half. A7S was camera 2. This is side angle, as we can see. And we're gonna sync that with the front angle, which was shot on the FX3. So now all we need to get is the sound file. So what I usually do for sequences like this, so if I want to pull it into another sequence, I've got interviews, Melissa. Now I want to do selected, open this, and I'll pull it down here, and that makes it easy for me to then pull something one by one. However, in this case, obviously it was just a copy paste, so no need to do that. So that's now all remained in synced. It's gonna stay there just like that. I'm probably never gonna return to that. And now we're going to really start chopping. As you can see here, I'm busy removing just most of my talking and just all the prompts.
Yep, responsible travel.
Responsible travel.
And adventure.
And adventure.
So you can see here she fumbled on her line.
We believe in empowering future leaders. We believe in the power of...
We're going to take her we from here because I asked her to start again. So as you can see, there's going to be a lot of repeat of what she's saying because I'm only in the Melissa selected sequence. Once it goes to the cut sequence, that's when I've actually cut it up.
This is why you guys are so good at what you do.
Okay, we got a good cry moment here. Just pop it up one, like this. Okay, so I'm done with this first interview. So as you can see, I took something that was 45 minutes and it's only on 5 minutes. But remember, this is not the final cut sequence. This is just the selected. So now I'm gonna pull it into the cut sequence, but I'm not gonna cut it down yet. I'm leaving it there. I've banked all the knowledge in my head
and I can remember what she said, and then I'm going to start playing around with cutting and then building her sequence out for the cutting sequence. But again, so great to have all of these options. So if I have to ever return here, I can. Her interview, if it goes into the film even, we haven't decided. Sometimes a character, it just doesn't complement the film. It would max be 40 seconds. Now what I'm going to do is you're going to see a hyper time lapse of me doing all the other interviews. Let's go. Okay, I've finished a select sequence called Down Hospital, and what I'm going to do is, because I know that this is going to make the project, I'm going to create the scene for this. So what I'll do in here is create a duplicate Down Hospital scene and then pull that into scenes. Now once I pull that in there, what I do is I pull this down below. Now I can go through here, and each I watch a clip that I like, I've got to go over to, and then I can just pull it down. This means that then up here I can just make my selects, but this still keeps the full clip up top. So if I want to, I can pull that into there and then just select the moment that I like, and it still remains up here untouched. I'm going to now go through this and create a nice congruent scene out of this hospital. It's a 10-minute long select sequence, and I want to try and get it down to about, I would say, a 2-minute scene, and then from there we'll cut it down even further when going into the master. So the scene will then get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller as we go along, but I want to try and create it as a nice contained scene right now. Let's go. I've made the Down Hospital scene much shorter, so it runs in a nice congruent order here, which is ready to go into the project. So now I'm going to do the same thing about another 40 times. I'm going to go through all of these select sequences and then create scenes for those select sequences. I'm going to finish that all tonight. It's going to be a very, very fucking long night. And then tomorrow I'm going to start off with building out the master, which currently now is empty. But that's okay, because tomorrow morning I'm going to start off with a brew bar. How's about that? That's going to put me right in. Actually, speaking of, found one. Okay, before I go into the gnarliest night of editing, another brew bar. Okay, let's do this. Okay, God. The time is now 5:38 a.m. and my alarm says it's gonna go off in 30 minutes. That's like the normal time I wake up. I will see you tomorrow. Actually, yeah, like today. Later today. I'll see you later today. Today we're gonna start building out our master sequence, our very first master. Okay, as you can see it here. What I'm going to do is try and build a chronological story right from the beginning to the end. So for this, I'm actually going to write a script as I go along. We dub our videos in 9 or 11 different languages dependent on the video. So when having everything written out in a script beforehand or as I'm going makes it a little bit easier. I don't have to then go afterwards and write it out word for word. I can actually just make changes. And then what I do is I record my voice in the place of where Jimmy's voice would go for voiceover. This is a great way to fill in the gaps within the story. It's like, I wish that person said this, or I wish that this was said, or how do we bridge the gap between this and this? This voiceover will be done with my voice for now, and then later on you'll see how Jimmy then records the voiceover for this. So I've opened up my script.
while going through the script, then I like to also put in parts like this where it's like kind of like editing prompts. And then I like to read the script out loud, kind of in Jimmy's inflections. I'm gonna have to put my glasses on because, okay. 10 days ago, this hospital at the very top of a 10,000-foot mountain in one of the most remote parts of Nepal looked like this. Feels like it might be a bit wordsy. As you can see, I'm now altering parts of the way in which this is done. So I'm just going to record my VO saying this. And then if it doesn't work, I'm going to come back and we're going to start again. 10 days ago, this hospital at the very top of a 10,000-foot mountain in the middle of the most remote parts of Nepal looked like this. Airdrop this. Oh, one of the things to mention is that usually I'd be using headphones, but for the sake of this tutorial, obviously I'm not going to be using headphones. Another big thing is that make sure you are wired in with your headphones if you are using headphones. There is a lag with the Bluetooth on headphones. I'm sure most of you know this, but when you're cutting, when you're very specific to cutting to the music as well as sound sync on the voice, Bluetooth headphones, don't go there. That's the very top of a 10,000-foot mountain in the middle of the most remote parts. Okay, what I've realized is we've mentioned 10 and 10 again, and that's not a good thing. The mountain is above 10,000 feet, but I'd always pull it to a rounded off number. Here we might have to go 9,000, just so it doesn't go 10 days ago, 10,000. Go back to the script. This is the process people don't understand about editing, is how much back and forth there is. I recorded those lines. I didn't even think about it until I put it into sequence, and I was like, okay, it doesn't, 10 and 10 doesn't sound right as soon as you play it back. Once the viewer clicks on the video, we want them to understand. So to the thumbnail and title, which we can see here, we powered a mountain, and you can see all the solar panels. We want them to understand in this that we are going to see 10 days ago, this hospital at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain. So we're speaking to this remote high mountain that has all these solar panels on it, and that has to correlate with the hospital because that's the whole intention of this video, is to bring power to the village, to bring power to the hospital. And in going back and forth with the titles and thumbnails, we powered a hospital, those weren't as clickable titles as the one that we landed with and the thumbnail. As soon as people click on the video, because this is Beast Philanthropy, people have come here to see Jimmy, so we'll put him right up front in this section. 10 days ago, that's enough just to know that, okay, cool, I'm clicking on a Beast video and I've seen his face. Let's get this hooked down and then we're going to go into the rest of the story, okay? So now we know what we're going to do is open up the selects, and then if we're happy with those selects, we're then going to open up the scene that I created for those selects. See, an important part about segmenting these is I've got exterior, interiors, machinery, then a scene that I knew I needed to build out. So obviously we want the contrast imagery here, so we want the best match cut from great to something that's unfinished. So we're going to go to hospital prior, and then we're going to see the match cuts between the two. We've locked the first 7 to 9 seconds, which is a great start. What I'm going to have to do now is get on a plane, go to India. I'm not even talking shit. And then I'm going to pick up this edit and continue it from there. While I'm in India, I'm going to also be shooting a project that we're doing there. So I'm going to have to edit this in the night. This is insane. Okay, see you in India. Okay, I've just arrived in my hotel room. Very minimal setup in India, just my laptop. I've got a mini keyboard just in case. What I'm going to focus on tonight is trying to get to the 1 minute 30 mark. It might seem unrealistic, possibly is, but I'm just going to go for it anyways. This is very formulaic, and this is how I break apart this first 1 minute 30 seconds. We'll start off with the first 5 to 7 seconds, which is impact. This is delivering a line that's impactful. This is usually always said by Mr. Beast, Jimmy, delivering to camera. This gets a reaction from the audience. Then we have the 7 to 30 second mark, which is the hook. So you go impact, people look at it, they go, ah. Then the hook is giving people a reason to care. It's a reason to wanting to stay longer and watch the film, because this is a problem that they can somewhat relate to. This is where I would start to introduce more global themes. Things like the bare necessities, electricity, water, food, travel, medical. Even though that may be right up front in impact, I'll then still bring that across in the hook, the first 30 seconds. But remember, the goal here, as well as to tell a compelling story, we also need to keep the viewer here, the average view duration. I'm not just teaching you how to make a video that's people are going to watch forever about meaningless shit. This is like a hybrid version of making cinematic, artistic films with integrity that are endearing, but at the same time using a formula in order to try and keep the audience to watch the whole way through. Because with Beast Philanthropy, the higher the views, the higher the revenue that's generated from the views, and the more people that we can help. And that's really important, is to be able to tell really compelling stories that get high views as well. That's something that's a very complicated thing, and after time I've developed this way in order to do so. 3, the 30 to 1 minute 30 mark. Now we are establishing. This is now where we start to communicate the story. All the stuff that moves its way to the hook till the 30-second mark. As an audience, I'm watching it and I go, okay, now I'm hooked. Tell me the story. This happens so much, and I think that not many editors speak about this. And that's, I had some time to move away from the edit while I was on the plane. And when I arrived here, I took a look at the impact sequence that I had made back in Cape Town, and it just wasn't good. So now I'm starting again. That's totally okay. Editing is something that either it moves really quickly based on the fact that you're in some form of flow state, whatever you want to call it, and you're really feeling it and it works well and the story just comes to you, or things will lag in the beginning and you're kind of going back and forth and back and forth. I like to really build my foundations. I like to start off really strong, and then I find from there it's smooth sailing. And this is the hardest part. This first 1 minute 30 seconds. Once I've gotten over this hill, perfectly fine. Then I know that I've got a golden film. When I watched the intro scene, the impact scene, it just didn't get me. So I'm technically starting from scratch. So I'm going back to the whiteboard. I'm gonna try rewrite that line. 10 days. This hospital looked like this. That's like the most perfect answer to that. So if people click on the video, we powered a mountain. We invested because we understand mountain correlates with mountain. It is the first and the first. I couldn't have pre-written this. Well, I could have, but I needed to try the other thing to know that this was the right way to go. But I'm feeling good about this one now. Okay, so we've answered mountain here. Now we've got it powered. Now we're kind of speaking about a hospital. In that hospital, we want to sort of see solar. Know that powered and mountain both correlate in the first 7 seconds. I wish I was smart enough to have just written all of this right up front. Taking you on that whirlwind. Okay. 10 days ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain in one of the most remote parts of Nepal, this hospital looked like this. Feels better, gonna airdrop it to my computer. Into that late night grind. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is combine the impact and the hook. So I'm gonna get myself to the 30-second mark. I think that's what the struggle was in the beginning, is taking the impact and leading it into the hook. I've got the story, I've got the impactful part written, and I've recorded my voice there that will be replaced with Jimmy's voice when we record his VO. But I want to continue that just to the 30-second mark, to the communication, to just understand what comes after the impact. And this I'll do also with music, and I'll get myself to a point, and then I'm going to start putting in the footage and the B-roll. Get to that point, and then I'm going to go from 30 seconds the whole way to a minute 30. Okay, now what we want to start doing is building the motif into a kind of sad sense, but then the track can move upward. And there's a track here we made called Everest, which has this kind of like uneasy feeling. 10 days ago, this hospital at the very top of a 9,000... What I love about this first track that we made is that it's really unsettling in the beginning. But when you start to get to this point here, just feel how empowering this is. It's unsettling, but as you can hear, it's empowering too. It goes into this, like, really just makes me feel like it can take over the world. That's not what we want to do right now. We don't want to overpower the audience. Remember, what's really important with music is that nobody should ever compliment how good the music is in the film. The edit should amplify the story. And in the edit is the music, and the music should amplify the edit. Kind of getting these comments that, oh wow, the edit was so great. That pulls away from the story. As an editor, as much as I would like to flex these things and get told that, oh wow, the edit's so great, that kind of means that I've done a pretty poor job in telling the story correctly because I've taken people out of that. And then again, yes, maybe there are other filmmakers that are commenting on the edit and the way that it was done. But the point of making a film isn't to make a great edit. The point of making a film is to tell a great story. I've got to focus on the story. It's all about story. And now we look at music. Remember, when working with stems, you can use a click track. After time editing, you will just be able to count music. It's very basic in 4/4, but if you really want to, you can just keep your click there. Then we can pull in these stems now. Remember to pull in the stems from the first point. So right at the start, then obviously everything's gonna, so if you play with the bass, it's going to make sense. Horns as well. Make sure you know which is which. I kind of like to go from the most used instrument and then work my way down. So it's usually like anything melodic, and then it goes to percussion and then anything else. Because strings are the most used, we'll put strings right up front here, and then we'll go to piano. Now percussion, we've got some rises. We should have some cymbals. These are important. I return to using cymbals all the time to wean down from a track, wean down from an emotion. Okay, I'm gonna take the click track off because it's just gonna irritate the shit out of me, but you get the point. Once you've chosen a track that you want to kind of motif around, this is what you want to tease the audience with. You're kind of teasing them with the melody right up front being what we've already heard. So we understand this. We can, every time there's something unsettling, we can return to that. That also helps the audience not have to focus too much on the music because you're just reminding them of a feeling that they've already felt. When watching documentaries or watching brilliant pieces of film like American Beauty, like Interstellar, like Shutter Island, watch it normally and don't try to focus on the music, but then go and watch it and think about how the motifs have been used. Use these as examples. Much earlier in this tutorial, I spoke about referencing. This is really important. Music is so integral in the editing process. So we have our first 30 seconds that has our narrative locked off, and we've got our emotion because we've got our music. Now I can start going back and working from the beginning and getting us here. I'm gonna spend the rest of the night cutting as much as I can. When we were there, I filmed this guy just playing a simple track, and I think like as I come out of the intro, because it's kind of harsh, what I find works is kind of going into a diegetic soundtrack. And here's a local Nepalese man who stays in this village, who's also working on the hospital. So when I was there, I asked him to play a track on his guitar. What I'm going to try to do now is find the right keys here. There are programs like Logic that can quantize for you, meaning they can stick something in like a 1/16. Basically, it's just a simple bar structure that everything sticks on a metronome beat. But I wouldn't worry about that. I'll just get a click track. This won't be on because he's playing live like this. There's no ways that he would be perfectly quantized. But what we can do is find segments and then figure out, okay, fine, this is right. Therefore, we need to figure out this key and then play something similar here and then I'm going to record something in, do a voice recording, send it to Jason, then we can make a diegetic track. The idea is to utilize the opening now to get us into the culture. So we've seen from right up front the harsh realities of where we are, and now we want to kind of start to tease this beautiful piece of music in. Again, I don't know if that's going to work. There's a whole bunch of trial and error. So what I'm going to do is take this, put it in a different scene, and just hold it there for now, and then have different options available for this beginning section of the film. So what we'll do, always with music like this, is you want to start off with a bar.
My hands are freezing, you know?
That's fine, bro.
Okay, so there's that part in it, like, that's like endearing, you know, where it ends and he's like, my hands, they're freezing, you know, and like to end it there, like that's something that would be beautiful, because it breaks that fourth wall. It takes you through the understanding that this is not a fictionalized piece of film. This is real. You can also hear the voice from behind the camera and the reassurance that it's okay. And it's also his vulnerability. Like, he didn't have to be playing a beautiful, perfect piece of music. It's beautiful by itself and in its rawness. And we're going to take that and try and turn it into something. So here from this lead in is what I like. This song's from 1957. So I found some sheet music, which is in guitar, for guitar solo. We can just turn it into piano, but I have to try and figure this shit out. Okay, oh, you got C's, got a random E, doesn't feel right. Got an E, oh bro, where am I? But then would we come the whole way down to A there? We got a G and a C, we got an E. Okay, you know what? F that. This is where you toss out the music theory and we just listen. Does that all sound nice though? If we go 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's kind of like we got 6 bars almost. I figured out what that man was playing, and I figured out somewhat the piano that should accompany that. And then I'm going to take the stem of the guitar, these different stems, because at the bottom here should be going. You know, we finish up on a sizzle. Okay, so we're just going to record something in and we send it to Jason. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna call Jason instead. Okay, just to get into it, it can be introduced by an ambient sound that is in key that will then help so it's like 2 ambient keys. So they like long, like open, wavy keys that then lead into the guitar over it. Bro, turn that into a song, send it over. Let's fucking go, boy. Cheers, my bro. Love you. Working with musicians is an incredible thing, and like I'm super blessed that I'm able to do it. Again, if you don't have the ability to work with musicians, you can still make it work this way. This is just part of my process. You're coming on the journey with me. So let's go. This is how I make a fucking film.
I'm so tired. Just gotta keep going though. Just gotta keep going.
Okay, I just arrived in New Delhi. As I said, I'm busy with another shoot while editing this film, but bear with me. I was able to finish the first 1 minute 30 seconds in the exact format I spoke about. It works every single time. And before I continue with this edit, I'm gonna turn this hotel room into my new editing studio. And it's 2:15. So I've put up my whiteboard and I'm not going to write anything on it tonight. I'm going to get back on it tomorrow. I've been traveling the whole day.
You know what? Actually, if there wasn't a deadline ever, I wonder if any film would ever get finished. The deadline is what's forcing me to push. But it's also the internal conflict of going how efficient I'm going to be versus how innovative I'm going to be. How much art can I put into this without completely just destroying my sleep cycle, which is already completely destroyed. Making this tutorial, I'm actually learning more about the filmmaking process than I think I knew. There's a quote: if you want to learn something, read it. If you want to understand it, write it. And if you want to master it, teach it. I'm not saying that this is me mastering it, but so far over the last 2 months, just by forcing myself to talk to the camera and explain the process, I've in turn learned so much more. Now I'm getting like way deep. This is procrastination. I'm gonna go to bed and then I'm gonna finish this edit. That's the plan. It is morning of day 8 of the edit. The whiteboard, which was sitting dormant and blank behind me, is now back in commission. The reason being is now that I've got to that 1 minute 30 mark, I can let the story breathe a bit. I can really go into detail into the different characters. So I'm busy writing down the character arcs and where I can take it from here. Now that I've really got the audience hooked, I can now really move into a engaging and compelling narrative. This is where the puzzle piecing begins, but this is also where the sad part of the edit begins, which is sacrifice. Unfortunately, when I was shooting something, I may have thought, this was a fantastic moment, this is definitely gonna make the edit, wow, what a great story. But in the context of the overall story, it's just not gonna fit. And saying goodbye to those scenes is really difficult at times. But one has to constantly, as spoken about before, thinking about the logline, the Hemingway approach of telling a story in its most simple form. Is this gonna make sense to the overall narrative? And if not, say goodbye. As you can see, I'm breaking down each of the characters here, and now I'm busy with Darren's scene. And yeah, this is how it's done. Then what I also do is I've got a little bit of a whiteboard situation going on over here, and this helps me be an arm's length of the computer, so I can go and then come over here and jot things down, and then I go over here and then I write things on this big board, and I come here because I'm done with Melissa's scene, and I use this thing right here. Then I use this thing, and I just gotta go. Sorry, this one hand vlog thing may look terrible, because I've taken it from there to here. Now I'm gonna change that to Darren. Another thing that I do while editing to help me stay on track is I write down every hour or every 2 hours what I would like to complete in that time. Cool, back to the edit. So Jimmy just messaged me to say that he needs to see the film in 5 hours and that Darren wants to see it in person in 5 hours. So the only option here is for me to absolutely give it horns on this edit. I'm gonna put the camera there and just time-lapse me editing for 5 hours. It's gonna be impossible for me to explain what I'm doing while I'm doing it. And then I'm gonna miss my deadline, and then things are gonna be catastrophic. So a new development in this tutorial, which in hindsight I actually think would have been better, is that I complete the film and then show you all my decision making along the way. However, we've gotten to this point already, and I feel like we've had a really intimate and amazing journey. So I might as well keep on keeping on with what I was keeping on doing. And also not showing you the film until it's complete is really good for the AVD for this video. So that's another good thing. It's currently 8:27 p.m. I've got just less than 5 hours. Wish me luck. Here goes. I'm nervous. Now that the first draft of the video is done, this is the scariest part of the process. If you are making a video for a client, this is what happens next. This is the first review, the client review. I'm looking at this video and I'm thinking, it's good, it's okay, it still needs work, but there's a time constraint. There's a client that needs to be able to watch it. We currently are on a Beast Philanthropy shoot. So Darren, the executive director of Beast Philanthropy, who has the ultimate say over the film, over if it's good enough, what he says matters most, what he thinks. So he's gonna come around now, he's gonna watch it, and he's gonna tell me if he thinks it's shit. Oh, here's Darren. Always have a snack prepared, just in case. I'm coming! Why are you running in? Yeah, have a brew bar.
Oh! I'm keeping these. Thanks.
I don't know if Darren's gonna be happy. But anyway, okay, you ready?
1 month ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain, while Dan got some rest, Darren and the team were hard at work building the structure of the solar grid.
I can see
Meaning that
that's
local
going to be...
doctors have to perform surgery on the
Whatever that instrument is playing right now, can you bring that out like a little bit more? Bring it to the front? It's awesome, man. I really think that Dan is a genius because every single step along the way, Dan is a master at his craft. From the storytelling to the directing to the videography to the editing to the music composing with subject matter that most people think is impossible to do. And that is to make engaging videos about charity concepts and positive concepts. This is really, really difficult, but Dan has figured out a way to consistently deliver.
We've decided to alter the script. Darren and Jimmy are going to take a crack at the script for the next 2 days and kind of go back and forth, and then it's going to come back to me. Hopefully it's not completely different.
I'll try my best.
That review actually went really good considering the time constraints. It's ridiculous how I've been editing this on the go. I've got to board a plane to Los Angeles tomorrow morning, but by the time I get there, I should have a list of all the changes that need to be made within the video. Hopefully they're not too many. And then we nearly at the finish line. This has been the longest journey. I wonder how long this video is. I'm going to take a guess right now how long this video is. And I'm going to say it's 2 hours and 10 minutes long, where we currently are right now. I don't want this video to be any longer than 2.5 hours. I think I might just be a little bit too long. If you are still hanging around, thank you. And I'll see you in Los Angeles. Oh, that could have been bad. It's light. Okay, I'm in my Airbnb in Los Angeles. I was able to finish most of these changes on the plane, which is awesome. Actually, I was able to finish the whole film on the plane without giving away too many spoilers, because obviously go watch the full film on Beast Philanthropy, which I'll link below, and there you'll see the full film, the full finished product. What I'm going to do now is take you through the decisions made on how I got to certain parts, the most poignant parts within this edit. The decisions I made around music and how I utilized the crescendo in the soundtracks, the decisions I made around match cuts, the decisions I made around the way in which I used Jimmy's voiceover, the way I used Jimmy talking to camera, the different interviews, the different characters, essentially how I shaped the story to get it to a point which makes you really feel something. Hopefully I don't give away too much, but hopefully I can give you enough so that you can learn from this edit at the same time, enjoy it when watching the full film. So just starting off, what I'm going to do is I'll play the intro, okay?
A few months ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain in a remote part of Nepal, this hospital looked like this.
As I mentioned in the whiteboard scene before, which is really interesting to go back and kind of look at, is the juxtaposition shots. This used to look like this, and I didn't think that that would be powerful enough before going to Nepal. And then when coming back and looking at it, it obviously really works with going from here
Look like this.
to there, being
Because
like
of it-
really strung.
A few months ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain in a remote part of Nepal.
So on the top of a 9,000-foot mountain, very seaside directly as to what it is, in a remote part of Nepal, you want to kind of start to feel the culture here.
This hospital.
This
hospital, which now looks beautiful. It's got solar panels. It's amazing. It's got paint. And then we show what it looked like, and we have that impact on the sound. Boom. How do I do this without showing the whole video? This is going to be impossible for me to do without showing the entire film and ruining the experience of watching the full film. So what I suggest is going and opening up a new tab right now and watching this film. I've linked it below, as I've said. It's called We Powder Mountain. Just type in Beast Philanthropy on YouTube, We Powder Mountain. Watch the film and then come back here, and then I'm going to break it down for you in depth. I'm hungry anyways, so while you do that, I'm going to get some dinner. Cool. Now that you've watched the video, let's dive into it. Great. Starting again. As you'll see right up top here, this is a grade. I'll get into the grade later. It's just easier to watch for now with the grade. I'll explain it later. If I obviously take the grade off, we'll see it flat like this. So this is just with the grade on it. I will take you through how I grade very basically at the end of this. Let me take you through the story structure and why certain decisions were made in order to tell the story and really give you those emotions. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you thought the video was shit, well then, I mean, there's no real point in watching this now, is there? So if you did return, awesome. Let's continue.
A few months ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain in a remote part of Nepal, this hospital looked like this.
Okay, so right up front, the first lines that were changed was a few months ago, this hospital looked like this. So what happened is when we arrived, the hospital was a little bit more developed. So what we did is we sourced footage of the hospital a little bit prior to this, so a few months before we got there, so that the contrast could be a little bit more juxtapositioned, a little bit more harsh, as you'll see with this here.
Like this.
That really helps. Obviously lining those up together really helps nicely. That really gives it that impact. Again, just such a powerful line up front. And then just to amplify that slightly, it's just the sound. If we just solo these sound effects.
A few months ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain in a remote part of Nepal, this hospital looked like this.
Just simple impacts and some ambient sounds there just really help with the emphasis of that moment. And then after that, I still wanted to showcase the ruins and what the hospital used to look like. Then when we're going into the next section here,
because of its isolation, this community has no electricity, meaning that local doctors have no access to proper medical equipment and often had to perform surgeries and complex procedures in the dark using only a flashlight and very basic tools.
So before speaking about animation, I just want to go into over here. Remember when I was in India, I spoke about how we utilize the motif and how we move with the music, and that's really important. And as you can hear here, when I just solo these music tracks, I don't even need to show you the visual there for you to be able to visualize yourself the kind of feeling. So if I isolate these and you just hear the VO.
A few months ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain in a remote part of Nepal, this hospital looked like this.
Because of its isolation, this community has no electricity, meaning that local doctors have no access to proper medical equipment and often had to perform surgeries and complex procedures in the dark using only a flashlight and very basic tools. If more complex care was needed, it would take hours to walk to a better medical facility. These limitations have resulted in many fatalities and miscarriages.
So that gets us to the end of a scene. That gets us to the end of the 30-second mark. Remember, when going through, what we really wanted to focus on was this first 9 seconds. So up until here, then to get us to that 30-second mark, and then from there to get us to that 1 minute 30-second mark. And that's what I'm going to show you right now, and how we are keeping the audience here, how hopefully you are engaged throughout watching this piece, and really keeping you questioning and wanting more, and trying to unravel the story yourself, but continually being surprised with new insights and, emotively being evoked. Right in the beginning here, kind of the hardships, the more harsh realities, and for there to be a nuance that's identified over and above there just being the fact that there's no electricity and way to be able to power this hospital, which results in a lack of medical care. We need to go deeper. We need to really dive in and find that nuance. And that's where we're going to get to now. We've got to the 30-second mark. Hopefully we've hooked you with a impact right up front and then the hook. And now we're going to start to communicate. Another really exciting part about the post process is these kind of like aha moments. It's kind of like, yes, this works really well. And that's when things match cut with an unexpected match cut, or how to blend two scenes together seamlessly. And sometimes things just perfectly match. And a moment like this in the edit visually is this moment here. I go from this dark scene where you can see the showcase of the iconography where a woman has to utilize fire, one for heat, another for light. And then from there, I can move over to a doctor with a torch. So just watch how this moves together.
It has no electricity, meaning that local doctors have no...
These two things kind of seamlessly match cut and just make so much sense. And this is where like the writing of the script and the visual starts to come together. And there was a little bit of change here. I know that I speak about don't alter the script based upon the visual, but in this case, the script didn't have to change too much and the visual really helped to amplify the script. So these two really accompany each other well. Now I just want to speak about animation. Firstly, before going into how the animation is done, with Peace Philanthropy, when I came on board a year and a half ago, I wanted to redesign the way in which the animation is done. I wanted to give it this kind of papery texture, this feeling of an imperfect, more textured animatic. So it feels as if it's unfinished. It feels like it was made out of paper. This really helps match the tone of the whole piece, the believability, the realism. If taking it far away and putting it into a 4D space or Unreal Engine and making it look like really great graphics, it just wouldn't fit. As you would have seen if you do follow the Beast Philanthropy films, these have gotten better in time as we've been going. We've been working with animators to create it in a better way and make it fit. So just to talk about how the animations are done, I don't do the animations at all. We outsource animations. Animations like this length, they aren't too expensive to outsource. You can use sites like Fiverr, or you can find an animator that you work well with. A 10-second animation like this would cost max around $200 to $250. And another part about these animations is the way that I call it bleed in and bleed out. Maybe that's not the right way to look at it, or you can call it folding in and folding out. It's using the alpha channels so that we can go from the one to the other. A better example is how we exit this animation, as you see over here.
To walk to a better medical facility. These limitations have resulted in many fatalities and miscarriages.
So all that happens is when I export, I get it to a certain point where I give the animator an in and an out point, and then they can take and just do this technique. It just helps put the animation in the same environment. And what I really wanted to communicate there is the distance, how far it would take for somebody who was in a severe circumstance to get from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain where there is actual proper medical care. Shout out to the animator here, his name's Kyle, he's awesome. You don't always need animation, but and if you can't afford to have animation, there are ways around this as well. I mean, you can invent ways to make this easier. There are also ways of doing this yourself. I can show you how I've done what I call stop motion scrapbooking, which takes far too long, where I literally sit and I cut out all these bits and bobs and I put them on top of one another and it shows the stuff. This is just a far easier, more efficient way of doing it and working with great people and building this out together, and it just becomes more and more seamless the more you work with the same person. Then here, what I wanted to mention is this is a great example of learning when to sacrifice something that you put a lot of work into. Now, I remember when I was sitting in India and I got all excited because that man was playing a guitar, and I phoned Jason and we recorded that track and we made that track, which actually sounds really awesome. I'll play a piece of it here. We fleshed it out into like a full track with choir, click tracks. I mean, like... So here I'm like, yes, I really want to use this. This sounds awesome. And listen to like when it goes into the break of the track. Beautiful. And then it obviously ends with the part that I liked. My hands, they're freezing, you know, and then with the laughter. And that scene was going to go in here. And originally it was in here. And it just didn't work. So I took it out. And it hurt. But again, think about how you're going to advance the story. Not how you're going to make just a piece that's like a flex because you put a lot of work into doing something. And then it just turns out that it didn't work in the first place. Because that happens in every single film. Every single film. So then instead I wanted to go bang right into it and go. Dan and Darren went to Cologwan and arrived and then start to showcase the environment. The reason why we went in the first place is because it was the green program and Give Power that made us aware of this project. And as you saw in the shooting scene before, we're so graciously invited into these people's houses, the community's houses, that I really wanted to showcase this right up front. Part of Nepal that we were in was just so amazing. But we don't have the time to really lengthen this out right up front, but we can pepper in these beautiful shots throughout the edit. So let's just watch that scene quickly.
And miscarriages. So our long-term partners Give Power, who we have worked with in 3 previous Beast Philanthropy videos, asked Dan and Darren to join them on a trek to the village of Cologwan to help them solve this problem, where they were given an incredibly warm welcome in undoubtedly one of the most beautiful places on earth. On the first morning, Darren met up with a local...
So now we're sitting around the 50-second mark. We understand what the problem is, we understand why we need to solve the problem, and we understand that we are now there and ready to solve the problem. Now we are hooked before the 1 minute mark. That's really important. Now you'll start to hear the motif start to come in. This is that beautiful soundtrack that back in the studio, way before leaving, this is that track now starting to come through, which you'll hear repeat throughout, and this will help remind you as the audience kind of how to feel almost before you feel it. You know something beautiful is about to happen, and in this moment here we'll watch it together and then I'll explain it.
On the first morning, Darren met up with a local Give Power engineer named Sanjay, who told him a tragic story about Neera, a woman from the village who had previously lost her baby due to the freezing temperatures and lack of appropriate medical facilities and equipment.
She had to travel in the monsoon roads to the nearest birthing center, and then since the birth is now far away, she couldn't reach the birthing center and had to lose the baby.
And due to a lack of government funding, this hospital would not get electricity until at least 2030.
If the hospital was up and running with the birthing facility, the case with her would have been completely different.
Darren knew we had to act fast to prevent this from happening again, so he also met Melissa.
So what happens next in this scene is we start to identify with our very first character. We've got Sanjay, who we'll see as now as the audience, we don't yet know that he becomes a central part of the film. We meet Sanjay, who then introduces us to Neera, and her story, it's really powerful, and it hurts, and it's really hard to absorb, especially for me as a new parent, I guess. It's like this one really hit home. Now, this is a great tip of advice in storytelling. If the case was you were tasked to tell a story about how plastic pollution was affecting sea turtles, and there was 10,000 sea turtles affected by plastic pollution. Instead of going, plastic is a problem, look at it going into the ocean, there's these beautiful creatures, 10,000 of them, and then seeing a bunch of shots of sea turtles in this environment that lives have been put in danger now, it would make you care less than really personifying, humanizing a sea turtle, identifying with one sea turtle, and then taking you through that sea turtle's journey, and then ending with going, and then there are 10,000 more like X, the sea turtle. This is just a really great way of understanding, utilizing a singular to really be able to identify on an eye-to-eye level, on a heart-to-heart level with one human being, without completely throwing out a massive number that's going to scare the audience away. Rather showcase an individual's life that has been affected in a particular way, and then start to bring in the large numbers later. And that's a really great way to get the message across, to really get the emotion across. So that's what I've done here up front. We've looked at the facts and from a little bit further away, and now we've jumped in through a local, Sanjay, and he's made this introduction to another local who's also speaking in the local tongue, and we are able to really be on the ground and be in this conversation with them. Like I spoke about earlier in the piece, don't force the story. Be with a local. When you couple up with a local, he's able to find out about these stories. So that's the decision made there, right up until the 1:24-minute mark. Now, as an audience member, I'm only 1 minute 24 in, and I'm already emotively so involved in this piece. It's only 1 minute 24 seconds, and I'm really searching for some sort of a solution. I really am invested in seeing how this hospital, how electricity is going to help alter this community. So from here, we have a little bit more space. Remember, I spoke about let's get us to the 1 minute 30 mark, and then from there we have time to really communicate and build out the narrative a little bit more.
Would have been completely different.
Darren knew we had to act fast to prevent this from happening again.
Oh, just an important note here is that line that happens there. Darren knew we had to act fast. That, remember, now we are sitting at 1 minute 26 seconds around about where that line was said. That's the urgency. The Neera's story gives us the ability to add in that line about urgency. We knew we had to act fast, and let's transition into this next piece to understand from Melissa how she gets involved and why her story matters and how she's going to help make this process easier.
He also met Melissa, the founder of the Green Program, who brought a bunch of incredible students and volunteers to help finish this massive project.
When I was younger, I was visiting my family in Malaysia. It was the first time I saw the ocean. It was the first time I saw the reef. And it was really the first time where I realized that if we had the opportunity to show people the beauty of nature and the world, it really unlocks something that makes us want to protect it too. So we've essentially taken students from all over the world who care so deeply about making an impact, and being able to expose our future generations to different perspectives is a way that we believe can really make the world a better place.
After meeting Sanjay and Melissa, Darren was more inspired than ever before to get to work.
So, the whole way up till now, 2 minutes 12 seconds. What's really interesting about this section, we get to understand Melissa's hero journey tale. We get to understand that it's not just helping the people from Kalagwan, but it's also connecting communities from around the world. It's taking brilliant minds and attaching them to a problem in Nepal and helping these people come together and fix and come to some sort of solution. And that's really where we want to get to by this point. Now emphasizing from where we heard just before at the 1 minute 27 mark, we needed to act fast to make change, to now we're going to go into, and this really inspired Darren to wanting to get involved and make this difference. So we've got those two parts again, both urgency parts with a little bit of narrative that really helps you care. I don't know if you picked up on this, but if you did, well done. I did actually end up using a little bit of the piece from the piece that was created from the guitar piece, the guitar man. However, it wasn't a guitar piece. It was just bits of the piano. So we used inspiration from that, and I'll show you just which part that was over here. As you can see here, it's the guitar diegetics and with the piano. Beautiful song, so yeah. But the whole piece, the whole idea of it was obviously to connect us to the diegetic and the location through utilizing the man with the guitar and then coming out of the scene from that. But we were able to use a piece of the soundtrack, which is good. Cool.
Inspired than ever before to get to work by installing a solar array and batteries to power the new hospital, as well as provide all the equipment to outfit a safe and modern birthing center to serve this vulnerable community.
Okay, the use of the second animation is because we've already teased it right up front with a tiny little bit of sizzle of what the ending of the hospital is going to look like, what the resolve is going to look like. We don't want to have to return to this, and we also don't want to showcase and give away too much. It also helps the audience to understand what it looks like to install a solar array and power the hospital in an animatic form. So this is just a way of showcasing different iconography that will help encompass without having to show every single nut, screw, bolt, piece of equipment that's needed in order to do so. Animation helps really sum this all up in a beautiful way. But again, if you can't do animation, it doesn't matter. You can then do these kind of match cuts and get through to it that way.
Okay, we're ready for day 1. 3, 2, 1.
So the team was beyond excited to get to work. By the end of the first day, the team managed to finish all the digging and wiring.
I can't really put my finger.
Now this next scene should showcase what's going to happen on day 1, which is the first day of construction. Construction is boring. So generally what I like to do is take certain moments and add in sounds that match the soundtrack. So it's just a generic drum track, just a percussive track. And so when it goes, we can then have in different elements where here we've got the beast philanthropy, let's go, and it leads up and
so the team was beyond excited to get to work.
And now so you can hear with the sound effects, yay, wiring.
The team managed to finish all the digging and wiring.
And then it quickly goes through. I mean, that was a 15-second, 20-second scene of just showcasing something that's generally quite boring. You don't want to watch people building stuff. I mean, you can show it in a way like that, and that's an exciting way to show it. It showcases people, it showcases them having fun, it showcases them doing it together, and also adds in sound and music and blends it together and makes it a little bit more exciting. What we have here now, after we've got that, we've now also been given some space. So it goes fast, space, fast, space, fast, space. The space that we get given here is for Darren to start communicating with camera. We haven't really had a moment yet where Darren can talk to the camera, and Darren is the main supporting role to Jimmy. Jimmy is the opener, he's the main character, he is the owner of Beast Philanthropy, as well as he is the narrator of the piece. Then we listen to Darren, and then I come on as somewhat of a sidekick to Darren's character. This is kind of a late part to bring Darren in. You know, usually we bring him in much earlier in the film, but in this case it just made sense to bring Darren in here. This is the 2:43 minute mark, so yeah, it is late to bring him in. But his line here is so endearing, and we needed to meet the community first for this to make sense, for his line, what we're about to watch now, to make sense.
I can't really put my finger on it, but there is something about the people in this village. Their authenticity, their friendliness, and their openness has made me feel part of their families in just a few days. As we walked up to this house, somebody ran inside and he lit a fire and there's smoke coming out and we didn't know what was going on, but he went to go brew some tea. This is Himalayan black tea with ginger, and it is really the best tea I've ever had in my entire life. This is the culture over here. These people are incredibly kind and welcoming, and everywhere you go, they want to take care of us. They have literally opened up their houses and given us a bedroom in their house so that Dan and I have a comfortable place to stay.
But not long after.
Okay, so that scene is 30 seconds long, and what it does, it beautifully encapsulates a moment that kind of pulls you away from the project at hand and gives you some time to spend with the community and understand how beautifully warm and welcoming this community is. It also speaks about tea. It speaks about certain quick sacrifices that the community had to make in order just to get us tea, which also in turn invites the audience again on the ground in Nepal, makes you feel like you are there. Remember, because we were moving the audience away from the hospital, and now we having time to communicate with the people, with the culture, which is so important because the two are so tightly knit. It makes you care even more so. Remember when I spoke about this is Nero, who's one person from Kalagwan, and here's a whole bunch of people from Kalagwan. Look how incredible they are. Look how amazing. And I can honestly say that being there, these people are so amazing, so welcoming, so beautiful. And I speak for myself here, but this was by far the most beautiful trip that I've been on. I just felt immediately a part of this culture and so welcomed. And I really wanted that to be showcased within this film. And this moment here with Darren really helped encapsulate that. So now next, because we've, like I said, we're going kind of slower, hard fact, slower, hard, slower, boom. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to go into the next section, which I'll just play for you now.
But not long after the construction began, Dan started to feel ill.
I feel like super sick, so I've got to go over to the local post to get checked out.
Which means he can experience firsthand just how difficult it is to get treated in such a remote location.
As you can see, everything's locked up here, and that's the harsh reality is if you're severely ill in the village nearby, you would have to make a 7-hour trek to get to the closest big facility that can help.
Fortunately, there was a nurse on site that was able to see him.
This is Karuna, a nurse in the local town of Kalagwan. She's come to help me.
But because there is no electricity, she can only do a very basic checkup. She came to the conclusion that Dan had
Gati.
Yeah.
I've got Gati, bro. It's a rare Nepalese disease.
Actually, it's just a minor cold.
Okay, so again, now what's happened is like I spoke about earlier, there does need to be some form of comic relief. And yes, at the time I was really sick and it felt like I was literally dying. So I thought I had a Gati, which is technically a cold. Story-wise, it worked so perfectly. It was a seamless way of me being able to showcase the harsher realities of what these conditions were like by using myself as a vehicle in order to do so. This is very serendipitous. Yes, I was sick, but at the same time, it was great for the story and for the narrative. So it's a kind of a loss, win, loss, win situation. Win in post, because I've forgotten about being sick. Then at the end, it gives us that comic relief when Jimmy says,
Actually, it's just a minor cold.
Actually, it's just a minor cold. I try and add hyperbole to the situation by going, I got Gati, which is a rare Nepalese disease, and try and make it a serious thing. And then Jimmy just quickly takes it away from me and goes, actually, it's just a cold. So that then again just breaks that tension. It gives us some comic relief. Hopefully it gives a laugh or two, I hope. We more or less at the halfway mark of the film by now. I'd like to note that this is our longest Beast Philanthropy video to date, totaling the amount of 10 minutes and 3 seconds. That's our longest film by at least like a minute and 45 seconds or something like that, which is great. The goal with Beast Philanthropy videos is to try and get them to be longer and longer and longer and longer. But obviously, they've got to be engaging.
But for a community this size, there are often far more serious situations that require an immediate and comprehensive treatment that just are not available. With so much riding on this project, the team were already feeling the intense pressure. Let's go, guys. So while they got some rest, they continued with the construction.
We had that comedic break at the 4-minute 18 mark, and now the whole way up until the 5-minute mark, we've added in that intensity, we've added in that urgency, we've reignited the story by going, we really needed to act fast, because from going from my Gati, which isn't, obviously a rare Nepalese disease and it's not that serious, Jimmy then speaks to how there are much more severe cases, reminding the audience of the first character that we met named Neera and the severity of her case, and that we need to get this project done in time. One, because obviously we need medical attention as soon as possible, but two, we had also planned a big lighting ceremony that was going to happen 2 days after this, so it was super important that everything gets done in time, because the community, people were going to travel for 8, 9, 10 hours to come and watch this lighting ceremony and see this hospital lit up for the first time. Then what ended up happening in that day is the team worked really hard, not me because I was sleeping because I was so severely ill, but the team worked super hard and was able to actually get ahead of schedule. You can see the hospital behind Sanjay here as he sits down and how it's transforming, and this gives us a moment within the film to then go back to Sanjay and find out more about his story, because what we found out when we were there was such a compelling element to Sanjay, who works for Give Power, a program that literally gives solar power to places all around the world that we've worked with multiple times before. He's also an incredible engineer, and this is his story. This is what he's done, and I needed to find a place to put this in the film, and this felt really fitting to put that in here.
When I was working and repairing the equipment in the Upper Himalayas, we find out this village with no electricity at all. And then when you get here, I saw a baby was there in a wooden box, and then there was a light bulbs on, hitting it.
Obviously, the animated scene here is used because we don't have the stock footage of this. Therefore, because we've done 2 animations prior to this, this animation would make sense to do it here. If it was just suddenly one animation and it was Arb, it just wouldn't fit in, and it wouldn't feel right. We would then just have him speaking to the camera directly here. In order to emphasize what he's saying and help the audience imagine what he's speaking about, it would make sense to have this animation. That's why we have this animatic where it is.
It popped my mind, and I think this kind of equipment can be, built by ourselves. And after that, I formed a team out here in Nepal, and then we were able to make a baby warmer, and we call it nan-maaa in Nepali. That means a warm child.
nan-maaa became such a success that it won a People's Choice Award in the USA.
I think it's a dream come true for me, because the vision is like to build this kind of warmer and then to aware the people about its significance in remote settings and the remote hospital like this in the background.
Realizing the life-saving importance of simple...
I'll just like to note there, remember that in the beginning when we met Sanjay, you heard the same soundtrack. That soundtrack was then brought back there.
Medical equipment, Darren decided to surprise Sanjay by buying 10 more baby warmers that he could give to other communities and similar needs.
Sanjay, I want to buy another 10 of those baby warmers from you and let you just go give it to whatever hospitals or communities need them.
Thank you very much. It means a lot for me and the team. It feels unreal.
Those moments that happen there where Darren and Jimmy spontaneously give away additional charitable donations, I call honeypot moments in the film, and these can also be peppered throughout the film. These are the surprising elements, these extra elements that also reignite the flame that you didn't know were going to happen in the film. They're surprising, and they keep you feeling good, as well as they keep this idea, which happens in all the films, which is that there's always some additional surprise waiting to happen. Now, this final scene is the big scene. It's the with only 1 day remaining. This is my favorite soundtrack out of the whole piece, and you're gonna hear how it builds and builds and builds and builds and just breaks into this beautiful. So this is almost like in a way, kind of like works together like a music video along with this beautiful imagery as well as this really deep and rich storytelling. So I'm just going to play this scene out, and this scene is our longest scene because it takes us from the beginning, and this is how you get a really powerful crescendo, is how long can you really hold on to the motif, how long can you really hold the audience there until we can then take you to a point and hit this crescendo and keep you up there and keep you high. If the build up isn't as long, the drop of the track or the climatic elements of the track don't hit as hard. This goes intention, obstacle, intention, obstacle, intention, obstacle, intention, obstacle. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, boom.
With only 1 day remaining, we were so close to finishing the construction. And the whole team gathered to sign the final certificate. And Darren had the honor of tightening the final bolt. Together, we turned a broken building with no electricity into a fully operational hospital that will service over 16,000 people in this community.
I have so much gratitude for the fact that we are able to come in here and give them a gift that will make a meaningful difference to these people for generations to come. It's getting close to nightfall now, and it's nearly time to surprise the community, and I can't wait.
The whole village came to the hospital to witness the lights turn on for the first time.
Are you ready?
Seeing the lights come on for the first time in a community, it never gets old, and it's been absolutely incredible sharing it with this community.
The next one.
Again, just the goosebump scene that happens. This is the goosebumps that you want to feel, like you really want to draw this out, and then it gives the moment for Darren to be able to communicate
Seeing
here.
the lights come on for the first time in a community, it never gets old, and it's been absolutely incredible sharing it with this community.
This is a celebratory
The
moment.
next morning sun.
And now we can still keep you there, and we've got another surprise, which is the moment where we bring Nira back to the hospital so she can experience what the new hospital looks like, so she knows that other women in her community most likely won't have to face what she went through. That's what you call a storybook ending. It really brings you from cover to cover, introducing her and then kind of ending with her. But because we know from these other honeypots that have happened throughout the film, it might not be the end of the film. There might still be one more surprise.
Sanjay invited Nira back to the hospital so he could show her all of the new equipment, including his baby warmers.
Now she's very much optimistic that no one has to go through what she went through. She's very happy and grateful for the birthing facility over there.
Okay, so here, technically, where it should be the end of the film, we've got a brand read. Okay, that has to happen. Just like I had a brand read in this video, the brand reads have to happen. The brand reads in Beast Philanthropy videos, 100% of the proceeds from the brand reads, from any ad rev, from merch sales, any income stream, go back into the projects that we are doing. So building the hospital, powering the hospital, they go into building the orphanages, they go back into the upkeep of previous projects, they go into the food bank. There's so many places. Without the views that these videos get, without the brand reads that these videos get, we won't be able to do the amazing projects that we do. Yes, it is difficult to obviously have to put a brand read within a video, but it is what it is. I'm gonna skip through this brand read because it's kind of irrelevant. This is also a reason to bring in that honeypot ending, because we've got the brand read and we need the AVD to want to stretch the whole way to the end of the video. That's why we
utilize this final surprise, and there's always a final surprise at the end of every Beast Philanthropy video. That's why you need to stay till the end of every video. And this is what we decided to do for the final surprise, which was awesome, by the way.
Hey, let's get back into it. When speaking to Sanjay, we found out that although he is Nepalese, he has never been to Everest, and it has always been a dream of his to see the massive mountain. So on the last morning, we decided to surprise him with a once-in-a-lifetime trip.
We're so close to Everest, it just made sense that we go visit it.
We took Sanjay to the highest point on Everest that a helicopter could reach. The air was so thin, Darren, Dan, and Sanjay were only allowed to spend 2 minutes up there, where they could get hypoxia from lack of oxygen.
Darren and I are at the highest point we've ever been together.
I can't believe it's happening.
Seeing Everest literally brought Sanjay to his knees with emotion.
It's so overwhelming. It's a dream for me to come here and see the Everest.
Again, I just want to thank our partners at Give Power and...
Yeah, I mean, even for me watching that, it almost brings me to tears, because it like just reminds me of how incredible these opportunities are to go and experience these things. Being behind the camera and editing it really adds this shield. Just the ability to witness that is like, that's a once in a lifetime opportunity. I don't think I'll ever be able to experience something like that again. And I'm just so grateful to Jimmy and Darren to be able to see things like that, and seeing Sanjay just fall down into his knees and experience such a beautiful moment. It was kind of like this higher power moment for Sanjay. It was really something very special to witness. So we get there, and this is now where the persuasion gets involved. Remember where I spoke about impact, communication, persuasion. Our act of persuasion sounds like a negative word. Impact, communication, transformation rather. But that is a persuasive act to transform. And this is where we would ask the audience to either donate or to get involved, or just thank the audience for their support, or to subscribe or like, because all of those things all snowball. The more views we get, the more subscribers we get, the more the brands are going to pay for the videos, the more money we make off YouTube, and the more good that we can do. So that's a kind of a thing that's repeated by Jimmy at the end of all of these videos. He did shout me out at the end of this video, which is fantastic. I don't need to play the whole outro, but yeah, you get what happens at the end. Just before finishing off and going into how I grade these videos, I just wanted to touch on why this timeline looks like this, and it looks all colorful and all over the place. It's like that on purpose, and it's planned that way. It's because we can see how much screen time each character is getting. For instance, all Jimmy's VO is orange like this. All Jimmy to camera is light blue like that. All Darren is green. All the yellow stuff is animation. All Dan, me, is dark blue, etc, etc. So that just helps understand when going through this timeline. And obviously then this helps correlate with the script. So if you quickly want to go somewhere, you can quickly go through here and figure out where you are on the script. Look how beautiful and pretty the timeline looks. So now we're going to go into the grade and how this is done. For the grade, I really don't do anything too extensive because all the footage is shot in Sony S-Log 3, as mentioned before in the shooting scene. So I simply add a conversion LUT, which converts my footage into Rec 709. And this is the LUT I use. It's from an incredible YouTuber called Danny Gervitz. If you don't know his work, I suggest going over and checking it out. It's awesome. By the way, I didn't get endorsed to say that. And if everything is shot to the correct exposure and white balance, this LUT does most of the work. So once the conversion LUT is applied, I simply add some contrast and saturation to boost the colors. I've found that the audience reacts best to a color palette that pops. I do this for every single clip in the film to make sure that every frame is graded and is well balanced. Next part is really important, and that is mixing the sound and the music so that you can actually hear what's being said, and as well as amplify certain sound effects in certain areas and bring them down in certain areas, as well as bring the music up in certain areas, bring the music down in certain areas, etc, etc. So here's a really quick way of how to do it. Premiere Pro has made audio mixing really easy with all their new AI updates. Remember that the vocals are most important. Music then comes second, and then sound effects. So then what you're going to do is open up the Essential Sound panel, then select the audio you need in the mix. Like I said, I always start off with the vocals. Make sure you then select dialogue in the essential sound window and click enhance. And once it is finished enhancing, you just have immediate better sounding audio. Then make sure this vocal enhancer box is ticked. And then finally for the vocals, adjust the gain so it sits around the -9 to 12 dB range. This will ensure that the audio will not be peaking when playing back.
A few months ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain in a remote part of Nepal, this hospital looked like this. A few months ago, at the very top of a 9,000-foot mountain in a remote part of Nepal, this hospital looked like this.
I do this for all the vocals in the entire film, and then I move on to the music. For the music, I always duck it against the vocals, meaning that the music will never overpower the vocals to the point where you will not be able to hear what is being said vocally. And then for the music, I set the gain to around -20 dB. But again, this changes in points where I really want the music to elevate a scene. For example, the crescendo scene, a climatic scene.
Are you ready?
Come on for the first time in a community, it never gets old, and it's been absolutely incredible sharing it with this community.
So the music can really be heard here and experienced so that the audience can feel the emotion. I again do this for all the music in the film. I do this all before finally mixing in the sound effects and ambience. These elements are simply there to help support the audio. Again, if there are some moments that need to be elevated, I then up the gain of the sound effects to help with this. Usually with time-lapse scenes and when we transition from one day to another. I do this for all of the sound design of the entire video.
Step 8, packaging and delivery.
And finally, I'm just going to show you the export settings that I use. It's super simple to best optimize your export for YouTube at 4K so that the viewer has the best possible time they can have watching the video. This is what I have found to be the best way to export a video for YouTube. I make sure that I export the film into the final export folder, as I mentioned when going through the drive setup. In this folder, I have two folders. One, 4K for YouTube, which is where the final YouTube export will go, and two, a 4K with no subtitles, which is where the clean export of the film will go. These are the best export settings. I always match the source of my sequence. The format is also always H.264. Then I tick these two boxes. Render at maximum depth and use maximum render quality. All of the other settings stay the same, but I make sure that the bitrate is set to 40 megabytes per second and VBR 1 pass. Okay, then I click export. And once the film is exported, it is absolutely crucial that you watch through it multiple times. This is called a QC, a quality check. You have to quality check the video because you never know if there's an export error or a black frame or a piece of media that is offline.
Okay, back to Cape Town.
Step 9, the upload.
Okay, that experience was wild. In total, the entire process of just the edit, excluding travel, I would say it took around 7 days. This whole process of making this entire film, I would say took about a month to a month and a half. I'm just about to click the upload button for the Beast Philanthropy video, but before I do, I just wanted to say, if you got this far in this tutorial, if you made it the whole way here, no matter if it took you 3 days, 5 days, a month, please let me know below, because you're the kind of person that I definitely want to work with in the future. Just the mere fact that you have the drive, the dedication to get through a tutorial that's this extensive just shows that you've really got what it takes to one day, or right now, become one of the greatest filmmakers on YouTube. I'm not at all saying that this tutorial is going to turn you into the genius of editing or the genius of filmmaking, but it definitely shows you've got what it takes in order to wanting to learn, to grow, to expand as a filmmaker.
and I take my hat off to you. I've never in my whole life, on every film I've ever made, worked this hard on a film or a tutorial. It's been one hell of a process. Usually I'm just sitting doing this whole thing without having to talk and explain to the camera at the same time while going along in the process. So technically it took double as long. Or I had to consider what I was saying the whole time too. So yeah, it was a lot of work. Therefore, a mere share or a like or a comment would mean the world. Also, if you're new here, please subscribe and turn your notifications bell on. And then lastly, the only thing that got me through was Brew Bar. You can buy a box of Brew Bar. There's 12 in a box. I'll link it below. Definitely just buy Brew Bar. It is the greatest tasting caffeinated healthy snack on the market by miles. I don't know why it's like hasn't taken over the world yet, but anyway, you can help that become a reality. Okay, just about to click upload. Okay, just about to click upload. There we go. As it's uploading, don't forget, you're awesome, bro, and I'll see you soon.
Today is the first day that you can buy a 500 hertz gaming monitor. The Alienware AW2524H is out now and on sale. And whether you're a professional head clicker or just an enthusiastic amateur, hey, who put that? We've proven that a higher refresh rate is one of the tangible things that you can do to step up your game. And we tested with everyone from, no offense, Paul, from Paul's Hardware, everyone from that aforementioned enthusiastic amateur to the one and only Shroud. But your monitor is nothing without a PC to drive it. And a monitor like this deserves an equally top-of-the-line PC to take advantage of every single one of those hertz. So we're going to be bringing the pain to your wallet because this thing is top spec for everything. A new case we've never used before with a screen in it. We've got a RTX 4090. We've got, oh yes, the all-new 7950X3D. And, well, if all of that sounds a little difficult to swallow, we've also got sensible alternate choices for everything that is still really high-end if you want 90% of the performance at a much more reasonable price. The only question that remains now is, once we're finished building this PC, how many games can we actually play above 500 FPS? Oh wait, and there's one other question. Who's going to do the segue to our sponsor?
Enlisted. Enlisted is a free-to-play, multiplayer World War II shooter. Jump into large-scale battles from authentic moments in history like the invasion of Normandy. Check it out by following the link in the video description.
The answer was me. Haha, it was always me. Awesome. That's it for our talking points for today. So we are just going to go ahead and get started. First, with the introduction to the Alienware AW2524H. I'm not sure I quite fully understand the rationale behind that name, but 2524H, so it's a 24.5-inch monitor on sale today in North America for $830. It's actually been out in China since February the 8th, but I guess we get things later here now. It has an NVIDIA G-Sync module. Don't get scared off by the price point, guys. You don't have to buy a monitor like this. We're going to actually have our full review of this thing coming out tomorrow. But all you need to know for now is that until the Asus ROG Swift 500 hertz monitor that they showed off at Computex 22 comes out, this is the only way to get 500 hertz on your desktop today. What can we really say about it? I mean, there's a few things we didn't actually cover in the review, like this headphone holder. Other than that, I think we just basically need to move on. Is that wild or what? $800 for a 1080p monitor. All right, let's get this system started. Of course, naturally, we are starting with the CPU. When we want to get, what kind of, is this in any particular order here?
Yes. Do you want a phone prompter so you can look at this camera?
Yeah, no, I don't know. Harrison, do you mind firing that up on my laptop, please?
You got it.
Okay, let's start with the CPU. I'm working entirely off my notes here. Don't be Don't be confused by this box. This is a box for the 7950X. We've, of course, gone with the AMD Ryzen 9 7950X3D. This is not really a conventional gaming build in the sense that normally I would say, hey, if you want to save a buck, you are far better off under normal circumstances cheaping out a little bit on your CPU and spending more on your GPU, because most people are going to be far more GPU limited than they are going to be CPU limited. Of course, it's going to depend on the kinds of games you're playing. It's going to depend on the resolution of your monitor. But again, when we're talking about most people, you're going to want to play a variety of games, and you probably aren't running at 1080p if you are considering spending, 40 series money on a GPU. You're probably at 1440p or even 4K. And if that's the case, you're going to run into a GPU bottleneck long before your CPU is going to be a problem in the vast majority of titles. But that's not the case today. And this is one of those situations where it's less about just getting the fastest GPU and then not worrying about everything else. And it's more about making sure that every single part of the system is tuned for the absolute maximum in alleviating CPU bottlenecks. Because we're targeting 500 hertz, in fact, I am willing to bet that in some cases, we're not even really going to be GPU bottlenecked at all. Hey, thank you so much. For our motherboard, we've gone with an Aorus something or other. Let's figure out what that... Wait, what? Nope. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, Jake was ranting about this before the stream started, how we've got a lot of new people here right now, and I'm not going to name any names, mostly because I actually don't know who it was, but people just don't really know what our processes and procedures are, so things are getting put back without all their accessories. I looked down at this motherboard and I went, oh, okay. Aorus, because it happens to have a gigabyte CPU socket cover on it to protect the pins on the socket. But nope, this is an ROG Crosshair X670E Hero. And the reason we chose this is, realistically, probably just because it was there. And it's a motherboard that supports everything that we needed to support. And I don't see anything in here about it. Yes. We're using the best AMD CPU currently available, so our choice of motherboard has to match that. All the ports and expansion that you could want, and some pretty powerful overclocking options that my script says we might take a look at later, but I actually sincerely doubt that. This is an X3D chip. There's not going to be a whole lot that we can do to squeeze more out of it, realistically. AMD has really... This is their finest silicon. The way that they designed this CPU is not quite like what Intel did, where they've got their hybrid architecture with their P cores, their performance cores, and their efficiency cores, but it's still sort of a heterogeneous design. The cores, the actual compute on this one is all the same, okay? So it's got 16 total cores, and I think it turbos up to what? Like 5.7 gigahertz. But 8 of the cores have the regular allocation of cache, and 8 of the cores have their 3D V-cache. So they have this dramatically expanded amount of cache. In the previous 5800 X3D, so the last generation X3D chip, it was 3D V-cache, all cores all the time. But here, this is super cool. AMD has built software tools that will allow your operating system to select which cores are more likely to be optimal for a given workload. So for something like productivity, where you're using all cores, realistically, it's going to actually perform a little bit worse than a regular 7950 non-X3D. And the reason for that is that the non-3D V-cache cores can suck more power, they can turbo higher. It seems like there's some sensitivity to high current, high voltages with their 3D V-cache. Whereas if you are gaming, for example, it'll say, hey, that other die that doesn't have 3D V-cache, let's kind of park that for now. We're going to focus this entire load on the 3D V-cache die, and that's how they're able to get better performance. So someday, a long time from now in the future, if we actually get games that will fully utilize 16 cores, this may not actually have a benefit over a regular 7950. But it is not this day. I don't know that, I hate to do this kind of thing, but I don't know that realistically we are ever going to see a CPU, or a game, excuse me, that is going to fully utilize 16 cores. There's just a lot of things about games that are inherently serial. They just can't be processed in parallel. Off sort of the PC building topic for a second here. Just want to check in with you guys and see how y'all are doing. No games as we understand them today. I mean, that's a fair point. We could end up with experiences, some kind of gaming experience that can be parallelized much more than what we're doing today, but certainly nothing the likes of which we're playing right now. Let's go ahead and do our RAM next. What did we end up using? Oh, sick. I think this is exactly the same RAM that I picked up to put in XQC's build in the event that he had any issues with his RAM. That's awesome. So this is a G.Skill Trident Z5 RGB kit. It runs at 6,000 megatransfers per second, CL30, and this is a 32x2, so a 64 gig kit, meaning this is about as high end as it gets for an AMD Ryzen system. I think we possibly could have gone ever so slightly tighter on the timings if we went with a 32 gig kit, but 64 gigs is sort of your future looking, but not entirely a waste of money configuration for RAM. Before we move on, we've actually got something really exciting to announce, and it's sort of AMD CPU related. Right now on LTT Store, we are running an absolutely wild promo on these two sizes of the Team Red CPU pillow. So the big Team Red CPU pillow, as well as our Threadripper pillow in the, let's see, what does this have? No, it doesn't have the dimensions on it. Perfect, that makes sense. Well, whatever. This size of the Threadripper pillow, there is a chance, and I think I have the talking points here. At least I really hope so. Oh, where is it? I could be a little bit more organized today. Hey, there we go. Limited time offer. Okay, so in our 50x50 CPU pillow Team Red and our 64.5 by 50 centimeter Threadripper pillow, you could receive a real CPU valued at $161.18 to $698.99 with your purchase based on a random draw. When each order is prepared at our warehouse, our team will use a 100-number randomizer to select whether the buyer will receive a free CPU with their order or not. Odds of winning are 12 in 100, or 3 in 25. There are 204 prizes available total. 70 have been awarded already. And once all the prizes are giving away, they will not be restocked or be made available again. At least we are not committing to anything like that. No purchase is necessary. One free entry is available by mail to our distribution center. We'll have the information for that in the video description. Dan, if you could please make sure that's down there. And customers and free entries from Quebec are not eligible for this promotion. So guys, check it out, lttstore.com. Get your very own CPU pillow in Team Red variety or Threadripper variety, and you too could have this experience. Okay, well, you see the hole in the pillow is a little small. It got a little, okay, the point is that don't worry, it won't be in there. we'll pack them separately. I think, is the 5800X3D the top SKU that is in that range? The point is there's a variety of different CPUs that could arrive, and it's a pretty cool promo. All right, let's keep moving. Oh right, and don't forget, guys, our producer Dan is sitting over there to handle your merch messages. So when you're checking out on LTT Store, whether it's a water bottle or the sick new 3D down jacket or one of these Threadripper or Team Red pillows, you can leave a merch message in the checkout, and it'll either pop up along the bottom of the stream, or Dan will curate them for me to address later, or what are the other options? Oh yeah, right, or Dan can reply to you in the bottom of the screen as well. All right. Man, we're making really good progress today. I always feel like this when we do builds. Like, wow, we're basically done. Out of the 8 or 9 components that go in a computer, we've got 3 of them done already. All right, let's move on to our In the cart. Conrad corrected me. It's in the cart where you will find merch messages. Sorry, Conrad. I'm sure these smart people will figure it out. My one weakness. Okay, we are gonna have fixed. Oh, Harrison, can you ask engineering to bring over the prototypes of the fixed shaft screwdrivers? I don't know if any of them have a Phillips head, so I'm just gonna use a different screwdriver in the meantime. But hey, if we're gonna leak stuff on live streams, let's leak stuff properly. We have fixed shaft screwdrivers coming, and we've actually made a lot of progress on them. I'm really excited to show them to you guys. They're gonna be very different from this, but also remind you of it. I mean, it's a screwdriver. How different do you expect it to be? Anyway, the point is, hopefully okay. Well, not that. Not that. It's a what now?
To the right of the case behind you.
Oh, you got a screwdriver already?
I got the iFixit kit.
Oh, well, no, the iFixit kit won't work either.
Oh.
It's fine. It's a recessed mounting hole, or screw hole, so I need an actual, like, long shaft screwdriver, which you can tell a lot about a man by the state of his organization in his workshop. Don't learn too much about me right now.
Battery bank.
Don't worry about the battery bank.
I need it.
What is the purpose of this flash? Ah! That is extremely bright. More than I can say about my actions. Ooh! Hello. Yes. That'll gonna do it. I just want iFixit to know, just because we have some tools coming doesn't mean that we don't still love you guys the most. Their mission is so important, everything that they're working on, and there's a lot of stuff that iFixit does that there's just, they have such a huge first mover advantage. I don't know that anyone will ever catch up to them in terms of like that repository of guides and all the different replacement parts and everything that they have. So don't worry, iFixit. We want to make some really great tools and stuff, but you guys are still the alphas. All right, let's talk about our drive. We've gone with, you know what? It doesn't matter. Look, we uploaded that video this week, and I got to tell you guys some backstory. Okay, so we got early access, right, to Crucial's first PCIe Gen 5 M.2 drive. And we were really excited about it, obviously, because, we love high-speed technology, and, especially some of the folks here are big nerds for it, Jake and myself included. And B, we obviously love getting early access to stuff for content, right? But there was some, I think, miscommunication around this one at some point with the lab, because they ended up doing a lot more testing than I expected them to do on it, looking for some kind of scenario where it offered an advantage. They were in a way kind of too excited about it, to the point where they got the results and they were sitting there going, this doesn't affect anything in the real world. Surely we must keep digging, keep looking for some way that PCIe Gen 5 SSD is going to offer a clear benefit. And I found out about it after the fact, and I kind of went, hey everyone, no, we weren't expecting any kind of benefit from this whatsoever in real world, especially gaming. Like in real world game loading times. So can we just shoot the video now? And they're like, let us see if we can figure. I'm like, yeah. You know what? Yes. In the longer term, I absolutely want to work on our SSD testing suite. I want to find ways to split these hairs, as finely as possible between these competing SSDs. But for today, for making this video where we basically have to just boil it down for the consumer, does it make sense to spend extra on a PCIe Gen 5 SSD? We already have our answer. it is possible that in the future we will get games that use, some future iteration of direct storage in order to stream assets off of your SSD directly to your GPU in a way that increases FPS or something like that. But without saying the F word, right? Future-proof. That's the F word. Without saying the F word, there's no way to justify that today. On a system that is architected for that, like the PlayStation 5, yeah, maybe it makes sense. But even the PS5, even with the pretty strong GPU that it has, as far as I can tell, nobody's really measured a huge performance impact between the top Gen 4 SSDs and the worst Gen 4 SSDs. So if we're sitting here going, okay, yeah, we've got a faster GPU, sure. But is it that much faster to the point where we not only need the best Gen 4, but even a Gen 5 SSD? You can color me skeptical on that one. You can also color me wanting to check in with Dan and see if he's got any merch messages for me. Dan, hit me.
Yeah, I got a couple here. Give me a second.
I'm sure you do. I'll get this cooler unpacked in the meantime.
Wide it is. There you go. This one's from Shane. Will we ever see a collab with DIY Perks? That would make an epic video.
I would love to. And without putting... I have a screw left over. Well, there's your problem. Without putting words into someone else's mouth, I'm pretty sure he would love to too. And the reason I know that is because we've spoken about it. And the reason we've never done anything is both of us are very hands-on in our content, right? Like we do stuff. And especially he does a lot of really long-term projects, right? Really cool projects. I mean, you guys see his latest thing with the DIY Hisense's branding for it was ULED or ULED, but that dual stacked LCD panels thing to increase the light blockage. So cool, super cool. So he DIY'd it. And I'm sitting here going like, yeah, that's amazing. That's super cool. You know, obviously we'd love to collaborate with someone who does stuff that cool. But what does this collab look like, right? Like, is he flying over here for 3 weeks while we work on something? Am I flying over there for, a month while we work on something? Obviously, the community would expect more than just, we just get together and, shoot the breeze, right? So how do we live up to the expectations of that collaboration without one of us having to, leave behind our home for an extended period of time, something that doesn't necessarily make sense for either of us, for like our daily workflow and for our businesses and our personal lives and all that stuff. So that's the short explanation of why we've never collabed, because there's a lot of mutual respect there. There's a lot of desire to collab there. It just hasn't made sense. And neither of us, I don't think, wants to upload something that wouldn't be worthy, right? I'm not saying never. I'm definitely not saying never. If anything, I want it to happen. But it's just not, I don't know, we just haven't had the right stars align yet. Okay, well, that's installed properly now, so that's good. That explains why that didn't catch. I do kind of have an extra screw here, but I'm just gonna put it in here. Yeah. Cool. All right, hit me with another one, Dan.
All right, let's see what we got here. This is from Cameron. Woo,
hi, Cameron.
A big mouse pad. If you're reading, what Canadian vendors do you think have the best extended warranty policies? And are they worth it for computer components?
Wow. Man, who has the best high pressure sales tactic warranty coverage nonsense? Okay, to be clear, there are situations where an extended warranty makes a ton of sense, and I was known to be one to kind of optimize my extended warranties, like really figure out the components that make sense to go extended warranty. And I would sometimes strategically buy things that I knew would be very difficult for them to meet the terms of their extended warranty on. An example of that is when I bought an HP iPac, not to be confused with the iPad. So it was a little pocket PC from HP that ran Windows, what was it? What was it called? Windows Pocket? I can't even remember. Windows Mobile? Whatever. It ran the weird mobile Windows, and it had this great game, Bubble Breaker. I spent far too many hours playing Bubble Breaker. The point is, I picked one intentionally that had a feature that I didn't care about at all, but that I knew would be very unlikely to be found on another similar product. I picked one with an IR blaster. And IR blasters are super cool because it allows you to use your phone as a universal remote without a Wi-Fi to infrared hub or repeater, like something like a Harmony hub, which, rest in peace, Logitech doesn't sell anymore. So I did that because when and if anything went wrong, and it did, I would be able to go to Future Shop, which was Canadian Best Buy at the time, and say, hey, you guys can't just give me that price equivalent one because mine has this feature that one doesn't have. So, ooh, that's exciting. Okay, we'll show that in a second. Mine has this feature that one doesn't have, so you actually have to give me the more expensive one to make up for it. And the terms of their extended warranty did, in fact, stipulate that they had to do that. So, as someone who mostly doesn't min-max things like that anymore, I haven't really carefully read through anyone's extended warranty terms in the last little while, but I would say that that's the key, is making sure that the extended warranty actually covers your butt and make sure that it does it in a way that is pretty favorable. And it varies from category to category. Even for Future Shop at the time, certain categories, like I would never buy computer components there other than GPUs, even if they were available, because they were allowed at their discretion to decide what was equivalent. But for PDAs, for whatever reason, the terms were slightly different, and it was handled more like consumer electronics and less like IT. They had these guidelines they had to hit. So you just got to kind of figure out, where you can, I'm not going to say abuse the system, but certainly optimize the system. Optibuse. No, not abuse, David. Oh, actually, yeah, guys, I don't want you to abuse your amazing broad choices over here, but you get to choose what case we're going to use. Should we do a poll? Dan, do you know how to run a poll on floatplane? Okay, I'll stand here, and I'm gonna, you know what? No, let's not do a poll. Let's do an applausometer. I wanna see the chats blow up, okay? We've got two options. We've got black, and we've got white. And this is the height, what is it, the Y70 or something like that? Y60. This thing is super cool. It's kind of like an aquarium style case. It's got this 100 and however many degrees this is. Yeah, 180 degree like panoramic window thing. Super cool. It's tempered glass. You guys ready? Black. Let's hear it for black. No, not you guys, the chat, David. Okay, let's wait for stream delays. Okay, Dan's gonna be the judge. Dan, you're the judge, okay?
People are using the other color.
Okay, no, they're just supposed to spam chat. They're supposed to just hit chat hard when I point to that one. Okay, ready? Here we go. We're gonna do a small break for the stream delay. Okay, now white. Yeah! Dang it, David, no, you're not participating.
I don't want the cases to feel bad.
Okay, Dan, you're gonna have to tell me who's the winner. Do I have to do it one more time?
No, I think we definitely have white as the winner here.
Oh, we have a clear winner.
Oh yeah, everybody's going nuts.
Okay, we're going for the white version of the case. Sorry, stealthy case.
Oh my god, I can't keep up. It's so fast.
Not today. All right, cool. I'm just gonna put this at the front, David. I'm just gonna move up there because I have kind of run out of space over here. This is pretty bad. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and get this baby torn down. This is my first time seeing this thing in person. My first interaction with it was actually when we did that sponsored video with Epic Games for PC building and PC build simulator. PC building simulator? I think it's PC building simulator. And this was one of the cases in the game, and I was like, oh, that thing's super cool. I'm gonna get that one. And then I ended up running into trouble because I think it was a slightly different version or something like that. It was a bigger one, and I couldn't fit some of the hardware that I had selected. It was very awkward. The point is, I really liked the look of it and have been kind of looking for an excuse to do a build in one of their cases since then. This is interesting. I guess the way to remove this is I undo, oh, wow, really? No, okay, there's a little bracket down here, there's a little screw down here, but I don't actually need to remove that one. Oops. There we go. Very cool. Harrison, if it would please you, could I please have a magnetic parts tray?
On it.
I just don't want to lose these screws. That would be, oh, seriously? I think I do have to remove that screw. Is this supposed to just come out? Okay. Well, this is the part of the stream where things start to go off the rails a little. Seriously? No way. No, I'm not going to use the manual, David. What is this? Manual. Seriously. Oh. I think you're not supposed to remove this one. That's what I think. Let's go ahead and put this back on. I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to just take off the side and the front. Hello? Buddy? Are you even?
Oh, God.
What? No, it's fine. They have the things there. They have the things. Ah, you know what? I bet it's under this side panel. That makes sense. Don't worry, guys. Nothing's going to go wrong. Oh, calm down. Calm down. No, everything's going to be fine. And worst case scenario, right? There's another one right there. Clearly, Height knew who they were sending their case to. Provide a spare. All right, here we go. Yes, this panel comes off. We just need to take off these screws. All right? Right, screwdriver. Oh man, there is so much to talk to you guys about. Screwdrivers are live shipping now. They are not a pre-order, back order, whatever you want to call it. They are shipping live from lttstore.com. We have them in stock, so you guys can check those out. Obviously, you can send a merch message during the show while you are placing your order. And this is not shipping live, but this is some of the development that we've been doing for our fixed shaft screwdrivers. One of the big successes that we've had is the desk pad and the water bottle, with this concept that a slightly different size or slightly different shape shouldn't cost a ton more, even if it's more popular or less popular or a little bit more materials cost or a little bit less. And we've sold, like over 100,000 desk pads based on this concept that you don't have to think about it. You just need to get the one that's right for you. Don't worry about the price. You shouldn't have to pay an extra, $30 just because you have a slightly bigger desk. That's stupid. So in that same vein, we want to develop our screwdrivers to be just kind of one price, one size fits all in terms of price, but understanding that one size does not fit all in terms of the actual size of the driver. So the engineering team is pushing back a little bit. We're going to figure out sort of where we end up in terms of the breadth of variety that we offer. But the idea right now, if everything goes according to plan, is that we would be able to stock handles in a variety of different sizes with probably, I think right now we're thinking 2 different bores. Anywhere from 2 to 3 different bores, right? Because we have to do different molds for every different shaft girth, right? So with a couple of different bores, we'll have these different sizes, and then we'll be able to essentially just stock shafts, and then we can produce them kind of to order almost. So we would just kind of have our master cartons of shafts and our master cartons of handles, and we'd kind of go, okay, we're getting low on extra small flatheads, flathead 0. Okay, so let's press 50 of them and we'll get those on the stock shelf. Anyway, part of that is figuring out what kind of sizing we want for all of our handles. And I think these ones with the green tape are the sizes that we've kind of settled on here. Unfortunately, engineering didn't send over an engineer, which is fine. It's fine. They don't need to send anyone. Engineering didn't send over an engineer. So I can't tell you exactly what the scales are, but these are all scaled from the original LTT screwdriver. Now, it's not a one-to-one scale, because what we found was that as we shrunk it, you don't necessarily want to lose all the length that you're losing in girth. So this one, for example, this is our extra small size, is a little bit narrower than it is shorter. And that was to make sure that we're able to accommodate everything from my hands to, Kyle's man mitts comfortably. This is it. Extra small -C. Also, a big difference, as you guys are going to notice, we are far more capable when it comes to prototyping now. This was done on our new 3D printer. I forget exactly what the process technology is, but it's so cool. We can use this one to create like supportless arched structures. So we have a mouse project that is also in the works right now, and the way that it works is it basically just like it's like a powder or something like that, and it solidifies. I haven't done a video about it, so I haven't had a reason to look into it in depth. But anyway, it like solidifies the parts that need to be solid, and then just washes away everything else. It is so freaking cool. I love it. It also allows you to create parts with much better precision. The other thing that we can do now is we can print in all kinds of different materials. So this is going to be an overmolded, like rubberized material, but not the kind that gets tacky and gross over time. I freaking hate that. It's gross. It's awful. So we want to go with kind of like a hard overmold, but slightly rubberized. So that would be like a really high durometer, is I believe the technical term for that. So that's going to be the extra small. That's where you would have like a slot 0, or I'd say if you had small hands, you could do a Phillips 1, definitely a Phillips 0, and something like this. This is our small. Okay, so that's where if you have bigger hands, you might actually prefer even a slot 1 or a slot 0 or something like that on this. Although personally, I would strongly recommend the extra small. Our medium, okay, here's where I'm going to start to pull out the original driver for scale, is a slightly scaled down version of the original driver. Just because of the internals, the ratcheting screwdriver has a limit to how narrow it can go. This is more like what I would have liked personally. This is what I would have as like a Phillips number 2, particularly like a long shank Phillips number 2 or something like that. This is like my obvious medium. Then we've got our large, which is basically the original, but slightly skinnier. Just ever so slightly skinnier. Okay, so you got that guy. Wait, is that the same? Hold on. No, this one might be the same. It's either the same or it's slightly skinnier. Then we have our extra large, which is bigger than the original, I think. No, this is the same. Okay, hold on a second. Some of this might not be. Oh, no, this is it. Crap, I was going through entirely the wrong grouping of them. Yeah, okay. No, this is the large. Yes, the large is the same. There we go. Okay, good. And then the extra large. Oh, yeah, look at this guy. So if you had like a number 3 flathead or something like that you want to, look, I would never recommend using a screwdriver as a prying tool. But if you had a number 3 flathead that you wanted to use as a prying tool in an emergency, this is the one you'd go with for that. Okay, so sorry, back to the other sizes. The medium didn't change. Good. Yeah, the medium's the same. Okay, good. And then the other thing that did change is the extra small is slightly skinnier. Yeah. So these are the real ones right here. There we go, these gray ones. So this is it. This is the screwdriver handle family as it is now. We've got people asking, are you going to have fixed shaft but be able to swap bits? At this time, no. The idea behind the fixed shaft product is to be economical while still obviously retaining our quality. And to not have any slop, right? These are going to be press fit. They're going to be permanently fitted. They're going to be extremely durable. This is, obviously this is a precision device, right? You can kick it around, and trust me, bro, if something goes wrong, we got you. But these are designed for like, hey, can I borrow one of those? Yeah, sure. Ugh. There was no one over there. That was simulated interaction. I don't actually have friends. These are designed for that. So it's going to be a bit of, dang it. It's going to be a bit of a different product. Really excited about it. Still expect them to be at a slight premium just because, we're gonna build in some fun stuff, some extra special sauce. But that's it. That's the current handle mock-ups for the LTT screwdriver. Oh, and this is the current segue to our sponsor.
Enlisted. Enlisted is a free-to-play World War II multiplayer shooter available on PC, PS5, PS4, Xbox Series XS, and Xbox One with crossplay. It has a focus on historical authenticity and gameplay that always keeps you in the middle of the action. You'll be placed in large-scale combat alongside dozens of soldiers, vehicles, and aircraft directly in famous historical campaigns like the invasion of Normandy. There's hundreds of firearms and specialized weapons, from common ones seen throughout the war to rare prototypes you hardly see in other games. There's even building, construction, and destructible items in the environment. If you use our link, you'll get a free bonus just for signing up, including 3 days of premium time and several orders for troops and weapons. So head to the link in the description and start playing Enlisted for free today.
Hey guys, apparently there's an LCD kit for the case. Oh, over there. Ah, wonderful. I guess I could have gotten that while you guys were watching James tell you about our sponsor. Ooh, well, this is cool. There's some 3D printed nonsense here. And what else is in here? I guess I'll just walk over here and show you guys. Y60 LCD DIY kit. Is it a kit or is it DIY? Contains all the parts shown. Oh, some DIY knowledge and fabrication will be necessary to fully install the screen. Oh my goodness, what are you guys trying to do to me today? Holy crap, you actually connect this thing. You actually connect this thing to the display output on the GPU? This is not just some USB display? What the heck are they doing? EDP. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's some kind of mobile panel because it uses embedded DisplayPort. And then you have mini HDMI going into control board. It's 1920. It's 1920 by 515. This is like an HD resolution class product. And the bracket is 3D printed because that makes perfect sense. Wait, is it 3D printed? Yep. Boy, does it ever look 3D printed, but how did they get this texture on it? Okay, you're the 3D printing nerd.
I printed that yesterday.
Oh wait, you printed this?
Yeah.
Wait, you have to 3D print your own bracket? They don't even send you this bracket?
Apparently, yeah. The texture's from the support material.
Are you not going to talk
I got
into
yours?
Oh, you got my mic.
Yeah, I don't want it to feedback too much.
Oh, okay.
Whatever.
Sorry. So what's this texture?
That's a PEI build plate.
Oh, so you do that on purpose?
Yeah, that's just the texture on the build plate.
I thought normally you have like that flattened kind of look.
Yeah,
on
with the
build.
glue stick, and like you don't need any of that. It's adhesive less.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, sorry, I realize I'm talking about this a lot without really like showing you guys. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Can you see that, David?
I can see it a little bit.
Can I catch the light a bit? Ooh, boop, 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 boop.
Catch it more in the darkness.
Catch the light in the darkness.
Yeah, there you go. You can see the texture a little bit.
Okay, Bane or whatever. All right, let's have a closer look at this. Okay, the display is from BOE, so that's a panel manufacturer that I know of. All right. Where the devil? No. Shut up. It goes here? In this corner? Oh, wait, does it? Yeah, it does, right? That's awesome. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they're not kidding about the DIY-ness of it. Got all these ribbon cables and random boards and control boards and okay height. So I was originally right then. We do have to take this piece of, wait, no, because the size is like, I'm gonna need instructions for this. Are you kidding me right now? That's it. Check out the product page on height.com for some tips and tricks as well as a detailed instruction video. You went to the trouble to include a piece of paper. How much more does it cost for a double-sided printer that they could have just printed on the other side of the piece of paper at the same time?
Like 0.01 cents?
Like, not, yeah, but I just mean the printer itself. Like what, another like 50 bucks?
I mean, from an industrial scale, you know, maybe 100,000.
Okay, well, let's hear from you guys, okay? Make some noise in the chat. I look it up, or I proceed without the manual, okay, without the instructions, okay? So here we go. Option number 1, I look it up. Dan, we got any?
Just delay. I gotta wait 30 seconds while you stand here.
30 seconds?
There you go. Awkward, awkward, it's still awkward. Seems like no manual.
Okay.
Oh, no, I don't know.
No manual.
Twitch wants, look it up. Continue standing awkwardly.
I'll continue standing awkwardly. Don't worry, I got this.
Is it just called standing with you?
Okay, who won?
Manual.
Manual?
I'm saying manual, the second one, yeah.
Wait, the second one was no manual.
Oh, then definitely no manual.
Oh, balls. Okay. Let's figure out how to mount this then. There's some... Oh, there's a little tab. Oh, okay, that's just to peel the screen. Does it just... I mean, does it... Ooh, okay. Does it just sit there? I mean, that can't be right, can it? Could it just sit there? This is weird. Because look, it doesn't even fill the entire window space. Surely you can't be expected to simply tape it on or something, can you? They don't include anything like that. But then they also, oh, let's think about this bracket. Oh, okay, I think I figured out this bracket. This looks like kind of hard drive sized. And it looks like this board goes on it. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is gonna be... I hope you all are excited to make this video for a long time. Woo! All right. Well, the board goes in like that. That's pretty cool. Oh, hello. Does this... No. All right, cool. Well, how about... No. How about... Oh, hello. Okay. All right. Hey, now we're talking. I think I get it. I think I figured... Oh! I need some screws. I've got a couple of them loose. Want to hit me with a couple merch messages while I screw this thing together?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Let's see what we got here. Was excited to find out you do Taekwondo, Linus. What's your favorite and least favorite pattern that you know? I need to see if you have good takes on this one.
Wow. Okay. So, number one, I actually don't do Taekwondo. The weird rando martial art that I did practice was closest probably to Taekwondo, but it had a mixture of kind of a little bit of everything. Striking, grappling, some ground techniques, like self-defense, more kind of flashy, showy, not that useful in the real world stuff, sparring. Our sparring was a little bit different, I think, from most Taekwondo sparring in that you are oh no, I think Taekwondo you can grapple, right? I can't remember. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, we had grappling in our sparring, for example. So it's not quite Taekwondo. So even if I did, okay, so yeah, I don't know any Taekwondo patterns. And then problem number 2 is that the last time that I trained, I was 17. So even if I did do Taekwondo, there is no way, no possible way that I would remember any patterns. Just trying to think. I actually did a review session with one of the instructors for my kids, because they did the same thing that I did. And the idea there was that I'd be able to help with their classes. So I actually did a review session recently. So we have one pattern that's like, okay, so it's sparring position, you do a front kick, and then like a block. Okay, yeah, I think I remember this. Then a palm strike, you do like, is this a punch, knife hand? Oh, I fell, I'm old. Okay, so knife hand, sparring position, you do a crescent kick, something like this, grab, I don't know. The thing about patterns is it's a really good way to, if you're focused, if you take them seriously, it's a good way to sharpen your technique, and it's really good exercise. Man, is it ever good exercise if you're doing your stances properly and going through your pattern, not rushing, taking your time. It's great exercise, but it's not useful. Like if you're training for your next big MMA fight, like you're not doing patterns. I remember they did at one of the tournaments or something like that. They did I hope no one from there's watching. They did this kind of demonstration. Here, Harrison, I'll borrow you. Actually, I'll borrow Dan too. This is going to be great. So, man, I forget. It was goofy. So they did this demonstration where basically, like they had someone doing the pattern, and then they just like had a person, like, actually, no, I only need one. I'll use Harrison, okay? So they had a person whose job was to like, okay, so just like block or whatever. Like, yeah, just block, just block a kick. Just like, And then I would go and like, I hit the guy, and he goes like flying, right? And then like some other guy comes up, and you like grab him, and you like do the other move, and they like, it tried to make the pattern look practical, like fighting a group of people or something like that. And it definitely was a cool demo, because everyone who was involved in the demonstration was black belts. So they could really sell the tumbles and break falls as they were being struck, Like you had guys doing like, getting thrown and doing like a front flip, like back break fall in the air, and you throw someone and they do like a rolling cat break fall or whatever else. Like it's super cool. But the sales pitch was definitely lost on me. Hey Dan, this is hilarious. They couldn't be arsed to include the 4 little screws you need to put this board. Oh, you know what? No, I have screws over here. Okay, David, we're gonna go screw hunting while Dan fetches us a merch message to respond to. Screw hunter.
All right, this is an interesting one. Have you guys ever thought of doing a video on what kind of computers they use in rockets and planes?
I mean, we did do a video on a rocket computer not that long ago. Not very up to date. It was the Saturn V rocket. It was definitely a really cool video, though. It was a collaboration with Smarter Every Day. And I feel terrible. I actually forget his last name. But Luke, the guy who worked on it, so knowledgeable. Absolutely incredible. That's worth checking out. As for what's in a modern system, no, I can't say that I've really thought about it too much. I mean, a lot of what's cutting edge is going to be like trade secret or classified anyway, so I don't know really how much we'd even be able to say about it. That's something we run into a lot, where there's really cool stuff that we'd love to cover. Actually, our graphic designer who does the vast majority of our thumbnails these days, Maria, we were chatting on the weekend because I had her just doing like a freelance thing for me separate from work. And we were chatting, and she was like, oh, you guys should totally do something on the, oh, these are way too big. You guys should totally do something on the computer systems at like an F1 race, because I'm sure that it's really cool. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure it is. You're 100% right. The problem is that every time we talk to an organization like that, and we go, hey, yeah, we'd love to, oh, what am I doing? My miscellaneous thing is over here. We'd love to do something. They kind of go, okay, yeah, sure. You can come and, you know, talk about the event and how amazing it is. But no, you can't go in the back room. And no, we're not going to explain how any of this works. And a lot of the time, it's not their fault, right? Because they're using proprietary technologies from partners. Like, for example, at a tennis event, they have this system called Hawkeye. It's Hawkeye, right? I think that's what it's called. David?
I have no idea.
For determining if the ball is in or out? Whatever, I think it's called Hawkeye. So there's a super cool system that tracks the projectile in real time, can tell within, I forget, but it's some incredibly short amount of time after the racket strikes it. It'll like simulate the trajectory, and then it takes all that data that it has from it traveling, and it takes like computer vision data and determines exactly where the ball landed. They use it in tennis, they use it in badminton. I think there's a handful of other sports that they use Hawkeye for. But Hawkeye's a proprietary system. I forget who owns it. Is it Sony? Someone owns it. And my understanding is you can't even buy it. Like, I'm pretty sure that it's on a rental basis only. So not only are they not gonna just let some random come in and pick the thing apart, they don't even leave their customers with it. Again, this is my understanding. I've never actually tried to buy a Hawkeye system or anything like that. So this is all based on very, very, very preliminary, looking into it. But it's a challenge, right? Because it's not even up to them whether or not they can show me this stuff. So while there are a lot of collabs that we'd love to do like that, it's just not always feasible. Yeah, exactly. That's such a perfect example of something that we would love to get down and dirty with. You guys probably couldn't hear him, but David was saying Pixar rendering servers. Like, yeah, how freaking cool would that be? Apparently it's Disney who owns Hawkeye? No, it's Sony, yeah.
Initially developed by Simmons.
Oh, you guys are being silly, I get it. Because it's Marvel Hawkeye. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. That's what I get for looking at Twitch chat at all. Love that Floatplane chat's talking about how much better the audio quality is over there. Yeah. Man, that's something that drives me crazy on YouTube and Twitch, is you don't have to compress audio that much. It is not that bandwidth intensive to have good audio, but they do compress it because I guess they just figure most people are plebs and won't care. Well, I care. So Floatplane, obviously it's still compressed, right? Like it's not FLAC files or whatever. Uncompressed audio would be very difficult to deal with, but it's not nearly as compressed. It's as good as a high quality MP3. So there you go. Yet another advantage, Floatplane. Let's go. We had it pitched in the writers' meeting this week that we should do an explainer on what the heck Floatplane is, because actually a couple of people were saying that they get this question all the time, like, you guys talk about this Floatplane thing, but what the devil actually is it? I kind of went, is that just too self-promotional? Like, if anybody wants to know that badly, can they figure it out? Or are those of you who are on Twitch and on YouTube actually wondering, like, what the devil is Floatplane? Yeah, just let us know in the chat. Dan will have a look for you. Okay, I found 3 completely mismatched screws that oh, this one's not in. Ooh, okay. That's gonna take some force. I'm gonna take some Schwartz. There we go, okay. Yeah, that's in there, right? That's not so bad. Got our I/O. I'm assuming that USB micro B is for power, and why does it need a 3.5 millimeter jack? I mean, surely there's no, why would they have an audio jack? That's weird. Maybe if they wired up speakers separately? No, and the USB-C isn't for oh boy. Really? No manual, you guys? Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that? Okay.
Someone just merch messaged the manual.
Oh no. All right. Hit me with another merch message, Dan. Are there a lot? Like, should I be going through them really fast, or I can take my time? Or
Yeah, this pace is working for me.
This pace is pretty good.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Will we ever see Linus doing building a PC with supercomputer parts? Now that used Intel Xeon Phi coprocessor 7120p is finally within the reach of us mere mortals.
No. The reason for that is that you don't want that. It's not good. It doesn't really work, honestly speaking. We did a review of the Xeon Phi something or other way back, and the problem is that you have to develop software specifically for that platform, and you're never going to run anything that you would want to run on it. So it's cool. But it's cool in a very abstract, theoretical kind of way. It's not something that lends itself well to a visual medium like video. So that's the reason that you just probably won't see something like that from us, I'm afraid.
Linus, I've lost your mic.
You lost my mic?
Yep.
Go to the main cam.
Sure.
Main. Do you have extra doubles?
Hello.
I'll trade you.
Seriously? Oh wait, do we have double A's? Hello everyone.
Don't speak too loud.
Don't speak too loud. Oh, okay. It's tuned for Dan. Yeah. Don't worry, we're getting new batteries. Well, new cells. Are we on David or are we on the other one? Oh, we're on the other one. Can I get into frame? I'll try. Hello?
You're in frame when you do that.
Oh, yeah.
Not in frame now.
Here you go. No, it's fine. I don't need to be in frame.
You want to do it?
Yeah, I can do it.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Let's get this fixed up then.
One word.
What's the category, Linus?
What, are you allowed to say the category?
You have to mind this category.
Played charades.
Movie.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know anything like that. Category. Terrible at Pictionary, terrible at charades. All right, we got my audio back? Yep. Fantastic. I went and I put this PCB on here, and I didn't realize that there's a ribbon cable that needs to be attached to it that you can't access anymore once it's installed. This is truly a nightmare.
You can switch it down.
Okay. Here we go. Oh boy. Where'd that rib? Oh, here it is. Oh my gosh.
Remember when you were joking about it being a 5-hour stream?
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, it comes with an audio breakout cable. Why does it come with an audio breakout cable? It has a 4-pole to dual 3-pole adapter on it. Why? Why would you plug your microphone into this?
Linus, I think I have a bit of a cop-out for you.
Yeah.
The manual is technically just a video, so it's not really a manual.
I think that the spirit of the agreement with the audience was that I will not consult instructional materials. Don't worry, I've got this. All right, here's this. We're just gonna put that in there, and then we're gonna give that the clamps. Hold on a second. Where's my contact pins here? Gaff tape. Seriously? I see. Harrison, I think, is watching the instructional video over there and has determined that I will need additional materials. Oh my goodness. So you actually are expected to just tape the thing to the front of the case? No. That is ridiculous. Oh, no.
The gaff tape is to pin the ribbon cable down so it doesn't flop around.
Ah, to pin the ribbon cable down. I see. Whew. All right, cool. Well, I'm having fun. Remember that part of the video where I said, wow, we're making such amazing progress. There's only like 8 parts of a computer and we've already got 4 of them done. I remember. All right, here's our controller. Here's our ribbon. Now we can install this, I hope. Oh no, absolutely ridiculous. All right, Dan, hit me.
Okay, here we go. Laptops have become increasingly affordable over the past few months, as well as the need to upgrade PCs decreasing. Do you think it would be more economical to buy a laptop?
Every once in a while, there's a short period of time where laptops kind of make as much sense as a desktop, but they never make more sense. If you're a bargain hunter, you can, you know what? No, I'm not going to hedge. If you're a bargain hunter, you can always get better performance out of a desktop. However, there are definitely times when laptops get reasonably close, especially with the way that laptop component performance has gotten within striking distance of same generation desktop component performance. So there are times when, if mobility is a factor for you, it kind of makes sense to go for a laptop. Yeah, totally. And I think it's pretty fair to say that this is one of those times. Oh my goodness. Now, okay, here's power. That's fine. We got that. Okay, Dan, hit me with one more. I do not like this. I do not like this at all.
Plugs later, Linus.
Plugs later? I mean, sure. I can do plugs later. Sure. All right. I'm gonna put these aside for now. Then. No, I'm not gonna put them aside there. That's scary. That I'll never find again. Okay.
All right,
here we go.
Thanks for the wonderful screwdriver. This will be the second one I purchase. Do you have any thoughts on canned air versus air compressor versus handheld electric blowers for cleaning dust in PCs?
I don't like the waste of canned air. It, from my point of view, seems to generate a ton of garbage for how little actual cleaning you can do with it, which I don't like. As for a compressor, well, that's the best way. However, that comes with an asterisk, because the last thing you want is to use a compressor that doesn't have a filter on it, like doesn't have any kind of drying apparatus on it. Because otherwise you can end up blowing moist air onto your components, which if you then immediately power them up, or even worse, if they're running while you're blowing at it, can, well, cause immediate death. The other danger with a compressor is that you can overcook it, you can overdo it. And what'll happen is you can potentially like blast components off of a board with a really powerful compressor, even with an honestly not that powerful compressor. Oh, I see. Okay, well this goes here. As for those little kind of motorized, kind of the opposite of a vacuum things, every single one of them that I've ever used sucks.
No, they blow.
Yeah, that blows. Thank you, David. That's really helpful. Every single one of them that I've ever used is terrible, basically unusable for anything but the lightest, most delicate of little dust particles. Like if you're trying to get off any cat hair or something like that, they just don't do it. So that leaves me with a compressor, or if you're going to risk. Or if you're going to risk getting moisture on something, good old-fashioned lungs. Just try to say it and not spray it, is what I did when I had no money. Now I use a compressor. All right, Dan, hit me. How the devil does this little boy go in? Ah, I see it.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Linus. When will you make a banana for bedtime? I want a very big one, just a hug at night.
Like a body pillow.
The banana
body
for
pillow.
bedtime. I like the name. That's catchy. The banana for bedtime. Oh no. The banana for bedtime. I don't think we have any plans. I don't think we have any plans to do anything like that right now. I mean, we could look into it. Maybe we could even do like an alpaca wool blend, kind of like the CPU pillows, which, by the way, are on wild promo right now. There's a 3 in 25 chance that your CPU pillow, Quebec excluded, of the Team Red variety in the 50 by 50 size, or the Couch Ripper variety in the 64.5 by 50 centimeter size, will include an actual CPU in it, valued at between something and something. The full details are linked in the video description. Do we have a link down there?
I think so.
Oh, yeah, we have the full details down there, as well as I said them earlier in the video. So that's a perfect thing to pick up if you want to send a merch. Okay, what is happening here? Is this just going to hold it here? This seems very stupid. You know what? I'm going for it. Nope, Harrison's trying to show me the manual, but I refuse. The people said no manual. The people get what the people ask for. And any buyer's remorse, that's on them.
Is he about to do something catastrophic? It's not catastrophic, but it's also not going to work.
It's in there.
Okay.
It's in there now. What do you mean not going to work? Looks like it's working to me. All right. And screen. Nice. Okay. No. Okay. Well, that's fine. We could like jam something under there or something at some point. I don't know where this goes. There's got to be a place where this controller thing goes, you know? Oh wow. Hilarious. This is totally just the front of your monitor. There's your power switch. There's your menu button. Enter, up and down, so menu navigation buttons. This is just a monitor. It's just in the corner of your case. All right, let's move on. Let's get a motherboard in here. Let's get this show on the road here. I'm having some serious regrets about the way that we have approached this particular build. Ooh, I like this though. Check out this custom PCIe riser thing that they built. It kind of looks like you have a card installed. The plastics match the color of the outside of the case. I like that. Freaking awesome. And it's pre-installed for your convenience. Ooh, I like it. Is it Gen 4 compatible? Does anyone know? Anyone got a spec sheet? I guess I have a spec sheet. Here, height, where are you at? Height Y60. Height Y60. Oh, plus LCD. Whoa! That LCD kit is $120? Man, okay. I think they could have included the screws. I think they could have included the screws and probably could have 3D printed that bracket for you. That's all I have to say about that. I mean, who knows? Maybe we're going to get this thing in here and I'm going to be so wowed by how cool it is that I'm going to completely forgive them for not including screws, but I think at that price they can throw in some screws. Okay, wow, that is just about the tightest fit that I have ever seen for a motherboard against a fan.
I'm gonna boost the brightness watch
Yeah, for sure. That is, look at this. I cannot move it. Can you see that? With just this fan cable in here, it cannot be moved. Okay. Do they have the little convenient holder thing that keeps your motherboard in place? Yeah, it seems like it. Oh, awesome. Love that feature. I assume that it's on the middle. Yeah, I think it's on the middle standoff. Man, my phone has been blowing up. Whatever someone is trying to contact me about during my live stream is extremely urgent. Okay, hopefully everyone is, safe. And it's just someone wants me to weigh in on some business thing or something. Oh, why does Flow Playing Chat keep pausing for me? Dan, want to hit me with a merch message?
Sure thing. All right, let's see what we got here. After your Intel Fab visit before, Is it out of the realm for Intel to invite you back to their new fab being built in Ireland, seeing it's in the Silicon Valley of Europe?
That's a good question. I've never been to Ireland. I would love to go to Ireland. However, the problem with something like Fab Tour again is that you're probably thinking of it in terms of, well, that's cutting edge. It's going to be Intel's 20A or whatever they're calling their angstrom level manufacturing processes, or it's going to be 18A. Okay, that would be an interesting Fab Tour, the 18A version. Anywho, it's like a Fab Tour after hours. Intel engineers, do they get freaky? Well, no. Sorry, I got distracted. The point is that you're probably thinking of it in terms of, oh, well, that's going to be the latest, and it's going to be super cool to see the latest. It's going to look exactly the same. The vast majority of the equipment that they have in a fab, the coolness, it's not even visible to the naked eye. Like, I could point at this giant machine that all you're ever going to see is the outside metal shell of, and say, yeah, inside there, that's the new hotness from ASML. Wow. But what's the point of that, right? I feel like we already covered last time around a lot of what I think the average person, or even someone like me, never mind the average person, what I think most, even enthusiasts, are ever really going to understand about the chip fabrication process. There's not much point getting into the nitty-gritty of all the little details of how they shrank it that much more, because the reality of it is that A, we're not going to understand it, and B, they're not going to tell us, right? So I don't know. It's possible. I think it'd be cool, but there would have to be a compelling reason. Intel would have to kind of say, yeah, we're going to go even deeper under the hood, or something like that. And I'd kind of go, okay, yeah, in what way? Like, what new experience am I bringing to the people? And if the answer is just, well, we thought it would be cool for you to see, I'm going to say, yeah, it would be cool for me to see, but I can't accept, because that's a waste of everyone's time. If I'm going there, it's got to be something new that I can show you guys. Like, I get invited for private tours of all kinds of cool places that I would love to check out. But every single time I say no, because if I can't make a video, then I just don't really see the point in me being there. And part of my agenda for that is that if they really care about, me seeing it or whatever, and talking about how cool it is, and, it coming up on our podcast at some point or whatever, like, there has to be some benefit to them to inviting me to these places, obviously. They don't just want to hang out with me. So my hope is that by refusing, if I can't bring a camera, I can put pressure on them to let me bring a camera next time, so that whatever it is, I can show you guys, because that's a lot more thrilling to me than just seeing something, right? I love the look of this. This is freaking awesome. This just little bit of molded plastic here makes such a big difference to the look of this PCIe riser. That's so classy, and not even with an eye. Love it.
Can you go to the Y for a second?
This is shaping up. Let's get our AIO installed. Okay, there is room for a triple. Now, I just noticed something really weird about this case. It is not compatible with full height expansion cards. Look at this, David. These are half height. I mean, sure, if I wanted to put like a RAID card or something in here, I guess you can get half height USB, audio, SSDs. Okay, there's a fair number of half-height cards that or even ones that are like half the height but include both a full and a half-height bracket. But that's really unusual for a desktop case. And then down here, yeah, they've got full height expansion, but this is clearly designed to only hold one card, your GPU, up to triple slot GPU, but only one card. There isn't even room for you to add more of these and run more risers or anything like that. That's it. That's the whole deal.
Dan, can you switch?
Really interesting. Okay, let's do the AIO now. Dan, you want to hit me with a merch message?
Sure. Let's see. We've got a couple good ones here. Going off that rocket message, would you ever do a video about broadcast equipment, specifically sports and all the data-driven graphics and stuff?
Oh.
ESPN's main control room would be cool to see. I mean, for me too.
I'd love to. Same thing though. There's no way they're gonna show me, for real. Like, man, I've heard stories. I've heard war stories, right? You hear people talk about like the truck full of quadros that would park outside like the NFL stadium to put that in the early days of putting the first down line on the field.
I did some spec on that kind of truck. They're awesome. They're really cool.
Freaking cool, right?
Oh yeah.
But nobody's gonna let media come in and just like video everything, because you gotta understand that in consumer electronics, we kind of take for granted the idea that there's a manual, right? That there's documentation for how to do things in the best possible way. In the enterprise space, in a lot of cases, it's actually the opposite. So the most knowledgeable installers or value-added resellers will actually treat information about what parts work with what, and what's optimal for a given workload as a trade secret, right? So that's one of the reasons. This is really funny. In the early days of our engagements with Supermicro, who we love, right? Those guys, you imagine it, and they've got a server box that is perfect for the function, whether it's just storage or web serving or that or is really important. Because I remember one of my early conversations with them was around that Simply Double 48-bay NVMe storage box that we had for editing. And I kind of went, okay, how are you supposed to configure this thing? And they said, any way you want to. And I was like, right, but how are you supposed to use this? Because I was having a lot of trouble trying to cobble together that many NVMe drives, especially back then when they weren't as well supported. And they said exactly the same thing. However you'd like, Linus. And I kind of go, okay, look. That is not helpful. For realsies, you guys built this bloody thing. Surely you must know how to configure it. And they were like, truthfully, no, we don't. We just build what our customers ask us to build, right? We engineer these amazing systems with all this connectivity, all this performance, and we leave it to our customers to determine what's right for their use case and how they want to utilize it. And I'm sitting here going, oh, you're actually serious right now. You designed a solution in search of a problem, really cool solution, and it solved a very real problem for me. I'm not complaining, but as far as I can tell, at least back then, they were just taking shots in the dark sometimes, designing entire servers, which is a not insignificant cost, in hopes that someone will engineer an actual use for them. And that's not unusual. And even now, you go in and you ask someone like an Intel, where they've got, look at something like their Xeon lineup, where they've got 50, 60 different SKUs or something like that. And you kind of go, do you really need this one? And they're going to say, oh yeah, for a certain customer, that's the ticket, that's the hotness. And you kind of go, okay, who? And they go, well, if you were them, you'd know. Okay, it's frustrating, but I also understand, right? Because if any random, AV consultant or whatever knew that you need exactly 22 quadros on this many Xeons and this particular piece of gear and this software in order to paint those yellow lines on the American football field, well, then all of a sudden they could come in with a lower bid price compared to the incumbent and steal that business. Steal, at least from the incumbent's perspective. I mean, obviously from the client's perspective, they want things to be less expensive, but that's kind of the push and pull. That's the competing agendas, I guess, when it comes to sharing knowledge in commercial applications. I mean, I'm sure that's something that you've encountered before, right, Dan? Some people will share very freely, but when it comes to corporate entities, they tend to be a lot more hesitant about it. Has that been your experience?
Yeah, I'm more tight-lipped when I'm here than other places, but there's a kind of mix of secret sauce where you can go like, yeah, we use computers to do broadcast, but exactly what you do with them and what software and how exactly you have them configured, generally those don't get talked about too much.
I am very curious to know what you would think you have to be tight-lipped about here.
Well, I mean,
we're actually a pretty open book, I think, at least to our fellow creators.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't actually had a discussion about that, so if you want me to be open about it, then I will.
Oh yeah, nothing here is a secret.
Okay, cool. Okay. I'd love to talk about it. Oh my God. But I mean, even with those things like, the vans that they park outside of massive concert venues or football stadiums, like you could approach one of the companies and spec out a van and talk to the people who actually build them. But just how it's finally configured and what exactly they're doing with it, that's kind of the cool stuff, but that's what they're protecting, right?
Yeah, and the other thing too is I've encountered this. When you go to them and you say, hey, I want to spec out to do a thing, they will also expect you to have someone in the know on your team who kind of tells them what to build so that they're not giving you too much, if you kind of get what I mean. You've seen that dynamic before too, right? That one's hilarious to me, where it's, if you don't know, there's no way to know, because people only want to talk to people who know. It's like, thank goodness for YouTube, right? Like, for real. Lots of problems. YouTube, not perfect. But boy, has YouTube ever changed the way that we access information. And very much for the better, overall. All right, let's run these fan connectors down here. Want to hit me with another merch message? That was a really good one. Oh, I guess I should update the people on what exactly the crap it is that I'm doing. I determined that the AIO would not fit in with the tubes at the back because it interfered with this fan. So I'm mounting it this way, and I think I'm going to go tubes up. Fortunately, Fractal thought of this, and you can reconfigure this in any orientation that you want as long as it's 90 degrees, which sort of makes sense because it's got to mount on the socket, so it's going to go in a little something like that. It's not perfect, but it's all right. I am also configuring my fans in a pull configuration because it looks like we're going to have a lot of fresh air coming in the bottom. There's two pre-installed what look like 120 millimeter fans down there. We're going to pull air directly across our GPU, and the 7950X3D, even though it's the fastest gaming CPU on the planet, really easy to cool. We probably don't even need this AIO. We could throw a mediocre air cooler on this thing. It's like a 65-watt chip from what we've measured. It's wild. So make of that what you will. All right, hit me, Badan.
All righty, let's see.
Oh, wow, people really liked that discussion of proprietariness. The graph on YouTube, kind of steady, oh, this is to my, this is to my.
I mean, it might be a good social post to talk about it. All right, next up. Hi, Linus. Are we getting diminishing returns with monitors and TVs? Where can they go from here with 2x4K ultra-wides and QD OLED? Thanks for doing a live stream during Europe time zones.
Okay. That's a really good question. I guess now, for those of you tuning in late, the system that we're building is designed to run as many games as we can at 500 frames per second to go with our brand spanking new 500 hertz monitor. The question was, have we reached a point of diminishing returns for displays? In some ways, yes, absolutely. I think that when our review comes out tomorrow of this monitor, you guys are going to want to watch it because we'll get into a lot more depth about this. But in essence, if I was going to boil it down for you, the answer is yes. We are at the point of diminishing returns. Think about it. The difference between 360 hertz and 500 hertz is that each frame will refresh at 2 milliseconds, Okay, every 2 milliseconds you get a new frame versus 2.78 milliseconds. Can you perceive 0.78 milliseconds? Impossible. Literally impossible. Don't tell me you can. I don't want to hear it. That's not real. You can't. And so that's not intuitive, right? To the average person, you would think, that's 140 hertz faster. I mean, the difference between 60 and 120 is night and day. Even though that's only a 60 hertz difference, surely a 140 hertz difference should be way more than that. But that's not actually how it works, because when you go from 60 to 120 hertz, you're going from 16.6 repeater milliseconds per frame to 8.3 repeater milliseconds per frame. That's an 8 millisecond difference in how long that frame is sitting there, right? That's easily perceivable. And even going up to 144 or 240, we showed in that video with Shroud and with Corey and, oh balls, who else did we have there? Who else was there?
The dude with the long hair.
Oh yeah. Crap. Oh, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Yeah, the dude with the long hair. Help me out. Save me. Save me. And Paul was there. Someone in chat will tell me. Grims. Thank you. Oh. Hi, sorry. Anyway, we proved that up to 240 hertz, there is absolutely a difference in real world gaming performance. Going to this, the argument gets a lot more difficult. However, I don't want to be all, like that. Oh yeah, end game display. This is it. It's future proof. You'll never experience a better display, because that ain't true. There is so much room. Okay, even like a wide color gamut display today is nowhere near what the human eye can perceive. And a part of the reason for that is that we can't achieve it's not necessarily like a color space problem. Like we're getting reasonably close to what the human eye can perceive in terms of like variety of colors. But the issue is that so much of the way that we perceive color is affected by brightness. And we are not even close, right? Like the best HDR displays. What's, shoot, DCI whatever. Dan, this seems like the kind of thing you might actually know off the top of your head. What's our latest DCI whatever brightness spec?
I don't know. HDR is kind of pointless.
Pointless?
Let me check. I actually don't know.
What do you mean pointless?
I'm just being contentious.
Oh my God.
Just buy me time to look this up.
So I can't remember. But the point is that right now, the way that movies are being mastered in Dolby Vision, Dolby Vision's the only one that I know off the top of my head. So the way that movies are being mastered in Dolby Vision, they are being, even though the hardware doesn't exist, they're attempting to grade them for, I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 10,000 nit displays. Does that sound familiar to you, David?
Yeah, that's why Blade Runner's so dark in HDR.
Yeah, okay, so this is, okay, I knew there was going to be someone on set with me who kind of had some of the details here. So that's one of the reasons Blade Runner is so dark in HDR, David was saying, was because it's designed for future displays that simply don't even exist yet. Now, whether that's a good best practice for an industry that has to sell you media to watch today is absolutely debatable. But what isn't debatable is that the way that the human eye perceives, obviously you don't want to look at a full screen that's just 10,000 nits blasting into your face. That would be extremely unpleasant. But the way that the human eye perceives contrast, perceives dynamic range, so the differences between the darkest and the brightest parts of a scene, we're not even close with modern displays to having it appear natural, to appear true to life. And it's really unfortunate because the industry sold 4K really well, even though the benefit is pretty questionable for a lot of people. Whereas the industry is doing, in my opinion, an extremely poor job of selling HDR, even though it's something that when done well will benefit pretty much everybody. And I just, I find it frustrating in the same way that I found the slow adoption of things like solid-state storage really frustrating. The industry was so busy talking about boot times. And I'm sitting here going, that's not what matters, right? I was making NCIX tech tips back then going, okay, I will show you the stupid boot time. But what matters is the responsiveness. Like I would bring out 2 test benches, identical, one with a hard drive, one with an SSD, and I would just do stuff on the mouse. This is how you sell an SSD, idiots. You know, I'm just sitting there so frustrated. Everyone's talking about how many megabytes a second and how much boot time. No, show me something that matters to me, right? And HDR is something that suffers kind of at 2 different ends, right? On the one hand, it's really difficult to communicate just through text, right? Or verbally. And on the other hand, so much of the HDR out there is done poorly because the ecosystem's not mature and the technical skills are not widespread enough. And part of that is people keeping their little techniques to themselves, which is like frustrating from a content consumer standpoint, that it's really hard to sell, even with content sometimes. People will look at it and go, like, a bad HDR master does not look better than a good SDR, or rather a grade. A bad HDR grade does not look better than a good SDR grade. And right? I've seen it. I've seen it, and I'm sitting here going, no, this sucks. That SDR one is just white. It's not bright. And they're not the same thing, especially when the thing that's bright is colorful. When it's not just a specular highlight glinting off of someone's armor, right? When it's a dragon in the sun. That's something that you simply cannot accurately represent without a brighter display. So no, brightness, we've got a long way to go. We've also got a long way to go with respect to handling motion. And part of that is panel technology, because especially LCDs today really struggle with smearing still to this day. OLED is helping a lot with that. There's like, what are they down to? Like almost, is it picosecond? I can't remember if it's like nanoseconds or microseconds. So it's some kind of, we're not measuring in milliseconds anymore. That's the point. The response time of these pixels is so fast, it's lightning fast. But part of it is processing. You can end up with just kind of, LG 2011. Please tell me this is AM5 compatible. You can end up with poor motion handling, even on displays that have extremely high response rate or fast response rate pixels. Okay, I will actually need a manual for this AIO cooler because I've never installed it before, and I don't want to accidentally use the wrong mount, and I also need to make sure that it even has the right mount for it. Seriously? You guys are not. Fractal, what are you doing, bud? Supports the most common sockets for both Intel and AMD. Thank you for that. This is so that they don't have to redo the artwork and reprint their box when a new socket comes out. This is the kind of cost-saving stuff in the PC industry that just drives me absolutely crazy. But also I understand because it's an extremely cutthroat competitive industry where if you don't save that money, you might not be around to build a product next year. Fractal's such a cool success story. These guys came out of absolutely nowhere. A lot of good folks there over the years. Okay, bracket for AMD. Oh, no way. Okay, it uses the stupid hook over mount. It's a hooker. Which means Which means I need to put this bracket back on. Which means I've got some time to kill while Dan hits me with another merch message.
All right, let's get you one here. This is from James. Hi, Linus. Looking forward to LTX. First, have you thought about doing a live WAN show the Friday before LTX? And second, the fixed shaft screwdriver needs a 6 or 10 point nut as part of the shaft.
Okay, so 2 things. One, yes, you're going to love my nuts. And number 2 is we will absolutely be doing WAN show live at LTX. If you are, I believe we're going to have to kick out people who are just hold on. We talked about the scheduling. We were worried that show attendees were not going to be able to stay for the entire WAN show if it goes for like 3 hours or whatever. But LAN attendees will definitely be able to be there. You know what? We're going to have to get you guys some details on that in the next little bit. I think we're going to try and start WAN show early enough that everyone can be there, but we also have to understand that not everyone who comes to LTX gives 2 hoots about WAN show, so it can't just go on forever. Maybe we'll just have to do a bit of a tighter WAN show. I don't know. We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. You know what? No, I'll commit now. We're not going to make it so that if you buy a regular pass, you will miss any of WAN show. We'll make sure. So we'll either start it earlier, or we'll do a shorter WAN show or something. With that said, I'm not going to promise that we won't do any WAN show-like things at the LAN after hours, because I know Luke and I are both going to want to hang out there a little bit. But the actual WAN show will end before everyone has to leave. OK, this little bracket goes on here. Hit me again, Dan.
All right, let's see here. Love your screwdriver. Does buying both pillows get 2 CPU drawings?
Yes.
Nice.
Every pillow is a chance at a CPU inside your CPU pillow. So if you want them for both ends of your couch or whatever, yes, you have 2 chances. For those of you who are wondering, yes, we have completely lost our marbles on this CPU pillow promo. They take up a lot of space, and we need to move some CPU pillows. And this was the best way that we could come up with to make that a little fun, is to put actual CPUs in them. OK, this is interesting. I put this bracket on upside down. This was going to be sitting like 3/4 of an inch over the CPU socket. Let's try this again. Hit me again.
OK. Do you have any plans in the future of building again with viewers?
That's a tough one. So the thing about building with viewers is, no offense, most of you aren't very good on camera. So, well, what? We're being honest with the people. These are merch messages. I can't lie to them, David. So that's part of the reason why with ROG Rig Reboot, for example, we've had part of the application process be that you need to make a video, because it allows us to gauge your creativity and also how likely you are to be good on camera. The problem is that even with that screening process, it's not perfect. And the kind of shtick that we had where I would, troll the winners, I felt like it was kind of played out. So it's not that ASUS didn't re-up ROG Rig Reboot. I'm actually the one who killed it. It's not because we don't like doing builds for viewers. It's just that we need to make sure that whatever content we're making, is fresh. And I felt like it wasn't really fresh anymore. So there's definitely room for us to kind of experiment with the concept again, do builds for viewers in some way, but I think you're going to see it come back in a different way of some sort. Actually, I didn't have to give you guys that whole spiel at all, because we have plans. I totally forgot about it. Our upcoming cable management product, I guess I'll announce it here. We are going to be doing a series of content once that releases that is going to be all about cable managing and fixing up your worst setups. So we're going to be taking submissions from people. I'll pump poop right here. We're going to be taking submissions from our audience, and we're going to be looking for people whose setup is sorely in need of some cable management, and we're going to be sending some kind of squad, whether it's me or whether it's someone else from the team here, or whether it's both. And we're going to be doing like some kind of cable management makeover thing. And I could see us having a small budget for some other upgrades as part of something like that. Yeah. Yes, we are planning to do more content with the community, but we're waiting on the cable management product to come out. And I'm going to have to talk to Nick about it, but he and Kyle are also still working on our cable product, not cable management, cable product. And I think what we would love is for all of that to kind of land at the same time so that we could bring cables and cable management, because obviously carting out me and a crew and potentially a co-host or whatever that ends up looking like is going to have a lot of cost. So we want to pay for it somehow. And the idea would be that it would be through cable and cable management sales. So yeah, we're doing it. Yeah, Extreme Makeover Cable Edition. Exactly. We'll come up with a catchy name for it probably. LTTstore.come to you or something. Okay, sorry, ignore that. New merch message.
Sure, one sec here. Okay, love the out-of-the-box content. How far GPUs have come compared to your CPUs, gaming-wise? When do you think it is best to decide to update? Do you desire to update your CPU or GPU first?
The best answer that I can give anyone is you should only upgrade when you have a problem, right? If you have a problem with performance, then you need to evaluate what that performance problem is. Like say, for example, you were to upgrade to a 500 hertz display, and you're sitting here going, well, let's sunk cost fallacy this biz. I spent $800 and however many dollars on a 1080p monitor, and I'm only getting 300 FPS in my games. Realistically, I'm running at 1080p. The problem ain't my GPU. All right, it's time for some super low latency memory and a CPU upgrade or something like that, right? You've got to think critically. You've got to look at where the bottlenecks are in your system and where the weak points are that are actually going to affect your use case. Because every system is bottlenecked. Every system is bottlenecked all the time. That's the thing that you've got to remember. And when I say bottlenecked, I mean that if it wasn't bottlenecked, if there was nothing restricting performance, then the performance would be infinite, right? Makes sense, right? So, hold on, I need to think for 1 second. Okay, this is going to plug into that, which is going to plug, okay, yeah, I did this in completely the wrong order while I was talking. So you've got to target, whether that bottleneck is actually affecting you in any way. Like if your bottleneck is your CPU, but you're running at 900 frames per second, then that's not a meaningful bottleneck. That's not one that matters to you. Or if, oh man, I'm trying to think. Or okay, let's say you had a storage bottleneck, but it's some kind of, like it's just copying files around, right? So it's something that you do once a month. Does that actually matter? Well, the answer is probably no. So you've just got to think critically about what matters to you and also what the cost is and whether it's worth it. So I would say in general, upgrading your GPU is still the way to go if you want to get more gaming performance. However, if you've upgraded your GPU in the last few years, I mean, NVIDIA and AMD, they seem to kind of work in lockstep to a degree, have really slowed down their pace as the CPU side has accelerated the pace of innovation over the last, I'd say, 3 to 4 years. So if you asked me that question back in 2019, I would say, oh yeah, man, GPUs are moving so fast, and as long as you've got a CPU from the last 8 years, you're fine. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the case anymore, especially if you're targeting a use case like this, extremely high refresh rate gaming at a relatively low resolution. Then I'd say, yeah, your GPU from 3 years ago is probably more than fine, and it might be time for a CPU and some super low latency memory or something like that. Hit me, Badan.
Okay. Is renewable energy tech something you would consider in the future, especially testing longevity and efficiency of photovoltaic panels and inverters? As consumers, it's really hard to compare.
Yeah. Yet another industry that is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier, where the people who know want to be the people who know, and they don't really want other people to know. The installers. I found some when I was doing research for my own solar install that were really, really nice, and I found some that basically were not interested in talking to you at all unless you were booking a job with them. And then it was pretty much just to sort of tell them what your target was, and they would do all the spec and not involve you at all. With that said, I don't think that that's I don't think that that's a space that we're in a position to really tackle right now, either on the LTT side or on the lab side. It's just, there's so many other lower hanging fruit for us to go after right now that I can't commit it. Sorry. All right, I'm running all these lower fans. There's a lot of pre-installed fans in this case. You got the one in the back, you got these two in the bottom. This is awesome. So I'm gonna plug all of these into the bottom here, hoping that when I get my power, oh, cool. Oh no, this is great. Yeah, the way the power supply fits, it's sideways. Oh, that's how they managed to get this thing so, relatively speaking, slim for this style of case where you've got these different like airflow zones and stuff. All right, so we're gonna just run these over here where they will be out of the way of the power supply, and they will all plug into these fan headers down here. Okay, where's my little fan header boys at? Hit me with another one, Dan.
Okay.
Oh wow, how am I gonna do this?
Hey Linus, could we have a keycap set from you guys? I would love to have some sort of short circuit themed keycap set. Also, I'd love to see more merch in the style of the LTT totes.
Wow. The honest answer, did I promise honesty in my merch messages today?
You better be honest.
That's the thing I did. Okay. The reason that we've never done a keycap set is that there's no money in it. That's the Scout's honor reason that we've never done it. We don't have the production, facilities for it, obviously, right? There's certainly people that we could partner with to do some kind of keycap or keycap set. Ouch. Damn, that hurt.
Drop seems like a good candidate.
Yeah. Like we've talked to guys like Drop about it, but the reality of it is that everyone needs a cut, and all we're really doing is contributing a color scheme, essentially, and then wanting a cut. So all we're really doing is increasing the price of it. And we just haven't found a way to get pricing competitive in a way that our R&D time or design time or just time, right? Time is the greatest bottleneck of all. We haven't found a way to make it make any sense to spend time on it compared to almost literally anything else that we could be doing. Whether that's fixed shaft screwdrivers or bit holders or jackets or whatever, just anything else would be better from a business standpoint. And we've got some major investments to take care of. Like, we're not in trouble or anything. It's not like that. But we've got some major investments in the lab to pay for, and we just can't screw around with that. So the answer is no for the foreseeable future. It's partly, I guess there's also the what are we contributing question. That's something that we ask ourselves every time we approach a product or a product category is, what are we doing differently that contributes something to this? And the answer, as far as I could really tell, is nothing. I don't really think we're adding anything. You could get a keyboard in pretty much any color scheme you can imagine these days. So yeah, just do that. If there's someone else doing it really well, like, why are we butting our heads in or butting our noses into this? That's the other big one. What was the? Oh yeah, an example I was going to give of that is actually not just keycaps but keyboards. We obviously thought about doing a keyboard, back when the mechanical keyboard space was really starting to take off. But my whole thing, and this was in the early days of screwdriver productions, this is like almost four years ago or something like that. So this is in the early days of screwdriver, and we were kind of going, yeah, keyboard. Everyone's like super into keyboards. Let's do a keyboard. We'll partner with someone, or we'll develop our own keyboard. We'll find a manufacturer. Blah 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 blah. And every conversation kind of ended up being circular, because we would ask ourselves, okay, how will our keyboard be different? And the answer would be, we got nothing. And we kind of go, but there's all this demand for keyboards. People want keyboards. Like, okay, all right, how's ours going to be different? I don't know. Okay, well then, but there's all this demand for keyboards, right? And honestly, like, looking at some of the stuff that's coming out now, who is it that has that keyboard that has like the full display under the clear keys or whatever it is? That wild thing that I saw on a previous stream?
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, who makes that again? I can't remember. It doesn't matter. The point is, I don't want to compete with that, right? And you can't differentiate anymore by just having a high quality chassis and a open firmware or whatever. So I just don't see it happening. I'm plugging in the front I/O for those of you who are actually tuning into this for computer building. There's our front USB. I'll be careful to not plug in the front USB-C the wrong way, like XQC. There we go. This is a nice looking case, hey? Man, this is coming together nicely. Really easy, too. I have put zero thought and effort whatsoever into cable management. You can tell just looking at it. Okay, I shouldn't say zero. I made sure that my fans up here are plugged in the right order so that their RGB effects will go in the right order or whatever. But that's it. This is awesome. Where's my power supply at? We've gone with an ROG Thor Platinum 2. Oh, what makes it Platinum 2? Ooh, complete with lots of new certifications. All right, let's pull this up. Why'd we decide on this? The recommendation for our GPU is 1,000 watts. Okay. Even though we proved a 4090 will technically run on a 550 watt power supply, we did do that. We're not going to take our chances today. It's platinum rated, especially quiet, RGB, 0 decibel fan mode. Fun fact, it's got an OLED screen. I promised at the beginning of the video I was going to do the reasonable alternatives, and then I just totally forgot about it. Cool. Harrison, feel free to yell at me next time you notice that I've completely forgotten to do the video. Yeah, that's definitely a necessary job when I'm around. So our reasonable alternative for this anyway is the Seasonic Prime Titanium 850 watt for a full, $60 cheaper. And it'll do pretty much basically the same thing, but fewer watts. You turn down those 4 watts. I guess I'll talk through some of the rationale of some of the stuff that I glossed over before. So that cooler is the Fractal Lumen S36 RGB. It's chock full of RGB. They're one of the few AIO companies to not use Asetek as an OEM. So it really has a lower price. I mean, it's $200. Anyway, the alternative is the EK 280mm DRGB AIO for $125. Really? EK has an AIO for that little? All right. Well, we used the Fractal one. I'm going to go... Oh, wow. It's funny how this case is big and yet really tight in some ways. Yes, that is a ventilated side panel, which is good because I'm going to be drawing air directly from the outside. Let's go ahead and get this screwed in. 1, 2. Oh, I like that. The case manufacturer includes power supply screws. I remember talking to Corsair about that once. They're like, no, the power supply should include power supply screws. I'm like, yeah, it should. And usually it does, but in the event that it doesn't, it's nice when the case includes them. And they were like, we'll consider it. And I think they did nothing with that feedback. Oh, ASUS goes one step further, actually, and puts the screw in the power supply. Unless this is one that we've used before and someone put it back with the screws in place. I have seen this trick before, though. I have seen brand new power supplies with the screws in them. All right, hit me again, Dan.
Okay. I'm an audiologist based in Scotland. Have you ever looked into the incredible technology involved in using in hearing aids, i.e. the use of deep neural networks, etc.?
I have to confess that while I haven't, what I have noticed is there's this convergence happening right now between the sort of most affordable of hearing aids and the most premium of just wireless Bluetooth earphones. It's pretty cool just seeing features like enhancing speech clarity make their way into headphones, just as something that I guess they just think, well, I don't know, anyone could probably benefit from that, when we would have traditionally thought of that as like an accessibility function. I have seen some discussion around the much higher pricing of traditional hearing aids compared to those types of headphones. And I've seen some people in the community hoping that this is a trend that's going to continue so that just better hearing will be more affordable for all, and you won't need special coverage from your medical plan in order to even have a chance of affording these hearing aid devices. But my understanding is we're not quite there yet. That's the most insight that I can kind of provide into that, at least off the cuff without doing a bunch of research.
Dan, can you switch to the stationary?
Hit me again, Dan.
All right, let's see what else we got here. Have you ever had an itch for a green thumb? Tech and agriculture seem to go surprisingly well. 3D printing pots, hydroponics, smart home sensors for plants, all that sort of stuff.
All right.
3D printed grow up.
Yeah. I have to confess, I am not into things that require a ton of work to take care of. It's a big part of the reason that I prefer cats over dogs. I've had people say, like, internally, I'll go over to their house, they're like, oh, I know you don't like dogs, but my dog is here. I'm like, I don't not like dogs. I like dogs just fine. I don't like taking care of dogs. Dogs are a ton of work compared to cats. I think dog people do not fully appreciate how little work a cat is if you just don't feel like it for a bit. It's not that we neglect our cats or anything like that. Like, we interact with them every day. But if we want to go away to Disneyland for a long weekend, we just overfill the food dish, top up, leave out a few extra water dishes, make sure there's fresh litter. See you later, kitties. And then we come home and they're like, oh, I guess you're back. It's great. It's amazing. And so for me, plants are kind of like that, except that unlike a cat, a plant gives me absolutely nothing in return in terms of interactivity and affection.
I mean, oxygen's pretty nice.
Yeah, oxygen's good, but someone else can deal with the plant that gives me the oxygen. I cannot be arsed to take care of a plant. Now, I know your question was from like a tech perspective, where theoretically the idea is that I wouldn't really have to take care of the plant. It would just sort of take care of itself automatically. And you're right, but I would have to do a bunch of setup for that. And once again, I could not be bothered. I just don't care. I'm not into it. I don't hate plants, I just don't care about plants, and I don't want to take care of them. That's all. Hit me again.
I always love videos where Linus tries to unintentionally destroy all the hardware for a build. Any plans on implementing an EU store, or is that just not viable?
The EU store is an eventuality. It'll happen at some point. The problem is just that the overhead associated with having a business operation running over there, like I've seen a lot of people speculate that we're just lazy or we're just cheap or we're just something, right? That there's some reason other than what I've said for why we don't have an EU shipping depot. The answer, there's no conspiracy theory. The answer really is exactly what I've told you guys. From a taxation and compliance standpoint, it's more complicated. The more tax jurisdictions that you do business in, the more complicated your accounting is. Our accounting department is already 5% of the company, just to maintain the books, because it's already complicated to even sell into all these different regions, let alone having physical locations there. Once you're physically located there, it's way more complicated. And it's not because we're trying to skirt regulations or we're trying to something. Like I've seen every conspiracy theory you can possibly imagine about, what's he trying to avoid? I'm trying to avoid a bunch of extra work. That's it. I'm being completely upfront, 100% honest with you guys. It's a ton of extra work, and it's also a ton of extra cost. Yes, shipping will be more affordable to our EU customers. However, that extra burden of maintaining that extra location is going to eat into that. Someone has to pay for that building. Somebody has to pay for the people who work in it. That's not free. So you're robbing from Peter to pay Paul to an extent. Now, if you can do enough volume to justify it, great. But we don't know that we can. We haven't done the analysis to know for sure that we can. Even if we did it, it wouldn't be a guarantee. And while we ramped up, someone else, so that is everyone, would have to be paying the difference. There's also the fact that it would make inventory management much more complicated. Right now, we manage everything out of one warehouse. And I still remember vividly what a nightmare it was for my former employer, NCIX, when we opened up a warehouse across the country in Markham. Now, all of a sudden, your website can't just be in stock. It's, oh, in stock at this location, or in stock at that location, or heaven forbid, partially in stock at this location and partially in stock at the other one. That's the worst. So every once in a while, you'd run into an edge case where you order two things and you end up not only paying shipping from the EU to the EU, so you're better shipping, but you end up paying North American shipping too. And so I'm kind of sitting here going, okay, yeah, on the one hand, we get some competitive advantage, right? We get lower shipping costs to the EU. But on the other hand, we're adding a whole bunch of stuff that is either unknown or definitely bad. So it's not a simple decision. It's not just as simple as, oh, well, I'd love the shipping cost to be lower for EU customers, so let's just do it. They would be, but also there's a big asterisk there. They wouldn't necessarily be. So it's a big challenge. And yeah, if we were, like a multinational or whatever, sure, we would solve that problem. But right now, we only have a handful of people in procurement for Creator Warehouse. And if you actually go through the site, pour through the site, what you'll realize is there's a ton of SKUs. And we're looking to add more, right? We want to add husky sizes and tall sizes for our t-shirts. So all of a sudden, do the math. You think of a t-shirt as, oh, okay, well, it's the t-shirt. That's how it displays on the website. Now, hold on a second. So there's the t-shirt. So that's one item. Then you've got your sizes. Okay, so you've got your extra small, your medium, your large, your extra large, your 2XL, your 3XL. We're looking to add 4, 5, and 6XL. Okay, so one t-shirt is now 10 SKUs. Okay, now hold on a second. If you've got tall sizes, holy crap, okay, so that's 20. And then if you've got husky sizes, maybe not 30, but probably 25, because you would probably do that in your XL and up or whatever. So okay, that's 35 SKUs. Well, everyone wants a black shirt, right?
Then you get colors.
Right? Everyone wants a black shirt? You don't need any color other than black? Oh, you want other colors? Oh my God. How many colors do you want? Because every single color we add is 35 more SKUs, assuming that we're offering every variant in every color. So you could just have t-shirt, and it could easily be 250 SKUs. You want all of them in Europe? Okay, but what if we discover, say hypothetically, that in America, we sell a lot more 6XL than we do in Europe, hypothetically. Oh crap, we have 200 units of 6XL in mauve in our European warehouse. We have to get that now to North America somehow so that we can sell it to the Americans because we screwed that up. And you guys might sit there and go, well, that's your problem. And it's like, well, yeah, but it's everyone's problem because we're not going to operate at a loss. Anytime a business adds an efficiency, someone has to pay for it. Guess who someone is? So until we can do it well, we're just not going to do it. You guys saw me plugging in the 8-pin power connectors for the motherboard. Let's do the 24-pin over here. We're not going to have a lot of PCIe devices, so I'm not going to bother plugging in this aux 6-pin right here. We just really don't need to. And I've got my dual 8-pins hanging out here for my GPU. Let's go ahead and unbox that. This is, even at 1080p, okay, we did not want to be bottlenecked, so we went with the fastest frickin' RTX 4090 on the block. The MSI Supreme. Is it just Supreme or is it Supreme X? Yeah, Supreme X. Let's get some specs on this bad boy. Where the devil am I going to find this? Yes, here we go. $1,700 US. BIOS switch for gaming and silent modes. Oh my God, it's heavy. Okay. Oh, this is another fun one. The coolers for these 4090s are so over-engineered that we've got a video coming where we put a computer in our environmental chamber, because obviously we're going to do that. And Alex and I were both blown away by what happens when you run a 4090 in 50-degree ambient temperatures. 50. Guess what?
What?
Well, at least the one that we ran, it was a Strix. No thermal throttling. 50 degrees! Yeah, and there's a lot of other really mind-bending stuff that happens in that video. You guys are not going to want to miss it. I think that's coming out in the next week or so. Oh yeah, why did I think I needed only 2 8-pins? Yep, time to get some more. What is this? Oh, interesting. What am I looking at here? What power supply is this for? This seems like an extremely, wait, what? Who put, this is what I'm talking about. Whoever used this last, this is scary. You could easily plug this modular cable into an incompatible power supply and fry this $1,700 GPU. This should not be in here. There's a PCI bracket. There's a thumb screw. The thumb screw might be part of this support brace. I'll leave the thumb screw in, but Son of Harris.
We'll return those to where they belong.
Yeah, can you please check with logistics so you can see who signed that out last for what project, and we can maybe try and track down what power supply and case those pieces belong with. These are the kinds of daily stressors that I definitely need in my life. 384-bit memory interface, 480 watts of power consumption in gaming mode. It's a Son of Harris, did you make sure this actually fits in the case?
It's too wide, isn't it?
Oh my God, these are going to be pressed right up against the glass. Do you guys want to try?
Yeah.
All right, let's do the applausometer. We're bringing back the applausometer. Let's go, Dan.
We have a backup 4090.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. The options are, we go with the 4-slot 4090 that looks like it's going to sit right against the glass, knowing that the one 4090 we've tested at 50 degrees didn't throttle. Or we go with our backup 4090. Apparently we have a backup 4090. What do you, oh, it's, really? That's how you store a 4090? Yeah. Unbelievable.
That's where I put my feet.
Okay, this is some colorful iGame 4090. All right, thanks, Dan.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right, ready? Well, hold on, yeah, okay. So option 1, the 4-slot monster from MSI. So you guys got to hit the chat. You guys got to explode the chat for the option you want. Okay. Now we got to do like a 10-second wait. No, Dan, get that. They're voting for this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, vote for this. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, chat. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. That's pretty active. Option 2, the 3-slot wimp out version. Not that I'm trying to influence the vote here. Do you need help? Do you need help holding that? I can support some of the weight. I don't have it. Don't let go. That's tough to say. Oh, yeah.
Doing the thing.
I don't know if this is that close. Yeah, even most of the explode during the option 2 voting period was people just spamming 1. Okay, looks like we're going for it. The 4-slot monster. Do you want to hit me with a merch message while I get these screws undone?
Sure, I can do that. And
Ben, do you remember when these PC build streams used to be instructional?
Honestly, no.
Now it's just hang out with me while I build a computer, and the computer is very secondary to the experience.
Engineer, let me know the asset tag on that. We can publicly shame whoever screwed up the box.
No, we don't need to publicly shame anyone.
All right,
we
fine.
We need to have a just quiet, private conversation with them and say, hey, could we
don't
do
hostile hostile work environment. All right, here's your merch question. Could we get a live stream or video on how Dan sets up the live stream broadcasts and how he controls things? Possibly a collab with CRD, Cathode Ray Dude, who collects analog video toasters and such.
I fail to see the relevance of Cathode Ray Dude to that particular piece of content. Interesting. Okay. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. I am aware of cathode ray dude, and I've seen some cool videos. I don't know what they would have to do with that. As for whether we would do anything where Dan shows off the setup, yeah, I could see us doing something like that, but I don't think it's the kind of thing we'd upload to YouTube. It would not perform well enough to please the YouTube algorithm.
Oh my God, no.
So I'd imagine it being more like a float plane exclusive or something like that.
It might have been two statements as well. Maybe you collaborate with CRD.
Maybe they were two separate things. I mean, yeah,
Could have been.
I could see that happening.
Pastors replace all of my CRTs.
Yeah.
I could do some calibration on them.
Excellent.
That's super exciting. It doesn't take 4 hours.
Yeah, time for another merge message.
What a good choice. Hey, Linus and Dan, loving the streams. Are you guys planning a 7000 series CPU pillow? Also, thanks for the WAN show.
Well, this is one of those things where I don't think I need to answer the question. Let's look at the crazy promo that we're doing on the AMD Edition CPU pillows right now and see if we can infer whether they're moving well on their own. And based on that, let's see if we can figure out if we're going to do a 7000 series AMD pillow. I would say all signs are pointing to probably not. I mean, nothing, you never know. This could end up sort of kickstarting like jump-starting the category a little bit, giving it a fresh life. You know, we haven't really talked about the CPU pillows a lot lately, and that's a big part of the problem. So who knows? Maybe, but probably not.
Linus, what's our reasonable alternative to the 4090?
Oh, our reasonable alternative to the 4090 would be the XFX Speedster 7900 XTX for $1,200, but on sale for $1,050. So that's just over MSRP, and I guess that's about the best that we can hope for, because does it seem like GPU prices are kind of creeping up again? Does anyone else notice this? I'm not liking it. Whether it's the big explosion in machine learning and all the silicon that NVIDIA produces making its way over there, or whether it's something else. I don't know what it is yet. I just haven't really looked into it. But it does seem like GPU prices kind of bottomed out and are no longer bottomed out. Not down. Not cool. All right, hit me again.
Okay. A while ago, you talked about having an LTDstore.com sell computer parts at a higher cost than anywhere else, but with a promise for actual good customer service. Have you given that any more thought?
I have given it more thought. I have not made any progress whatsoever on actually doing anything like that, though. There'd be a lot involved. We'd have to do a whole bunch of, actual business stuff. Projections and figuring out, again, it's down to that same question. What are we adding? What are we contributing? What's our differentiating factor here? And if the differentiating factor is good customer service, I don't want to paint too broad of a brush. I don't want to paint with too broad of a brush here, but I have enough experience in retail to know that there's a certain type of customer that might gravitate towards a place that is known to have extremely good customer service with the intention of exploiting it, right? I've personally experienced that. So we would have to make sure that we're not just charging more so that we can create an insurance policy for scammers who are going to be ripping us off at the expense of everyone else who shops with us. Why? Like, why would we do that? That's not cool. That's not fair to the people that really just want to shop at a place that they can trust. So there's a lot of work that would need to go into that. All right, I give up. Where does this control mount for the screen?
It's only temporary.
It's temporary. Oh, you just configure it and then you unplug it.
Exactly.
Okay, and then I am just going to gaff tape this screen in place.
Okay.
What are you supposed to do?
Basically that.
Oh my God.
It's a friction fit.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a friction fit. So you just put gaff tape on the back of the display and then just have it friction there.
That's friction.
That's the stupid.
Show me what that looks like.
So what they want is for you to just put some tape on the back of the display here so that it sits in here and doesn't slide.
Actually, they had it at the bottom.
They had it at the bottom.
Well, same.
Okay. Unbelievable. Fine. Nope, I'm not doing that. Do we have any scissors?
We'll get you some.
Thanks. Unreal. Man, we are close. You know what? We can fire this thing up. Let's do it. I'm not closing all the panels. Don't worry, I don't need the bad GBs today. Hey, there's a little piece of foam in there. It's bothering me. Okay, well, now I can't really see it. And it's gone. Cool. Oh, this is great. 500 hertz gaming, guys. Hopefully at 500 frames per second. And we've got a bunch of games preloaded on here, right?
I believe yes.
Very exciting. Oh man, I'm worried about this DisplayPort cable. It claims to be DP 1.4, but I've had a lot of bad experiences with long DisplayPort cables just not handling high refresh rate or high resolution, let alone both. Oh, mind you, this is only high refresh rate. Still, at 500 hertz, you actually need display stream compression in order to run this monitor on DP 1.4. Like, wild, right? Because it's just so many freaking hertz that even though the resolution's quite low. Oh yeah, that'll do. Oh, I had a knife. I didn't think of that. Derp. Okay. All right. We got this. We got this. Oh shoot, I'm dumb. I need a Molex connector to power my stupid screen here because I'm a big dumb idiot and I bought an extra screen to put inside my case. I mean, I'm a discerning customer. Man of culture. Okay, sorry. Let me just try to cut this to a reasonable size here. Want to hit me with a merch message?
Yeah, sure. I've got one here for you. How many times have you been called Linux by mistake?
More than you'd probably think. I'll have people walk up to me on the street and be like, "Oh, Linux, I've been a fan for so long." I'm sitting here going, "Really?" Like, to be clear, I don't care. My feelings aren't hurt. I don't think people should really be fans of like anything. You can respect someone or something or whatever else, but you know, I think fan has sort of a connotation of irrationality and that is not necessarily healthy. But if you're going to use the word, you should at least know the name of the person you're using it about. That's all I'm saying. So I'd say like kind of a bare minimum requirement. Okay, yeah, hit me again.
Sure. Hi, Linus. Y'all be interested in expanding your Gen Tech channel to include industrial tech, stuff like farming equipment or heavy machinery, and the softwares behind the equipment?
Man, I am always down for some kind of, wow, I never really thought about tech that way topic. The issue is finding that sweet spot where you're finding stuff that you can shine a light on, and that's really cool, without putting yourself in a position where you're probably just going to end up misinforming people about it. I feel like something like farming equipment, because I don't have the real world experience of actual farming. I grew up on a hobby farm, but we didn't farm commercially, right? Because I don't have that experience, I might look at something like a John Deere tractor and go, wow, that's a really cool feature, without considering some of the challenges that community is going through with getting John Deere to support their right to repair their devices, for example. And obviously oops, 1 second. Obviously, the example I just gave is one that I, am somewhat educated about and can talk about, but I wouldn't know what I don't know. So I try to find cool tech that I can talk about without venturing so far outside of my zone or the zones of the people here on our team that we are at risk of. I hope I did not just break this, but I accidentally cut into a thing that I don't think I was supposed to cut into just now. Okay, well, good luck, everybody. And that's the display. Perfect. And then is the HDMI cable also supposed to be temporary?
No.
That's supposed to be there all the time?
Oh, yeah.
Seriously? Yeah. Okay. And any suggestions on where to route it? I guess here? Oh. Okay. This is stupid. I mean, it's cool, but it's stupid cool. Not like, man, that's stupid cool. It's stupid and cool, I guess. All right, let's plug this in. Does it say which input or does it matter?
It does not say.
Does not say. All right, we're just going to go with whatever then. And then, is there a way for it to come out the back?
Through the hard drive thing?
I mean, yeah, that's an option. That's sort of ugly. I've got an idea. I think it can just, maybe? Oh, I don't even know. I don't know if this is gonna work. That synchronized reaction though, I love it. Okay, sure. Okay, sure. I want to make it very clear that I am not recommending this. Is that clear? Is that clear to everyone?
What about the case without the screen?
Oh, the case without the screen is probably fine. But this screen is next level bougie. Do people still say bougie?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, stop, David.
At least French people talk about candles.
If they don't say bougie, then it's fine. You can just tell me that I'm out of touch. I'm comfortable in my skin. Okay, that can just go there. Yeah, that's as good as that's getting right now. Okay, cool. First boot, let's go. Okay, there. Oh, where's my power button at? Did I plug it in? Ha, yes, well, that'll help. Power cable. Hello, nope. Hello, yes. Hey, there's where my power cable's at. Cool, hit me with a merch message while I get this plugged in. 500 hertz gaming.
Budget monitor brands seem to buy from the same fabricators as the big monitor brands. Does the software/other hardware make the difference, or should we be saving our money?
There are a lot of things that make a difference. Just because something comes from the same factory doesn't necessarily mean that it's exactly the same product. What you're paying for is, well, you're paying for a lot of things. Okay, so first of all, let's take this 500 hertz monitor. This isn't going to be the only 500 hertz monitor, and Alienware, Dell, is going to be buying from exactly the same panel supplier as ASUS is. So why should I buy this one? Well, a reason to buy this one might be that it's available. So a lot of the time, the bigger brands, because they make big commitments in terms of volume, are going to get access to a hot new part first. And that's one of the big reasons that you're going to see pricing of products fall over an extended period of time, right? Because as more and more brands get access, competition increases and pricing goes down. So that's one thing. Another is QC. Quality control costs money. And while you might get lucky, and you might get a perfectly functioning product from a budget brand that does functionally no QC whatsoever, you might not. And so when you increase the chances of something going wrong, then you increase the chance of some kind of inconvenience. Now, it's possible that that inconvenience will be only temporary and you will eventually end up with a functioning product, but it's also possible that you will not, because here, and another big shocker, customer service costs money. They have to pay for everything somewhere. So customer service costs money, which means that with a budget brand, you might not necessarily get the same level of customer service. I'm not saying you won't. I'm just saying you might not. It's always a roll of the dice. Another thing is that, yes, budget brands tend to be more cost conscious when designing their products because they know that they're not going toe-to-toe with an Alienware or with an ASUS ROG or whatever the case may be. So knowing that they aren't going to be able to sell at that exact same price point, even if they did have all the same features, they're going to be looking more aggressively for things that they can cut. Oh, crap. Sorry, I routed this wrong. So that's another area where they're going to, you might not have height adjustment on the monitor stand, or you might not have as good a scaler built into the monitor. So if you're running at an off resolution, it might not look as good, or whatever the case may be. There's 100 different ways that a display manufacturer. Harrison, do you mind helping clear this to somewhere not here? And then I'm just going to grab peripherals and we'll get this thing rolling here. Thank you so much. So you might be fine, but you're probably going to be a little bit behind the technology curve because they just aren't going to have the latest and greatest necessarily. And you might run into some issues with, quality control or customer service. Another thing is that even two of the same panel are not necessarily the same thing. There's grades of panels as they come off of the production line at, BOE or, oh, bloody hell, what's like, yeah, Acer's one. Well, or LG or Samsung. There's grades of panels, and so if you get an A grade panel, that might have slightly better consistency, or it might have fewer dead pixels, right? There's things about it that might be a little bit better, even if by and large the performance is pretty much the same. So those are all the things that you're paying for when you buy. Well, I shouldn't say any brand name product. There are definitely brand name products that just are expensive for no apparent reason. But in tech, because it's so competitive, I really don't feel like it happens that often. Uh-oh.
You flip that switch?
Yeah, let's check. I definitely plugged in the power supply. Ha, whew. Ha, whew. Okay.
Some lights come on.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah. I don't see any RGB, but
good.
That's probably not the end of the world just yet. Oh my God,
it's literally just a display, huh?
Eco mode is on. Yeah, it's literally just an HDMI display. Okay, hello, buddy. Display port. Okay, come on. I really, really need this thing to turn on. I see postcode 15. I really hope postcode 15 is a good postcode. Uh-oh.
That's not a good one.
Well, you guys get to watch me do some live troubleshooting now.
Can you switch to the wide for a bit, Dan?
ASUS postcode 15. Here we go. Pre-memory initialization of some of the chips on the motherboard. Okay. So this might be as simple as reseating our RAM, but could be as complicated as reseating our CPU. Oh, what just happened? Wait. It's doing more things now. 68? 70? 70? 43? 91? 0, 0. Oh, 46, 0, 0. 15. Oh, crap. Yeah, it's that 15 again. Wait. Oh, monitor did something. Hello? The light's on. Lights on, no one's home. Crap. Okay. Okay. Maybe this is okay. Let's reseat the memory, and we're just gonna really, really hope that that's what is going on here.
Sometimes it can take 3, 4 restarts.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna do a quick reseat, and we're gonna try with just one stick of RAM. Okay, one stick of RAM. Really solid troubleshooting step, okay? Come on, baby. We got this. David, do you believe?
I believe.
Okay, well, I would like you to chill that belief because I think you jinxed it.
No.
It's 15 again.
No, it's going to go past this one.
I don't think it is. That light is quite yellow indeed. Yes, guys, I'm well aware of what memory training is, but an initialization error is not memory training. If it was at a memory initialization if it was at a memory training postcode, then by all means, let's have that conversation, but it's not.
From Jake, code 15 is memory training.
From Jake? Is he sure? I don't believe him. That sat for a very long time. Okay, you know what? Fine. Let's try it.
I told you I had a feeling like
I will see. You know what, David? This is what I get for doubting you.
Yeah.
This is what I get for trusting the first result in Google, which did not say memory training. Okay. Well, hit me with a merge message while we wait then.
Okay, let's have a look here. I'm in the process of building my first water cooling loop.
Good for you, Dan, but we're taking merch messages. I'm not talking to you about this.
Oh, you wanted a merch message?
No.
I'm so sorry. Oh, here's this one's from Tanner. I'm in the process of building my first water cooling loop, and I realized that I got the new NZXT B650E that is made by ASRock. Do you see this as a common occurrence in motherboard manufacturing?
Oh, well, there's only like, let's see, who makes motherboards? Like 4, 5 motherboard manufacturers left. I mean, even ASRock and ASUS are super inbred. So that leaves what, like Gigabyte, MSI, and there used to be so many. You know, BioStar, Chaintech, Epox, A-Bit. Man, Foxconn did retail boards for a while. Intel did boards. But the thing that you got to understand is some of those brands, like for example, Intel, to my knowledge, I don't think ever manufactured their own boards. They were contract manufactured, and then Intel did the firmware. Oh, it is proceeding. That's really good. So in response to your question then, is it common for a manufacturer to build a motherboard on a contract basis for someone else? Absolutely, that is definitely a thing. The economies of scale that someone like a Foxconn can enjoy by building not just for themselves, but for dozens or hundreds of other customers, make it impossible for a small outfit to, well, I shouldn't say impossible, but very difficult for a small outfit to compete with them.
Expo should already be enabled.
Okay. Is Expo enabled separately from DOCP? Because I don't see Expo. Let's see, what are these profiles? Okay. I do not see an obvious difference between these profiles. Let's go with the first one. Cool. Ha! Well, that's wonderful. She boots. All right. Thanks for the tech tips, chat. Man, anyone else? I'm just gonna stop using Google. Like, honestly, what if I asked Bing GPT that?
Oh.
I'm gonna do it right now. Bing GPT, hold on a second. I have to use
Do you want me to see the screen or no?
I don't think it matters. Okay, Microsoft. Oh, you know what? No, it might matter a little bit. I think I'm signed into Teams on this thing. Okay, so give me a second. How do I? Bloody hell! How do I get Bing GPT? Does anyone know how to do it?
I think it was like a private beta invite that we were using last time.
Oh, we were using a private invite?
I think something like that.
Oh man. Okay. How to use it? Point your web browser, blah, blah, blah. Type your question into the search box. If you have access to the new one, you should see a chat window appear. Oops. Crap. Okay. Why don't I just ask Bing? I'm going to make sure I type it in exactly the same. Let me check what I typed last time. ASUS postcode 15. Let's go, Bing. Pre-memory system agent initialization has started. I wonder if they've started using 15 for memory training as of AM5 or something like that. Yeah, both of these say it's started, but don't necessarily say that anything is going right. Yay! This is awesome! Okay. 500 hertz. Okay, hold on.
Oh.
500 hertz. Oh, yeah. Look at... Okay. What? No.
Oh,
Can you see it, David?
I can see the 60 hertz.
Can you see? Yeah, definitely didn't go 500 hertz by default, but that's okay. We can fix that. What I really want to do is figure out what's going on with my secondary display here.
Have you looked at it?
Oh, no way! It's totally working! Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. I mean, we have to game on this, right? Like, everyone else is on the same page here, right?
Oh yeah, just throw out the 500
Okay,
FPS thing.
I'm just making sure that we're all on the same page.
I'm going to change the title to "We Gamed on a Case."
Oh, we have to game on this first, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, all right. I mean, I think that's fairly obvious. We don't even need to have the people applausometer this. I think there's no way it's going to go down any other way. Let's get all of our side panels and everything on, though.
Do you want to configure using those buttons and then take out that little panel?
No, I'm just going to leave it there.
Sure.
I like it. It's stylish. I'm going to have it stick right through here. Yeah, you like it, David.
I think you're required to play Doom on it.
Oh yeah, we're going to play Doom on it.
Yeah, maybe not. It
No,
might not be installed.
we're gonna play
Somebody
Doom
else
Eternal.
suggested Tetris. That'd be a perfect Tetris thing.
Hey, there we go. I mean, yeah, that's kind of, seems legit, right?
No.
Oh yeah. There we go. Cool. And then it could just stick right there. What, David? That's not that bad. Yeah. You've done worse. You've done worse in the last 2 weeks.
Why have I done this worse?
Oh, I'm just sure you have, because you're David. Could I please get the parts tray? All right, let's go ahead and put the side panel on. I'm not going to take your judgment. Thank you. Oh, I'm excited. I can't wait to game on this thing. It's still dumb, but I'm very excited to game on it. Okay, David, hit me with one more merch message while I put these panels on.
All right, David, get over here.
What?
Which one? Hey, Linus, have you found a way around the lack of media controls in Porsche's steering wheel? I hate having to use the infotainment screen to change songs.
Oh. Yeah, it sucks. I actually sent them like a formal through their web. So I went to a dealer because I had to go there anyway and submitted a request at the dealer for them to contact Porsche on my behalf and ask them to fix their media control crap. Because it's as simple as they have this programmable button on the left side of the steering wheel, but it can only be programmed for a single function. So there is no way to program it for a double press to go, so you can't be like play, pause, twice for forward, 3 times for back, which as far as I can tell has been basic functionality on every crappy inline microphone stereo headphone for the last 20 years. There's no way to do that with Porsche's infotainment system. There is a workaround. There are 2 programmable buttons. The second is like way up on the dash over here, and it's like a touch, like a pressure-sensitive touch button. Like, it's stupid. So you can program that to go back, but by that point, you might as well reach over to the infotainment system. I always use Android Auto, so I always have my media controls in the bottom. I did solve that problem, by the way. I talked about it on WAN Show, how Android Auto changed the default view so that it was only a single app. So only my maps would show, and there was no media controls. It's a setting. You have to dig into some stupid arcane submenu in order to find it. But it can be turned back on. So that's my solution. So I have next track on the steering wheel, and then if I ever need to go back, then I have to reach over to the thing. But no, it's dumb. So I both submitted a request through the dealership and separately submitted my own request through their site for them to add the ability to bind, even just double presses would be enough for me. The really dumb thing was it took me a while to figure out that the individualized driving profile doesn't remember. You have to go in and configure the individualized one, because I just want Sport Plus, but with the stupid spaceship noise disabled. So that's how I set my individual, but it would never hold. It would just go back to normal or whatever. So I had to reconfigure that. So I had to have one of them used up to turn the stupid spaceship noise off, because otherwise it's like 4 or 5 interactions to turn it off, and it's really dumb. Overall, I love the car, but yes, the media controls are a huge oversight and a big problem. What's also a problem is this is not set to, wow. I am just, even though I knew it was going to be there, that is a lot of high refresh rate options with options that are higher. 500 hertz, okay. Okay, now does it look smooth, David?
Yeah, that looks right.
Smooth? Smooth enough for you? Okay, you should check this out. I don't know if people are going to be able to see it through the camera, how readable that text is as I'm whipping it across the screen. Yeah, probably they won't be able to tell. The answer is very. That's pretty sick. All right, we're going straight to Doom Eternal. Okay, that's pretty smooth. Oh, no, I don't want this mouse. I want my mouse. Yes. Okay, I have it. Sorry? Oh, right, this bag. Well, I don't know if we're going to talk about this bag yet. Well, there's definitely some interesting things going on here. Ooh. Oh, why did I close my laptop? I can't see the chat. Hello, chat. Come back. Where did you go? Where did you go? All right, let's get this out of here. Oh no, I have no connection. Oh, why do I have no connection? Is it this yellow cable? Is this yellow cable flaky?
Might have been yanked around for too long.
Because I remember having a problem with this yellow cable before. Hold on, I've got the black cable. Let's try the black cable. Come on, black cable. Show me what you got. I want to see what you got.
Nothing yet. Oh, yeah.
There we go. All right, we need to get this yellow cable just removed then. If it doesn't work, then it should go. Maybe try a quick re-termination before we completely give up on it. Nah, he hears me. All right. Oh, frame view. Hello? Okay.
Plugged in?
Yeah. Numlock works. You got a what, sorry? No, that's not the problem. The problem is just that Windows is not. Yeah, see, Control Delete works. Okay, that's fine. We'll sort this out. What was I going to do? Right, frame view. We need to find out. Dang it! What did I just launch? Oh, good, Bing search. Jeez. No. Oh. No, I don't want to do this. Close. Seriously?
No way.
You cannot. Unbelievable. See you later, buddy. Man, wow. Okay, I know we're in the menu, but what the actual crap is going on here? This be a fast computer. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah.
900. Okay. Shh. No way.
Where are the settings at? Are they at high?
I doubt we're at high. This does not look like high. This looks like medium. This is a good-looking game under normal circumstances, and it looks kind of mediocre right now, but like, wow! We're actually getting anywhere from 500 to 600 plus frames per second in a firefight. In a firefight. I mean, it's not going to make you a good gamer, okay? We know this. We know this from plenty of past experience. But it sure ain't going to hurt. Can I turn the brightness up on this a little bit?
You're playing on the wrong screen.
Oh, yeah, right. I got to switch over to the other screen. Okay, hold on. No, I kind of want a 500 FPS for a little bit here. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on, brightness. Can I turn the brightness up, David? Is that okay? Filming? Okay, cool. So we've got more brightness.
It's a pretty dim screen.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fine.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's what. Okay. Oh crap! I didn't get it in its mouth. Oh crap! I died. But I died at 700 frames per second. Freaking wild. Okay, now hold on a second. Oh wow, this is a really fast computer. You see that loading time?
Yeah.
It's like, what am I on, an Xbox?
Oh, wait.
Wait, I'm running at 720. Did you set this to 720 on purpose?
No, it should have been 1080.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains why it looked kind of poo-poo. Wait, what is going on? Oh, no, here we go. It is at 1080.
Okay.
Oh, but can I?
Some medium.
Can I just Okay, that is so cool. Doom, why are you so amazing? We're about to game on the secondary monitor. Okay, how do I like change a setting? There, apply changes. Wait, no. Okay, that's weird. Window mode, full screen, monitor 2. How do I change which monitor one? I love this aspect ratio, 384 by 103.
We got a shot.
That's genius. Okay, fine. Let's stay on 1 for now. Yeah, we're on medium. Okay. 1 medium. Did I change anything? Yeah, ray tracing off. Okay, resume. Oh wow, we're still getting like almost. It goes almost to 500. I'm so busy looking at my FPS counter, I'm not even able to play the game. Just go away. What the? Did I just die? Dang it. This is still unreal. I mean, Doom. It's just, like, it's multiple things, right? It's the responsiveness, it's the clarity, but, okay, as I'm sitting here talking about what a great gaming experience this is, we also have to consider that, yeah, it's great, but the reasonable recommendations that we meant to kind of provide along the way, but sort of forgot about halfway through, those reasonable recommendations would get us to at least 80 to 90% of this experience at a much, much lower price.
Would you like the total cost?
Yeah, do you want to give me the total cost of this setup?
$4,246.
$4,246. Does that include the monitor, or is that just the tower?
That includes the monitor.
That includes the monitor.
Yeah, that's not bad.
What do you mean it's not bad? Oh, okay. I don't know. Context matters, right? Like, it's not bad from the perspective of, you know, if you go back and you look at, you know, computer magazine ads from the 1990s, where any computer of any sort was going to cost you $5,000 for a complete setup. Yeah. Wow. We've come a long way. Top tier gaming PC with multiple monitors, one of them built into your case, 4090, fastest gaming processor, 500 hertz display. Yeah, man, well, we've come a long way. But if you compare it to what I would pay for a 240 hertz monitor, which is literally $200, a quarter of the price. If you compare it to what I would pay for a 7900 XTX, which is 80 to 90% of the performance of this at 2/3 of the price. You know, the argument starts to fall apart a little bit. All right, enough Doom. Oh wait, no, not enough Doom for now. We're gonna play on that display. Sorry, what'd you say, Harrison? K-screen. Oh, yeah, sorry, it was Dan. Well, someone was talking to me. 500 FPS Doom, though. I love it. Okay, so if I just click 2 and then apply. Yeah, we tried that. Oh, did it go? I could have sworn. No, that's good.
Are you going to change the orientation?
Nope.
Change the PC orientation?
Why would I do that? All right, resume. Let's go.
This is not the worst display I've ever seen.
It looks pretty sharp from over here.
I mean, it's 1080 class. Like, obviously it's skinnier, but okay, sticky bombs, sure.
Ergo computer.
Yeah. Wow, we're at 1,000 FPS though. Let's go.
The counter doesn't even go higher.
Wow. Okay, it's pretty smeary. Fair bit of motion blur. But with that said, man, it's okay, contrast not great. When you consider how skinny it is though, you know, it's not like it has a big old powerful backlight behind it. And the colors are not bad. Viewing angle's not bad. It's not TN. Oh, whoops. It's not the best IPS I've ever seen either, but you know what? And as much as it's taped on and kind of, you know, there's a bit of a gap there, and there's a, you know what? Part of it not being that bright is that it has tinted glass in front of it. I could imagine some pretty cool stuff to put on something like this. It's even just like, you know, all your like hardware infographs, or like, because it's a full-on display, you can do anything with it. You don't even have to plug it into your computer. You could plug it into a Raspberry Pi that you stick on the back of your case, or, you know, shove over on the back panel there, and it could run something else entirely, right? All right, height. It's pretty cool. I figured out where this stupid thing is from. Obviously, right? Obviously, height was not able to meet the minimum order quantities to get a custom resolution, custom form factor panel produced for them. You know where this is from? It's from one of those stupid dual screen laptops. It's probably from that AliExpress one. Is it the same resolution?
It is not.
Oh, it's not. Okay. It's probably from some weird dual screen laptop. And when I say stupid dual screen laptops, I don't mean they're stupid. I just mean it's stupid. I didn't think of it before. But that's probably what this is from. Or maybe a car infotainment system or something like that. It's going to be from something like this. And the laptop hypothesis is the best one that I have so far. All right, cool. Let's try some more games at 500 FPS. I'm super ready. How close do you think Halo Infinite's gonna get?
It'll get to 350.
Well, let's see. Let's see. Do you have a couple more merch messages for me?
I think I've got just one more here.
Just one more?
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, Linus. In the tour of the studio when you first moved in, you said there was a huge leap in views per day when you hired Nick Light. What other challenges have caused such large increases in views per day? What other changes?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, the big thing there was, no offense to Nick Light, not that Nick Light made our content better. Nick Light was brought in a business role to sell sponsorships and stuff. The big difference there was that I was able to focus entirely on creative instead of focusing on, well, business interactions, doing business deals. That was it, right? That was when that happened. There hasn't really been, if anything, I think that my attention to creative over time has crept back toward less and less. And I think that's something that we do need to address. Yeah, sorry, I wish I could. Oh, is there a non-team? Oh, Tactical Slayer. Is this just?
I thought the top latest was Lone Wolf.
Oh, Lone Wolves. Oh, hello. Let's go. Cool. Yeah, if anything, I feel like the changes that we've undergone since then have been more to do with the functionality of the platform and the changing tastes of the audience. I think we could probably see a similar hockey stick moment today if we pivoted to shorts and really focused on getting lots of views in shorts. We've seen some success with it from our limited experimentation, but the problem is that right now there is not really significant money in shorts, and so we can't pursue it with our full weight because we would collapse under our weight. We've got over 100 people here now, right? Like if the monetization of shorts is a fraction of AdSense and it doesn't lend itself very well to things like in-video sponsorships, like the ones that we've done in this video, or to things like calling out merch. I guess now's a good time to do one more call out. LTT Store special promo right now. Full details are in the description, but our Team Red CPU pillow, 50 by 50, and our Threadripper CPU pillow, 64.5 by 50, are on a wild promotion right now where 3 in every 25 are going to have an actual CPU in the box as well. Valued anywhere from a little over $100 to just shy of $600, if I recall correctly. All the details are at the link in the video description. Stuff like that, I mean, that would be the whole short. How do we bake that in? So how do we, whoa, hi. All right, well, I got a kill. Wow, that's responsive. Oh, wait, what even gun is this? Does your gun change when you kill something? I've never done this game mode before. Ooh, okay, so every time you get a kill, your gun changes. So that's called gun game, right?
In CSGO, it's called gun game.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called in Halo.
Lone Wolf, the playlist we got.
Okay.
But what FPS do you have?
Oh, right, what FPS? 420. Nice. Man, that's responsive. I almost feel like my mouse is too light. You know, like it's too, everything's too instantaneous. Do you get what I mean? Like, hold still for me, baby. Oi! Where'd you come from? People are shooting at me. Why are they shooting at me? So violent, so aggressive. What was I supposed to be talking about? Oh, look at this guy with this sniper rifle. No! Got him. Okay, so does my gun change? Ugh, I don't know all the guns in this game, actually. There's just a handful that I like and I use. So I don't even know what this one does. Oh, okay. Some kind of energy gun. Come on, someone come for me. Oh, man, this feels good. It's just... What is this gun? Okay, well, I got my kill, so I guess I don't care. Oh, why would it spawn me right in front of a cliff like that? If I just walk forward, I just die. Oh, I suck.
No, that was some good tracking.
There was a pillar.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the season? Well, I don't know. Is it autumn? It doesn't matter. Crap.
Halo joke? Like a pillar autumn?
Yeah. Okay, there, that counts. Wait, what? That doesn't count! Shut up! That's stupid. I think if I smack him with a sniper rifle, that should count. You know what? The tracking does feel good.
Floatplane has a good comment here. Put the chat on the case screen.
I could totally have chat on the
That'd
case
be
screen.
great. Yeah.
I'm not going to do that right now,
No,
though.
no.
Good suggestion, because I'm not signed into Floatplane on that computer. Come on, come on, come on. Dang it. You know what? I am not normally that good at like tracking a moving target like that with the sniper, though. I do not need a scope. Come back. Got him! Okay. I like this a lot. What the crap is this thing? What is going on? It does no damage. It doesn't matter. The point is, Halo Infinite at 400 FPS on a 500 hertz monitor. I often say it won't make you a better gamer, but David, you've seen me game a lot.
That was pretty good, man.
Like,
That was pretty good.
okay. All right, I want you guys to take some of what I said in the review of this thing with the caveat that I was not using my mouse. This has my profile on it, so it actually is at the right DPI, which is one of the reasons I carried it around with me in my backpack so that when I'm on set, I'll have the proper mouse, but I forgot my backpack the day we filmed that, so I was using a different mouse. It still is, the right mouse matters more than the right display, but when you've got everything dialed in, that felt good. That felt really good. I do not normally track that well. And as we discussed when we did the collab with Shroud, it's not just the smoothness of the animation. It's not about that. It's about the latency between what's changing on the display and what you're trying to track here. The less you have, the easier it is to stay in sync. All right, there's something to be said for high-end computers, it turns out. I guess we're all still in a job. People still need to build high-end computers. High five! Yeah, high-end computers.
All right.
But also you could spend like half as much and really get like 90% of this experience. I want to make that very clear. Okay, is there any last merch messages? Anyone sneak in and grab the CPU pillow deal or no?
I don't think so.
All right.
That's about it.
All right, two. One last game then. Last game, CSGO, the classic. Nothing could possibly make me good at this game. And the reason for that is that I just do not know the spray patterns and stuff.
I think there's a setting that's off.
Oh. No, I think FPS is capped in the menu though.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, no, I think it should be okay. And if not, I'll just go, yeah, there we go. Right. I think it's still capped though. I'll have to put in the command.
It is still capped.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll uncap it. Hold on, I might remember it. Let's see if I got this. FPS underscore, yeah, there we go. Max 1,000. Woo! Woo! CSGO 700, 800 FPS, anyone? Anyone? Wow, it feels almost too twitchy in a sense. Is this even at 1080p though? Hold on a second. That looks like crap. Okay, that's what 1080p looks like. Neat. There's a lot of shimmer. Yeah, you know what? If we turn on anti-aliasing, that's probably what I'm noticing. This game has anti-aliasing on by default. I think we can afford some anti-aliasing. Even just like FXAA, better than nothing. Yes.
Really quick request?
That helps a lot. You can make a request, yes?
Plug the screen on the case into your laptop and then put chat on.
Fine. All right, Floatplane chat. You guys want your moment in the sun. I get it. You guys pay good money to be able to tell me what to do, I guess. Good old Floatplane chat. All right. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Display setting. Jeez. All right, nerds. Extend. Man, there's so many problems with my framework right now. I broke the fingerprint sensor. My connection to the display is dodgy, so it flickers once in a while. The good thing about it is that it's all fixable. The bad part is that I don't have time to fix it.
I'll fix it for you.
No, it's okay. Hey, there we go. All right, floatplane chat. Here it comes. There. Are you happy? Are you guys happy? Are you not entertained? I'm kind of in love.
Oh, that's amazing.
This is so cool. Okay, ultimate Twitch gamer setup here. Got the chat built into your case. Ooh. Wait, Harrison, how is this not part of the all-screen PC?
Because we have a better screen.
We have a better screen?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I guess I just spilled the beans. We're doing an all-screen PC. Every component has to have a screen. That was the only requirement for this build. It's a bad, well, it's not a bad idea, but it's a dumb idea, but you guys like it. Why are there no bots in here? Didn't I practice with bots? Did I screw something up? Okay, practice with bots, does too. Hello? All right. Chat on case. Yes. All right. LTT water bottle. You guys are hilarious. It's an expensive idea. Oh yeah, it's definitely an expensive idea. There's no bots. Where are my bots? Is there a command to spawn bots? I'm confused. You know what? It doesn't really matter. My lunch is here, and I'm sure everyone else is done with this too. Thank you so much for tuning into this stream. I'm actually kind of amazed at how long you guys hung with us while I struggled my way through getting this display. Totally worth it though, right? Totally worth it. 500 freaking hertz. Don't miss the review tomorrow. And I think that's it. I will bid you now adieu. Happy Tuesday. Have a great rest of your week. I will stand awkwardly. Or stand, as you put it. Oh, David. The RTX 4090 from NVIDIA is the biggest, power-hungriest GPU on the block. I mean, surely there is no way that we could fit a GPU like this into a PC case that comes in a box like this. Is there? Well, yes, there is. The Silverstone Milo 12, its claim to fame is support for a triple slot GPU in its own cooling zone in a case that is only, now hold on just a gosh darn minute here. Wait for it. Come on. This thin? Oh, wait, this doesn't even compute. This is like the same thickness as the GPU. And this is the same thickness as this segue to our sponsor.
Build Redux! Build Redux makes it easy to configure your new build with support guides to help along the way. They also offer competitive pricing as compared to building a PC yourself. So head to buildredux.com/Linus and start your new build right now.
And you're back.
I appear to have broken the box for the 4090. I mean, do not modify. I think the spirit of this was do not modify the GPU. So modifying the box seems to be fair play. I misplaced some of our RAM and SSDs, also our CPU, but I think we can find all the pieces, which means it's time for us to do a live build. How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. I got my chats up. Where'd my chats go? Dang it. I knew something was going to go wrong on this stream. Hey, there we go. All right, so we're going to kick things off with our motherboard and CPU. Anthony has prepared me some nice little notes to go through with you guys while we build up what is going to be by far the most powerful small form factor gaming PC that we have ever created. We haven't done a ton of builds over the last really couple of years because, well, honestly, they've just been so unaffordable that we couldn't really recommend anything. And while they haven't gotten a ton more affordable. At least they're a lot more powerful now than they were when we were paying like over $1,000 for, you know, a 3070, which was ridiculous. So why don't we kick things off with our CPU? With the way that things have heated up in the CPU world over the last little while, pun intended, we've gotten some very hot CPUs. But what I'm referring to is, of course, the competition between AMD and Intel. We have got some really unprecedented CPU values lately. I mean, would you agree with that? Like,
should I be mic'd? Like, I feel like I should be mic'd. People are asking me to be mic'd. You just called to me. Like,
okay, well, I don't know. If Dan can get you a mic, that might be good. But yeah, we've seen some amazing values for CPUs. Like this right here is the Core i7 13700K. It's got 8 P cores, 8 E cores, so that's 8 of Intel's performance cores and 8 of their efficiency cores, and it turbos to a maximum of 5.4 gigahertz. That's not even a Core i9. That's a Core i7. That means that for just a few $100, like I think this is $418 on Amazon and B&H, you are getting Core i9 levels, actually greater than last gen Core i9 levels of performance out of one of these things, and on a platform where you can expect to have a, oh no, 13th gen is a dead platform. Well, all right then. Never mind, that was the case for a little while where Intel had the benefit of, yeah, we're going to have future CPU upgrades, but then that went away, and now AM5 is the more forward-looking one. Unfortunately, AM5, well, oh man, things are moving so fast. I was going to say, unfortunately, AM5 has a serious cost issue right now, but then the truth is that with the recent price drops from AMD, AM5 is actually looking extremely price competitive. Now, let's take a closer look at our motherboard here. This is an ASRock Phantom Gaming, whoop, peel. Phantom Gaming IT. I'll get it later. Phantom Gaming ITX TB4, and this is absolutely jam-packed full with cool features. Well, the main reason we chose it for this build is that it's the only current gen ITX board that we had on hand. Good job, Anthony. But it also has 2 DDR5 slots, so you're not going to be giving up any performance. We actually have a video coming very soon where we compare DDR5 at various speeds. Plouffe worked on it, and what we found was that we included JEDEC DDR5, high-speed DDR5, very high-speed DDR5, and then for lulls, we also included a really solid kit, a 3600 megatransfer per second CL14 kit of DDR4, and found that whether it's platform maturity or whether it's evolving software loads, there's a pretty significant performance advantage to DDR5, at least on Raptor Lake. So DDR5 means we're not giving up any performance. It has a single Gen 5 PCIe 16X slot. Wait, shut up. 2 M.2 slots? So there's one under the heatsink, and yes, a second M.2 slot on the back. Are those both Gen 4? Yep. Man, they can pack a lot of motherboard into not a lot of space these days. Front USB 3 support and front USB Type-C support. How many fan headers does this bloody thing have? Okay, 3. That's a good amount, but not an outlandish amount. One addressable RGB header, which is enough because you can always split it out into a hub. Wow. That's freaking awesome. Built-in Wi-Fi 6E, and this is key, built-in Thunderbolt. Now, this Thunderbolt is not implemented in the way that I personally prefer, where there's a DisplayPort input on the back of the motherboard I/O as well, so that you can actually inject your dedicated GPU's DisplayPort into the Thunderbolt GPU or Thunderbolt DisplayPort signal output. So the way that this one will work is you will actually have to run through your iGPU if you're outputting to a display over Thunderbolt, which is sort of a bummer. There is a performance penalty there, but hey, it's got Thunderbolt, so like, what do you want? What I want is, I don't know, CPU cooler. All right, cool. So we went with the Noctua NHL12. It's pretty much the best cooler that we can fit in the case. And there's not really much else to say about it other than it's the best cooler that fits in the case. I am hoping Anthony, have you validated at all that this is actually going to be able to handle a 12700K?
Yeah, so we ran it earlier, and well, actually, it's a 13700K, not a 12. Yeah, it worked okay, and also Noctua says it should work okay, but with low overclocking and turbo headroom. So there you go.
Okay, so whatever that means. Let's go ahead and make sure we do a great job of applying our thermal compound then. I am going to draw it in the shape of a balloon. Here. Thermal compound balloon. Let's go. You ready?
You got a top down.
Yeah, I have a top down?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Okay. Here we just need a happy little balloon here. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, how festive is that? It's like we celebrating gaming, folks. All right, let's go ahead and, is there a particular orientation you want for this? I'm kind of feeling that I don't have a lot of options. I'm also feeling that I should probably go ahead and actually grab the hardware for this.
I believe there is exactly one orientation that works, and I don't remember which one it was.
Cool. Well, I guess I'll figure that out then. But first, let's go ahead and pop out some of this hardware. This is Noctua's i7XX MP83 mounting kit. One of the coolest things about Noctua, it's no secret that I really love what they do. I think they're a really smart company. One of the really cool things that Noctua does is if you buy one of their coolers, yes, it comes at a bit of a premium. That much is absolutely certain. But they will actually ship you mounting adapters for your cooler for, as far as I can tell, they've just never stopped doing it. Like they don't promise a particular time frame for it, but as far as I can tell, they've just kind of quietly never stopped doing it, which I think is really amazing. It's the kind of customer support that just mostly doesn't exist in the computer industry. And I've talked about this in length on our podcast. One of the reasons for it is that most companies will go so hard on price, just trying to compete on price, that they will forget to price in the cost of good customer service. And so it's just actually not feasible for them to provide that level of service. And so it's one of those things where I kind of look at it and I go, well, I can't blame them for simply not being able to survive if they were to offer a program like that. But I also can, because clearly a business can be built where you can price in good customer service and then provide it to your customers. Now, one of the things that I noticed, Anthony, is that you've provided me with a couple of 92mm fans, whereas my understanding is that normally the NHL 12 has a slim 120mm on the top and then a little assisting 92 on the bottom. Is there a reason that we've gone that route?
So, from what I can tell, I think the L12 typically only has the 92. The L12S has the slimline 120.
I see.
But the problem here is that the slimline 120, we tried it, but it won't clear the RAM and the motherboard shield properly. So you had to kind of have it at an angle. So this is more correct, I guess.
I see. And as for the orientation that we can get it in there in, this is looking extremely challenging to mount. Were you expecting this build to be a bit of a challenge for me? Was that the goal?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be tiny. That's what happens when you talk about tiny PCs, right?
I see. Okay. Well, we will manage this. So, yeah. How the devil did you... Okay, so one quick thing. Maybe we should have a look at the layout of our case here. Here, come with us for a little tour of really what was the inspiration for this video. Silverstone, every once in a while, they're a weird company, man. Every once in a while, they build something that is so cool that you look at it and you just go, I have no idea who would buy this. I really don't. But boy, is that ever cool. And this is one that's maybe not quite. I have no idea why anyone would buy it because it's really cool, but also it's just really cool. So we looked at it and we went, we need to make a video about this case. Hence the video you're watching right now. But in terms of what exactly that ends up looking like, well, the details are sort of up in the air right now. Okay, that's neat. Full-sized filters on both of these side panels. Very, very cool little details, so you shouldn't have to worry too much about dust buildup in this case. Are these easily removable, though, or are they just like, these are just glued on? Okay, I can't say I'm a huge fan of that, but from a cost perspective, I can see why you might do something like that. And then over here, we're looking at one of our cooling zones, and it appears to me like we're going to be best off if we use our 92 millimeter as an intake, because it's going to have a fresh air supply just from the outside of the case. So that's the way we're going to orient it. Now, Anthony, I noticed that you gave me 2 fans. Is one of them a case fan?
No, it's just whichever one you want to use.
Oh, whichever one I like. Well, I'm going to go with the NFA9 because I believe the B9 is a lower static pressure design, and I'm just going to need a fan extension for this. All right. Let's see, then, if I can figure out how to get a fan in here, because it's not obvious how I'm gonna get this in here with these screws. If they were screwed in, I think it might clear. But the problem is that the only way to screw them in is to install it on here. And as far as I can tell, that's going to make it impossible for me to slide a fan in, let alone the clips that have to go on here. Anthony, do you have a hint for me?
I do have a hint.
You have a hint.
You can disassemble the cooler.
Oh, no. Really?
Yep.
Well, that gives me a perfect opportunity to talk, for small jobs, about our upcoming LTT stubby screwdriver. That's right, the LTT screwdriver has been such a failure, according to my haters, that we are investing even more money in this failed enterprise, developing even more tools for little jobs, like disassembling your cooler so that you can manage to get a fan in between the fins and the CPU cold plate, I guess you might call it. All right, cool. So that's going to go here, and then I'm going to want it oriented a little something like that. Yes, good. Perfect. Well, perfect's a strong word, but it's in there. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to take off both. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not my favorite design ever.
Okay.
But that's their low-profile coolers for you. They had to be a little bit different in order to actually work.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Get this man a stubby. Yeah, I know. The reception to the news about the stubby has been extremely strong. It's going to be the exact same ratchet. It's going to be the exact same bits. Very similar profile in terms of the girth. But the main difference is that we're only able to fit 6 of our shorty bits, as we call them, instead of 12. But it's going to have that same pop-up bit storage that you've come to know and love from the full-size screwdriver. Man, we are working on, again, the screwdriver's been such a failure that we are working on a ton of tool products right now. One of the big requests from people has been fixed shaft drivers, because let's face it, there is no substitute for a fixed shaft driver. I get it. These appear to be 120 mil clips, Anthony?
Oh, there should be other clips there somewhere.
There should be other clips.
I guess Jake grabbed the wrong ones.
Oh, good.
Try the bin.
Try the bin. Ah, yes, good. Yeah, so we're working on fixed shaft drivers as well. And every time we start a project thinking, well, this should be super simple, right? This should be basically no work at all. We should be able to pump this thing out in like 3 months, or whatever arbitrary timeline we set for the project. We always get started and go, yeah, but it could be a little better. You know what? It could be a little better than that. You know what? I think it could be even better. And then we end up making a really great product eventually. But it takes time. Nope, there were no clips in there. I'm hoping that there will be clips in here. Oh, this is a whole additional cooler. This is an L9A? Yes, this is an L9A. Nope, this one uses screws to attach the fan. Anthony, we may not have clips.
We did.
we did. Oh,
We did.
wait, hold on. This might be the box for... No, this is an L9i. This one also uses screws to attach the fan. So there will not be any clips in there, I'm afraid.
Are there any clips like just loose in the bin?
I do not see any clips. No.
Well, I can go find some clips.
0 clips. No clip. We are moving through all the solid surfaces of this build. No clip. Okay, how's this even possible? Okay, hold on. Anthony, it is possible that I am dumb and these are 90mm clips. I just don't think so. Does this look right to you? I don't think so.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay.
I'll find you some 92mm
All right.
clips.
Thanks, Anthony. Hey,
We had them.
in the meantime, why don't we install some memory? And that is why we have people who are here to... yes. Okay. Micron has actually formally announced the 24 gigabit dies that are in these 24 gig memory modules that they sent me home with from the Micron factory tour. So we are going to get a chance to fire up the system with less mysterious or less mystery around these modules. So if you guys look, they just put a bunch of BS on the label. The part number just says 1337. There's a random 69 at the end of that one under the QR code. They said 8 terabytes DDR9 9000. That was, I told them, I was like, guys, that's a huge missed opportunity. It should have been 9001 so that it's over 9000. And they're like, oh, you're right. CL69 though, nice. But unfortunately, I can't tell you what spec they run at right now because I forget. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to install them. We're going to hope that these weird prototype modules actually boot up in this system, but they should. And we will do that after Anthony returns with those clips. Oh, you know what? We can turn our attention to maybe some super chats. If you guys want to write into the stream today, the best way to do it. Did I say super chats? Oh, well, I mean, we can look at super chats, but I meant merch messages. Merch messages are the best way to write in. You just go to lttstore.com, check out with something, anything. Even if you're not interested in something that we have for sale today, maybe you're waiting for the stubby screwdriver, for example, you can just pick up a gift card, and in the checkout, you will see the option for a merch message. You just fill it out, and then our producer, Dan, over there, will show your merch message in the bottom third of the screen, or he'll type up a little reply to you. It'll be in the top. It'll be in the top. Or he'll type up a little reply to you, or he will save it for me to address later on in the stream. So you guys can go ahead and send some of those in if you want to chat with us. Dan, do you have anything for us?
I do, actually.
You
I've got a couple
All right,
here.
hit me.
Love watching the streams. Question for Linus. If another company, i.e. Google, were to release a foldable in North America, would you consider switching to it, or do you prefer Samsung's software?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, my biggest issue with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold is actually Google's software. So with that in mind, I would have to see that Google has put the effort into their phone software to make sure that their phone is compatible with key Google apps, like, say, for example, YouTube. One of the biggest problems that I have with my foldable device is that I cannot create YouTube stories. Most YouTube features are supported, including the new Go Live Together feature. But stories, nope, redheaded stepchild. No longer getting any love from the Google development team, in spite of the fact that I've pointed out that this has been sorely missing for 3 years. I have gotten personal assurances from now 2 YouTube employees that they are on it and going to fix it right away. They have not. Spoiler alert. So, man, it's really hard to say. There's also, I mean, there's key apps that just do not deliver a great experience on foldables. For example, Instagram is always like this. Shh. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter that I've been logged out. The point is, Instagram always has black pillars on it. Always. It only goes, and only, that wide. And there's nothing that Samsung or Google can do about that. They just never optimized for tablet. And foldables run more like a tablet version of Android, and then they kind of scale down to phone size when you're using the front screen, is my understanding. There's also, man, no matter who makes the phone and no matter who does the software, there's also going to be challenges around the hardware. Like, I'm bullish on foldable screens. I like them. I think they're cool. We talked about this in the, full disclosure, sponsored video that we did for Samsung Display at CES, but as with any sponsored video that we do, we didn't say anything we didn't believe. And I think that the paradigm of a foldable tablet that you can just, because they had one that was like a 3-way fold, like a tablet that is in this form factor that you can just tuck into a purse or something like that. I think it's a game changer. I think that's super cool. The problem is that at least my, what is this, a Z3, I think? So at least for my 3rd gen device, hold on a second, let me just make sure I'm not opening anything incriminating here. Yeah, sure, LTT subreddit. So at least for my 3rd generation device, check this out. Can you see that, Andrew? Yeah, right down there. That kind of, like, kind of cracky looking rainbow effect down the middle? There's an actual texture to that, like it's foldable, but the glass, not glass, like composite material that they're using is starting to crack on mine. And so it's one of those products that I love and I use and I'm excited about, but that is hard for me to recommend to people who might not want to replace their phone every year or two, right? Like, if you're expecting to use your phone for 4 years and you've got a screen that just eventually cracks, I mean, I don't know that they're all doing it, and I'm certainly a heavy user, but it's not encouraging, that's for sure, right? Glad you guys are liking the video quality today. We have Dan to at least partially thank for that, but also the rest of our crew. Oh man, it'd be hard to thank everyone. I know Brandon, Andy, and Ed have all been responsible for different changes to our production workflow. I'm not going to try to name everyone. Jake for sure, though. There, that's it. I'm not going any further than that. That's enough. Now, let's talk about this power supply. Oh, hey, did Anthony find those clips? All right, Anthony, I'll keep going here. Okay, let's talk about this cool power supply. This was the other half of the package that Silverstone sent over that made us go, wow, we've really got to do a build with this. This reminds me of, like, when you go into one of those, like, weird, like, Japanese stores or something like that, where everything is stuff that you recognize, but it's like miniature. Right? This is an 850 watt power supply that if I just put on the table and went like that, and yeah, go, look at it. Okay, and you had no context for how big it is, you would go, oh yeah, that seems like a pretty big power supply, right? Okay, but hold on, here, come back to me. Okay, just point out the door here. Can you make it out the door, Andrew? Yeah, you can make it out the door. You got this, bruh. Okay, cool. So here, where's our grab-and-go power supply bin? Here. Okay. Oh, look, conveniently. Oh, no, that's not 850 watt. Is there an 850 watt here? It doesn't matter. The point is, okay, here, this is a 600 watt power supply. Okay, let's go back to the table for a second. Don't worry, you got this, Andrew. Okay, don't trip. Don't trip on Dan. We don't need Dan to trip. All right, check this out. Okay, so this is a pretty normal looking power supply, right? Okay, this is a pretty normal looking power supply, okay, right? Okay, here's my magic trick. It's so small. It's freaking tiny. Look at this thing. It's like little baby power supply. Look at it. It's amazing, okay? The fact that this is an 850 watt power supply that managed Cybernetics' platinum rating and fits in the power of the sun in the palm of your hand, okay? It's so cool. And that's a big part of how Silverstone was able to squeeze this much computer into such a small enclosure, because normally, just to power this bloody GPU, okay, you need 600 watts. Well, where's it gonna come from? This, apparently. All right, let's go ahead and get this bad boy installed. At least we're gonna try. I'm gonna need my full-size screwdriver for this one. All right, let's pull out the power supply cage. They've gone with an internally mounted power supply, which is pretty typical for these kinds of small form factor builds. Oh, there's a third screw. See, I haven't touched any of this yet. That's the both the advantage and the drawback of having a highly skilled, pre-production writing team is that I end up going in, it saves a lot of time, obviously, but I end up going in cold oftentimes and having to kind of fake my way through things. Okay, this is, yes. This is the hardware for the case, which means the hardware for the power supply is probably in here somewhere. Oh, okay. They include an ATX mounting bracket because nothing would actually prevent you from powering a full-size system with this thing. And they also include, yes, here we go. Oh, there's a merch message. Hey, you got the backpack. Quite expensive to get in Germany. Any news on the zipper replacements? Oh, I'm glad you asked. I had a meeting with the Creator Warehouse team today, and we do have an update for you guys. Oh, shoot. I don't have the replacement one on my bag. Hey, where did our PA go? We have a PA now. Yes, I have a job for you. Can you please run over to Creator Warehouse and get from Tynan, who is upstairs in the back, get the samples of what is going to be the solution for prying open the zipper thing, and then also the solution for the new carabiner. And I can show it to these guys on the stream. It'll be great. I believe in you. He might need help. It's his first day. What do you got there, Anthony? You find it?
Clips that don't appear to work.
Nice. Nice. I mean, it's possible that I missed something here.
I mean, we had them here.
That's why I'm saying it's possible I missed something. I don't see what I missed.
I don't get it. Where did they go?
And where did they come from?
Oh, no.
Where did they go? See, you didn't think I was going there with it.
No, I didn't.
But the good news is that the power supply is mounted to this bracket, and we can go ahead and install, go to the top down, go to the top down. We can go ahead and pop this bad boy. Pro tip, make sure you hit that power switch now, not later. Not later when it's hard to get at, okay? Oh, crud, did I do this? Oh, no, I did this right. Okay, so power supply goes in a little something like that. There we go, yeah. It's real cooperative like that. Hey! Nice. Man, she's tiny though. She's tiny. We could easily have done an SFX-L power supply in this case, so that's one of the, no, I need the top down again. That's one of the longer SFXs that uses a 120 millimeter fan, but I think part of the point of firing these products over to us for Silverstone was they just wanted to show off how small they could do an 850 watt